Hey there, and how's it going today? Welcome to day 10 of ongoing. Oh man, JD's team still out there. Yesterday was a powerful day. Yesterday was a powerful day, even in the moments that a lot of people, actually, interestingly enough, tuned out. I mean, we had a lot of tune out for the end when the police were talking. I noticed how many people. I understand because of the video deposition. It's not the most exciting enterprise ever, but at the same time, it's powerful. It's necessary. It's good stuff. The police, they told us at the end, they had no idea who Amber Heard was. They also, they saw nothing on her. They knew that there was a lot of wealth because they were impressed by the home that they went into. They thought that Amber Heard owned it, so they thought that they were responding to a very rich, very affluent white female, that is a power status right there. They thought they were going in, so of course they're going to take that. They're going to take that seriously, and they found nothing. We also found out just how uncooperative Josh Drew and Amber Heard, everyone was there. And we had the police tell us repeatedly that everything that they saw at the scene, they saw no signs of abuse. What they saw were signs of crying, reddening cheeks, but no abuse whatsoever. How's everybody doing? Yeah, generic male. They kept calling the guy who took all the pictures, Josh Drew, they kept calling him generic male. I thought that was hilarious. Generic males on the scene. Good times. Oh, let me mention something. Let me mention sponsor before we get started, of course. I have a sponsor. It is myself. Here we go. We have a comic book out there. If you don't know about it, I will pin it in the description. This is our way of dealing with companies that, well, they don't respect any of us. Warner Brothers, for example. What did they do during all of this stuff? Warner Brothers, half of the comic market. What did they do within all of this? Let me think. They told us all we could go to, yeah. So take your money and go to somewhere else. That's where you need to go. Help us send a message. Like I said, go in even if you don't care about comic books. There's a charity tier where you can buy one for charity, and we will meet that. We will actually support that too. We'll discuss it again in a little bit, but let me put this I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat. The work with SK Bennett is phenomenal work too. I love his work, but I'm going to pin that to the top. Shabaka Wookie, what's up? Thanks for the 7. Morning, Tuck. Sorry to start your day with a revolt, but we got to talk. You've deprived us, peasants, of sexy toast for 2 days now. Want some Amica? Maybe I'll start the mornings with When I Was Young. Somebody was like, you need to replace that song. You've had it for like a long time. I'm like, I know, because I like that song. I always think about it. When you were young, when you were a kid, you thought everything was good to go. And then the more you look at this stuff, the more you think, man, what a mess the world is. What a mess. I always just like that intro. I think it works out very well. And Warren, thanks for the 7-month membership. Could you clarify histrionic and BPD? Didn't know one could be both. It's not one is both. It's I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can carry multiple diagnostics. Yeah, you can. What was going to happen with personality disorders? Okay, for DSM-4 to DSM-5, there were a lot of changes. One of the changes was eliminating, paranoid schizophrenia, for example. It all became schizophrenia. It all became the same thing. It's just you have certain identifiers or certain scaling. Like you'll say, does this come with depression? How bad is the depression? Does this come with auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations? And you define it, but it's still all schizophrenia. Well, they were going to do the same thing with personality disorders, but they didn't, and they should. because personality disorders, could you but personality disorder. Sorry, I was getting. There's a door right here, and the curtain was a little bit off. Could you, yeah, could you give me a I don't know, like I guess maybe one of those. Yeah, I'm getting my breakfast order in. So then we sit here for a minute. Sorry.
Muffins and
Huh?
all. Muffins and all. Muffins.
Muffins.
Yeah.
Ugh. No, I want a breakfast burrito. I want a muffin.
No, I was referencing yesterday with the muffins.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I go every morning.
Yeah, my wife actually, she's like, it's really messed up. This is on that thing, and then I'll continue that point. This is on the point yesterday. They were talking about muffins, right? So if I like clientele, my wife will oftentimes go and buy something like muffins. She'll buy them. I'll take them to work. And clients, yeah, you'll eat them. That doesn't mean you ever discuss clientele. I found that so nasty to throw in. But anyway, yeah, so they were supposed to look at those across an entire spectrum and just fill it in. Because again, it's your personality, but you fill in everything. But they couldn't figure out how to make that work. So you can add multiple diagnostics to really fill in the point of what a person is. You can have more than one personality disorder detailed in that. It's not just one is all inclusive. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Cyborg? Thanks for the 5. Hey there, Tug. Thanks for the retweet. I hope you and your family are doing great today. You made a good point. Appreciate that, too. You made a very good point. You were talking about resources. There's some crazy people out there that are weaponizing any claim that comes up. They're saying, look at this. Look what happened to Amber Heard. It proves everything we say about what happens with women. If Amber Heard had a giant mark on her face and got to say, hey, I had a cigarette put out on me and went to the hospital with that thing on her face, do you think we'd be talking about the same thing? Absolutely not. So the people who are pulling that are just absolutely dishonest. Bailey Ann, thanks for the 10. No statement, but plenty of statement. Thank you for that backing. Appreciate that. Defiant Cal, thanks for the 10. If Depp wins this case, will he be able to appeal the judgment in the UK? More about muffins, please. No, he will not. I think he's exhausted all of his appeals in the UK. It's a beautiful system, isn't it? It's just like how we, don't consider the UK the trial to be the end all for the US. The UK doesn't consider that to have any bearing on their UK. It's just vice versa in that. Is that Australia? Man, I hate how they compress your name just a little bit. Let me see if I can stretch it out. Is that Australia or Australia? I can't see it all there. Thanks for the 5, by the way. I hate butchering names. That's why I always ask. Just came from Auditing the Absurd featuring Clairview. And they were giving you a shout out. I appreciate that. Appreciate the shout outs there. Appreciate you popping up here too. I'll have to check them out. I don't think I've ever Auditing the Absurd. I'll look them up while we're live today. I copied their name. I don't know. Maybe I have. Maybe I have seen them, and the name isn't popping in. That's cool though. I appreciate it. Yeah, this case it's a fascinating one. I'm gonna drop a video this afternoon about, so with Depp winning, him winning more and more support, the media is looking for someone to blame, and they've been blaming people like myself. We have some wonderful hit pieces out there. I love being called a misandrist. I was like, what? A misandrist? You realize, like, right now, by the last week, you realize, like, my statistics on viewership that YouTube keeps, we have more of a female audience than a male audience currently, because more females than males are supporting what's going on. And again, males and females together. It's about 50-50. It's close, but still a little bit over. But it says that you have females care about this just as much as males do, because it's not about just the case. It's about making sure that everyone gets justice. Everyone, all domestic abuse survivors, they actually do get the help that they need, and that injustice is corrected. Pete, thanks for the 5. Morning. Had a delightful dream of JD. Weird note, but yesterday was so helpful from your perspective. Throwing AH therapist under the bus was dirty. Well, you know what's funny is you have all these people online, like you have all these people who now are suddenly they're mental health professionals. Like I said, I don't do extensive overviews of a person's life like they were talking about in that. I would see you on the ground floor. I was reading people saying, you can't diagnose people in 12 hours. Oh, yeah, you can. If you go into a mental health clinic, you know how fast you get diagnosed? You get a 1 hour, 45-minute intake process. You get diagnosed then. Now, diagnosis is an ongoing exercise. You can get some things wrong. You do flesh that out over time. But yeah, there are a lot of people who do not understand this at all, but everybody becomes, that expert in whatever field it is that's brought up. I find I like having a reason to talk about mental health and diagnostics, because diagnostics are interesting. You can learn more about it as well. But yeah, when we switched over to DSM-5, I did a lot of training because remember, diagnostics as a tool in the real world is actually more about categorizing people so a company gets paid than really telling you about you. It's explaining why you need treatment. That is a main thing. And companies, they like the insurance companies, I mean, they don't allow you to use every diagnosis under the sun. It's also, like I was saying, you could tell like some of these people that are talking about all of that, they bill to specific places because they have substance abuse as not a primary, but they have it as a tertiary or lower consideration. What I mean is, if I go in, like say you go in and you have Medicaid, right? And you want to see me because you have substance abuse issues, you actually can't have that. You have to have a problem before that. You have to have depression or something because they won't pay for that. You could go into a substance abuse clinic, but if you go into a mental health place, say you want to get there are shots. We won't go into all. Like I'll give you an example. Vivitrol. You get a shot every month. Say you have a substance abuse problem, you have a problem with alcohol, opiates, whatever. You get a shot that inhibits your ability to get high. Basically, it'll make you sick. Oh God, it'll make you very sick. But it will not let you ever get high. A lot of providers use stuff like that, and you can get that at a mental health facility, not a substance abuse facility. But to get that help, you can't have a primary diagnosis of substance abuse because you won't be able to get it paid for by insurance. It's an interesting world. There's so many little insights. Like when I look at their bill, like what they diagnose people with, I can tell what kind of like if they take insurance or not. Because if they're overriding, if it's a doctor, even if they're saying that they're a primary substance abuse counselor, they're still working in the mental health field, and I can tell whether or not they're taking insurance or whether or not they're taking private pay. It's funny, some of that kind of stuff. Scott Christie Jones, thanks for the tune there. The first 10 minutes of Rogan. All right, to sum it up, I haven't. I saw that Rogan was going over the case stuff. It'll be interesting when Heard takes the stand, how everybody actually looks at this case, because she'll have a lot of quote unquote proof to throw out there, and we'll see how people respond to her pictures and whatnot. Phantasmic Oracle, thanks for the vibe. Good morning, Tug, Mug, and Chat. Much love. Hey, much love return. Appreciate you, Phantasm. One of the things I've really enjoyed is getting to know, like, just so many people while we've been doing this stuff. Jeffrey Harvey, welcome. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you for that membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate ya. Cheeky Bird, thanks for the 5. Everyone ready for more exposing of Amber Heard? Indeed. Lieutenant Cinder, thanks for the 2. Amber Heard shut the bed. She did indeed, actually. That's the gross thing. Like I was saying before, there are pictures of it too, although I will warn you, they are very gross. She is unhealthy. Like, she is very unhealthy. You know, when they were like blaming that on the dog, I kept thinking if that came from a dog, I would be upset about that too, you know? Pete, thanks for the 2. Everyone say hi to Dr. Barlow, the expert. Exactly. Dr. Eve Barlow. 2012 Jameson, thanks for the 2. Insurance only covers what not needed most times. That's very true too. Insurance, you know what insurance covers most of the time? Themselves. That's who they cover. Medusa 2.0, thanks for the 2. Elaine probably thought she was doing damage control for Rottenborn. Let's all laugh together. She lost control of witnesses so many times. She comes across as so aggressive. Like if I were a jury member, I try to always think about this stuff as you know nothing and you're a jury member. You're just checking this out for a first time. What would you think about the way that some of these people are treated? Because when I see some of that, I think, my God, that's insane. Stacy Northern, or Treasures, thank you. Welcome. Also, thank you for the membership. And welcome to Doug's Thugs. Appreciate it. Oh, gross. Dead pie. I would read that. That's gross. I didn't say that out loud. That's true there. Amber Heard is toxic masculinity. There's a lot of toxicity in that for real. You know, people love talking about toxicity, and there's a lot of toxicity in it. It's weird. I'm looking for different outlets that have put up their live coverage of this. I've noticed a lot of places are trying to get into covering because they're seeing the numbers with it, and it buries a lot of other people. YouTube, funny enough, so over the last 2 days, YouTube has decided to start, with streams, like for this channel, all of the streams that I do automatically are demonetized, and I have to appeal them, right? Well, they've started confirming, and they will not allow monetization of the stream. So, like Court TV, Law and Crime, Sky News, all those places, they don't have those problems. But the YouTube, I figure if we're having it, then other YouTubers are having that problem too. And it's crazy when you look at the difference between covers there. Give me a drink real quick. There's CBS News. Like I said, I'm looking at the different outlets. I always try to find at least 3 or 4 outlets that are priming for broadcast. Sky News still hasn't put up anything yet, which is kind of surprising. CNN is trying to get into the case. Yeah, they demonetize. Yeah. So what they do is, like, super chats go through. You get those, but like ad revenue. See, for ad rate, they automatically put that into a review cycle. So the first, while we're live entire day, none of that counts for ad revenue. Don't get any of that. And then it goes into a review thing. So until tomorrow, it doesn't even start collecting ad revenue, period. So there's no ad revenue. And like I said, media outlets don't have that problem at all. They're automatically flagged as okay, because that's part of the YouTube thing. They're considered trusted sources. So we're using the same, this is, what's particularly insulting about it is we're using the same source feed, but somehow in using the same source feed, they come to a different conclusion on the platform that YouTubers, like whether that's lawyers, different people, like some people are considered safer than others too. I have to put into approval queue. One of the reasons I don't use a lot of snippets from the court trial is I have to put those into an approval queue because they automatically demonetize anything with pictures or anything like that that's live from the trial for me. So I have to get them approved. That usually takes 24 hours for approval, and that's not just for if it's demonetized, here's a clarification on that. It throttles it too. So for live streams, there's a little bit of difference, but for videos, if it demonetizes it, then it throttles it. It goes nowhere. There's already so much. There's such a deluge of coverage anyway. Like you want to see the difference between YouTubers and media. See how that's treated. Go and look up Johnny Depp. Just search Johnny Depp and on YouTube, and you'll notice you don't hit any YouTubers covering it at first. It's just crazy stuff. It's crazy how it's treated. What happened with the muffins? Okay, so yesterday, if you missed out on the muffin thing, so you had your expert come up, and they were trying to say the expert told her husband about Amber Heard coming in. What really happened was the expert buys muffins every morning, or rather buys muffins for the people who come in. She's running late, so like a lot of times, her husband will go and pick them up. Like my wife just went to to go and get a coffee and something else, and she'll pick me up something. Okay, like if I had a client or something, I would bring in something for people to eat because that's just polite, right? So she brought them in and shared them with Amber Heard, and when she shared them with Amber Heard, she said, "Well, we have my husband to thank for the muffins," and that became. Oh my God, she told him about it, which is total garbage. But that tells you that tells you about the manipulation. That is either the manipulation of Amber Heard or it's the manipulation of the people. Either way. Dolly Love, thanks for the 10 there. Appreciate that. And the super sticker, thank you for that. Petite, thanks for the 2. Yeah, like and share too. Hashtag the Amber Turd out of it. That's true. Nikki misses me. Kiss him on the cheeky. I'll rub his head for good luck. I spent 40 hours over there. That's enough, man. We could have moved in together. It was long enough. I've never spent 40 hours on a platform that closely together. It's like, oh God, I can't do it anymore. I just want to go with live stream. I mean, if people want to check out somebody on any platform, you are definitely welcome to, though. I like Nick. He's a good guy. I just can't be on a platform for 40 hours. Let me see. I'm looking for something here. I'm going to turn on the... I'm probably going to have to enable the subscriber mode. Okay, if you're not a subscriber, you need to be a subscriber for 1 minute to comment. I'm going to have to turn it on. I've explained this before. I don't turn on slow mode because I hate slowing down the conversations, but I do have to turn that on. And I'm very reluctant. I do not even like turning that on. It kind of irritates me that I have to. But if I don't turn it on, then what we have are a bunch of spam bots that come in and they just overwhelm everything. And that's nay fun either. Hey, Khaleesi Stark, what's up? Thanks for the 5 there. Reminded me of that scene in Shrek. She's married to the Muffin Man. I know, I thought about that when I saw it. That's funny. That's what I thought too. Dolly Love, I can't remember if I hit yours. If I did, I'll hit it again. Thanks for the 10 there. And the super sticker, appreciate that. I think I did, but I was flipping over there. I couldn't remember. I hate missing super chats. No, I like covering solo a lot though, because I'm just be blunt with you. I like to talk. I talk a lot sometimes, and I don't like stepping on other people's toes when I'm using the mic. And God, when you get a panel of people, I don't like panels. The way I look at this, if we're having a conversation in break or something, you're the panel. That's the way I see live streams. The people who show up and talk to you, they have just as much insight as 5 people sitting up here and discussing things with me. A lot of times you'll catch things that no one else does. And you know what? If I'm listening to 5 people, I don't see the chat. I don't have time to cover the chat. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Stall phone, thanks for the 5. Slow mode is fun for stop. The only reason like slow mode, it drives me nuts because of it slows conversation down so much. Like, that's the one thing I don't like about it. There you are. I don't get like Sky News has not been setting up their broadcast until you should see behind the thing. They'll to make sure we go live at right time. Give me 1 second. I have 3 broadcasts pulled up, making sure I'm monitoring them all. Because they give us they're like, okay, we're here. Let's go live. Boom. Yeah. It's like, all right. Man, that was quick. I'm glad they get right into it, mind you. But man, if you mess up, if you're slow on that roll, whew, it sounds insane though behind it because all of the audio turns on all at once, like it just cuts on. Vic, thanks for the 5. Kind of thing. Muffin Man was only mentioned because she was being petty about having a doctor, having a pleasant relationship, and AH is just petty and spiteful. I was wondering this actually. Okay, they were talking about personality types, right? And taking everything as a slight. Yeah, like borderline personality disorder, even the slightest thing, which could or could not be meant as anything whatsoever, that's taken in such a negative way. Maybe that's what that was. Maybe it's just trying to weaponize garbage too. Anne Marie, thanks for the 5. Australia is watching the case to determine if they need to file DV charges on one of them. Well, they need to figure out. They need to figure out a few things for sure. They need to figure out a few things, like do something. Petite, thanks for the 2. Tug, if you want more help, I volunteer. What I wish I could do during the stream, but I can't, is I watch like Law and Crime clip the videos while they're going through, while we're live. Yeah. I can't cover and do that. I'd like to be able to clip like things that matter, stick them out there and say, this is what's happening and keep feeding videos while we're live. But that doesn't work. I can't. My problem in that is I could probably do it with a laptop. I could probably set up, take the stream and just clip it, but I can't hear because I've got headphones on. And if I use like external audio, it causes feedback. Estrella, thanks for the 5. Could you also make sweatshirts? I can see myself rocking an Amica sweatshirt this winter. I can put one on there. I can put one up. Yeah. All right. So all of the outlets are waiting. So that means the court has not decided to set their coverage live yet. Nobody's gone live yet. If you see somebody go live, tell me. Like I said, I'm looking at 3 places. We cannot look at Law and Crime. That's the one place. Because Law and Crime, they strike everybody. It's how they've... It's amazing. Like I say, I noticed this too on Twitter. I got all these people from Law and Crime following my Twitter feed now, because I post about this. And I kept thinking, you guys would strike me on YouTube if I followed you on there and covered or did anything with your stuff. So no thanks. Why don't you leave me alone? Bells in your head. Thanks for the 10 there. No statement attached, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Man, the court keeps... This will be the second day this week the court has ran behind. Which is kind of crazy. Thanks for letting you know, Marie. Yeah, Law and Crime's live. Well, there's every other network is setting. There we go. I think people are starting to go live. All right, we got it. They went live faster than everybody. I'm setting it, though. When you see somebody go live first, it doesn't necessarily mean that much because you have all the preliminary stuff in the beginning. You know, they've got to get situated. But when you see someone go live, you know, telling me helps for sure, because so I do appreciate it, because it makes sure I stay on top of the game. All right. I'm going to boost the audio. You know what's crazy? This trial, they've gotten better in it, but still, I use a thing called Volume Master. If you've never used it before, there's an extension in Chrome called Volume Master. It'll allow you to kick the volume up another 500%. So it kicks it up 600% from where it is. You have to, on this trial, to get the volume we've been listening to, let's set it like this. You have to set the volume to 600%. I mean, that's kind of insane when you think about it. Jill Lovin, thanks. Speaking of missing things, I quite enjoyed yesterday starting at 7:46:50, watching a turd write 2 minutes while her team looks defeated. They look miserable toward the end of yesterday. You know that? Like, they look miserable. Cheeky Bird, thanks for the 5. What are your thoughts on the Pirates of the Caribbean movies? It depends on the movie. I mean, the franchise, they're okay. I liked the first one to a degree. I thought they definitely work as like theme park stuff. Oh, look at her, like, oh, she's part of the team. She huddles in like she, you know, they're strategizing. I'm curious, like, who all will get today. You know, there are a lot of witnesses left. They're going to have to cut some witnesses. Like, I do not see them having time to get to everyone. Like, I can't see it playing out the way that they have it laid out. They only get so much time per side in the case, and I'm curious, like, how they get to every witness. You know, a lot of the video stuff. Like, I think they should have cut the inlay of the way that they did the video. And that didn't make any sense that first week at all. Because, again, it counts against you and your side. So I'm hoping they get to all their witnesses. But, man, I mean, the judge said they're going to stick to that time scale. I love that about justice, too. You know, that really seems like you're getting justice, doesn't it? Well, by the way, you know, you're on a tight time schedule. You better get to everybody there. It's like, yeah, that really seems like justice. They're taking care of preliminary matters if you just tuned in too, so there's no audio yet on there. The way I try to cover here, again, every now and then I'll say some stuff, but I try not to talk over the whole trial. Like, you know, some places will do that, some don't. And whichever kind of coverage you like, you enjoy it. But for me, I want to be able to hear what's happening in the live. In fact, I'm going to turn down my audio input. I'm going to turn it down to about 40%, I think. So for Rosa, thanks for the 449. Does she still have the Apple Watch on? Probably, yeah. You know, she's not gonna abandon that.
All right, are we ready for the jury then?
So they're bringing the jury. About to get this on. I gotta ask, some people are having difficulty because I'm buried. I'm ghosted, man. It's hard to find my my stream out there. My videos too. My videos are harder to find and everything. It's just part of the love that you get. I've been covering this for about 2 years now, and this is not. I'm covering it. If I were pro Amber Heard, I'd be okay, but I'm not. T, thanks for the 5. PSA. Everyone do your Hail Marys. Yeah, get your sage, prayer beads. Let's go tug, share, like, hashtag, Amber turd the crap out of this. That's right. If you want to comment too, you need to be a subscriber for 1 minute. I have to turn that on because of bots. So everyone's welcome to comment. Part of it.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, your next witness.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Officer Tyler Haddon. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, The first part of the testimony you will hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and then we'll let you know
Another cop.
when Mr. Depp's counsel takes over the question.
All right.
It's going to be
Thank
cop
you for
two.
deposition. Thank you.
So there were 4 cops that responded. There were 2 police officers that responded initially. He was in training at the time. The
Please
female.
state your name and your business address.
Tyler Haddon, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the city of Los Angeles.
And how long have you been a police officer with the city of Los Angeles?
Approximately 5.5 years.
Did you serve in any law enforcement capacity prior to coming to the LAPD?
No,
When you said approximately 5.5 years, do you recall approximately you started employment with the LAPD?
approximately November of 2015.
Did you attend the police academy prior to November 2015, or did you attend it after you became employed by the LAPD
Your
in
Honor,
November of 2015?
Could we turn
I
that
began the
volume?
academy in 2015, that November.
That volume's a little loud.
Loud. Don't
Thank
turn it down. No, don't turn the volume down. We can actually hear it
And
for
how long
once.
were you with the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
And when did you start as a patrol officer with the LAPD?
6 months after November.
Can you recall your date when you started patrol?
I don't recall the exact date, no.
And that would be end of May of 2016?
Correct.
And was the first training officer that you worked with on patrol Melissa Syons?
Yes.
Question, when did you first have body-worn video assigned to you?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Approximately when?
Approximately 3 months into working patrol. So maybe during the summertime.
The summer of 2016?
Correct.
When you started working with Melissa Syons as your training officer, did Officer Syons have body-worn video?
Not at the time I worked with her.
How much training did you have on domestic violence while you were at the academy?
I don't recall the exact amount of time.
Approximately how much?
20 hours, approximately.
Okay. So just to make sure that I understand, because we had a few disjointed questions and answers. So it was your understanding as of May 2016 that if you answered a call for domestic violence and there was evidence of a crime, even if the victim did not want to press charges, that you had to take a report. Is that correct?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
So your best recollection today is that you had been on patrol as a probationary officer somewhere between a week and 3 weeks before answering the May 21, 2016 domestic violence call at Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any of the other incidents that you reported to that evening of May 21st, 2016?
No.
At all? Any part of them?
Nope.
So this was new for you working with Officer Syons, is that correct?
Correct.
And as the probationary officer, then you would defer to Officer Syons, is that fair?
Correct.
And if you could just describe to me what your understanding of Officer Syons' role was to you as your training officer in May 2016.
To teach me and guide me in how to become a complete the duties of being a law enforcement officer.
Officer Haddon, under your understanding of the LAPD rules in 2016, if a victim of domestic violence said that the altercation was only verbal, would that require you to write a report?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the first page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It's actually number 3, my apologies. And this is an incident recall. What is your understanding of what this document is, Officer Haddon?
It's essentially what is given to us on our computer.
And what do you mean is given to us on our computer?
In our car.
Right, so what happens?
So when we're assigned the radio call comes to our computer in our car, and this is what we see on our screen, but in a different format.
Now, how was this particular call characterized by the dispatch, at least initially?
Initially, it was dispatched as a domestic radio call.
Okay. And what does domestic radio call mean to you?
That there's some type of, whether it's disagreement all the way up to a violent crime that's occurred between two people that are in some type of relationship or have some children in common.
So, Officer Haddon, this comes out into the system and it's accessible by all of the LAPD black and whites that are on patrol that night, correct?
Yes, whoever is logged in and working that night, I could look up any division's radio calls if I wanted to.
And then it has a DS and then ER after stat. What does that mean?
DS means dispatched. ER means we're en route.
So at 8:46 and 37 seconds p.m., your vehicle was en route to 849 South Broadway, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how far away you were?
I do not recall.
And then it says primary unit PD 1A1-W3. What is that?
That's my call assignment. So the PD is police department. 1A1 is my car assignment. W3 means I work watch 3.
Okay. Then we have at 20:57, which is 8:57 p.m., that is AS. What does that mean?
At scene. Like we're there.
All right. So you arrived at the scene at 8:57 p.m., correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
We walked to the location.
Do you recall anything that you did before you went up to the penthouse?
We walked in and met with security who showed us where the elevator was.
Did you do anything else?
Not that I recall.
But your best recollection is that you went in, you talked to security, and then you went on an elevator, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the apartment, the penthouse?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Then your next entry here is 21:22. So that would be 9:22 p.m. and 57 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. Met with victim, check lock, verified husband left location, victim advised verbal. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Who wrote that?
That's what we write when we put the comments of the call of what happened in the radio call. That's what we wrote.
So do you recall whether that was you that wrote that or Officer Science?
I don't recall who wrote it.
All right. And so you were back in your vehicle by 9:22, is that correct?
Approximately, yeah.
Well, if you wrote this at 9:22, would it be fair to say you were back in your vehicle writing this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you take a report?
We issued a business card.
I asked, did you take a report?
No,
Why not?
because the victim didn't request a report, and during our investigation, we didn't reveal that we needed to take a report.
So who decided to use the words victim advised verbal dispute?
Whoever created the comments of the call used the word victim. Whoever gave the comments of the call used the word victim. So I don't know who that was.
And I'm even more specifically asking who chose the language advised verbal dispute.
It was either my partner or I. I don't recall who.
Now, what is the significance of writing down verbal dispute?
We're writing what happened, what we believe is happening, and what our investigation revealed.
But you were not present at any time when Ms. Heard discussed whether there was any type of verbal argument. Is that correct?
Was I there? Yes. Was I speaking to her? No.
Was there any discussion of verbal argument in your presence when you were up in the penthouse investigating?
Not that I recall.
You did not hear Ms. Heard say that it was only a verbal dispute, correct?
I did not.
Now, I asked you a little earlier if it's a verbal dispute, whether that triggers having to write a report. And you indicated that it does not. Am I accurately characterizing that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, here, in addition to the victim advised verbal dispute, says and refused to give any further information. You see that?
Yes.
Question, okay, so if the victim does not want to press charges and advises that it's a verbal dispute, then that would not trigger you writing a report. Is that your understanding of LAPD?
Policies and procedures on domestic violence at that time.
Correct. There were other circumstances that were also within this incident as well.
What do you mean by that?
During our investigation, we had other reasons to believe that this was true.
I'm sorry, during your investigation, you had other reasons to believe what was true.
That it was a verbal dispute.
And what did you have during your investigation that created in your mind evidence that it was only a verbal dispute?
After discussing the investigation with my partner at the scene, the Ms. Heard refused any medical treatment and had no visible injuries. There was no sign of struggle, and the victim, or correction, the witness that was there that I spoke with was uncooperative as well.
Anything else?
At this time, that's all.
Okay. Now, you recall seeing that Ms. Heard was in tears and was crying and red-faced. Would you agree?
Correct. From a distance.
Well, from a distance, Ms. Heard was in tears, crying, and had a red face, correct?
Correct.
Why did you issue a business card?
It's part of our policy. We're supposed to issue a business card, and it shows that we are there and completed an investigation. And if she would like us to come back, we offered that assistance that we can come back at another time if she feels like she needs us to come back.
Did you take any notes at all?
Note of what?
Notes during the time that you were investigating this call?
No.
Did you take any notes after you got back down to your car about the call?
No.
Did you take any pictures?
No.
Did you record anything?
No.
Would it be fair to say that on 5/21/2016 at 9:22 p.m., you and your training officer, Science, considered this incident closed?
I said, yes, that is correct. At that time, we pressed enter and the call went off my screen, meaning it was completed.
Did you ever have anything come up on your screen again relating to this incident that evening?
Not that I recall.
All right. At the time that you closed out this incident on your screen at 9:22 on 5/21/2016, did you know that this call involved Johnny Depp?
No.
Did you, at the time that you closed this out on your screen, did you recognize Amber Heard?
No, I had no idea who she was.
And is it fair to say that you considered these people to be, quote, just citizens, end of quote?
That's correct.
Did you have any communications at all with Officer Gatlin or his patrol partner the night of May 21st, 2016?
No, not that I recall.
So the next thing we're going to go to is the CAD summary, which is at page 12 of exhibit number 3. And this is a CAD summary report, and it also has the name DFAR report at the top, and it's for 5/21/2016, and says specifically Officers Haddon and Officer Sines. Do you see that?
Yes.
Typically, when you would arrive for your shift, was there a period of time that you would do things maybe at the precinct or whatever before you get into your vehicle and log on and go forward?
Yes.
All right. What typically would you do back in 2016?
I would change, put on my uniform, and then I would have a roll call where we'd be given our assignments, and then we would stand in line and check out our equipment and check out our car, and then we have to go put our equipment in the car, and then wash the car, vacuum the car, gas the car, and then go and find out if there's any radio calls pending.
Okay. And so how long would it typically take for you to do all those things, from putting your uniform on through the time you start checking for radio calls?
I'm not sure, approximately an hour.
All right. How many people, how many police officers, patrol officers were part of that roll call?
I don't know the exact number. I'd say approximately 30.
Okay. And when you said you had to stand in line to check out your equipment, was it all 30 of those patrol officers that would get in line and check out their equipment?
Yes, and supervisors.
Okay. And what equipment were you checking out that night?
A shotgun, a less lethal shotgun, mics for our cameras inside the car, pouches for our mics, batteries for our radios, keys for the cars, taser. I think that's about it right now.
Do you have a recollection of there being cameras inside your car back on May 21, 2016?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, when you arrived at the penthouse, you saw that there was a female holding and embracing Ms. Heard, correct?
I believe it was when I was leaving the location, when we were getting ready to leave.
Okay. Now, you believed that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was being emotional, crying, was refusing that she was hurt, and she didn't know initially whether she wanted to file a report or not, and then she didn't want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said that Officer Science told you later that Ms. Heard called the number on the business card. Do you recall when Officer Science told you that Ms. Heard called the number on the card?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall approximately how much time you spent at the penthouse speaking with either the male or with Ms. Heard or looking at the premises that night?
I don't recall right now.
Do you recall roughly whether it was 15 minutes, a half hour, hour?
I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 17. I'll just scroll down so you can see that. Hold on. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
I believe that's Ms. Heard.
All right. Is this the same person you saw on the night of May 21st, 2016, when you arrived sometime after 9:04 p.m.? And do you recall seeing the red marks that are reflected on this exhibit number 17 on Ms. Heard?
No, I was never this close to be able to examine her face.
You were never close enough to Ms. Heard to be able to examine her face? Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. If you had seen this mark close enough to be able to see it, would you have believed you had an obligation to prepare a report?
No, because I don't know what this is from.
Would you agree it's a red mark on her face?
Yeah,
I'll ask you.
from what I saw was red from her crying. There was no red marks from any other thing. It was consistent with her crying.
Does this look like a red mark that's from crying? Officer Haddon, in reviewing this picture, does it appear that there's an injury on Ms. Heard's face in this picture?
No.
You would say that doesn't evidence an injury?
No,
Why not?
because I don't see an injury.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18. And do you recognize this carpeting?
No.
Officer Haddon, what do you see in this picture?
I see stripes with some type of stains on to be a possible flooring.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of seeing stains on the flooring outside of Ms. Heard's penthouse that night of May 21st, 2016?
At this point, not that I recall.
And when you say at this point, not that you can recall, what do you mean by that?
It's 5 years ago. I don't remember.
Officer Haddon, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Haddon exhibit number 19. Do you recognize the business card?
Yes.
And tell me what you can recall of that.
Well, that's my handwriting, and those are our LAPD business cards.
All right. The next thing on there is refuse report. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Ms. Heard did not want to press charges?
She spoke with my partner, and that's what my partner advised me.
Okay. Were you ever in the room when Ms. Heard either, quote, refused report or refused to press charges?
I believe we offered her one final chance before we gave her the business card if she needed medical treatment or a report, and she declined at that time, and that's when we issued this business card.
And what did you mean by report?
An official investigative report.
Is that the victim's choice to write, whether you write an official investigative report?
Yes. A citizen can ask for a report for anything, essentially, with LAPD.
But do you have an obligation as an LAPD patrol officer to write a report if you see injuries or property damage?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
And when you say if there's evidence of a crime, would injuries and property damage constitute evidence of a crime?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
Okay. Is there something different about what you're saying than what I'm asking? Well, I'm trying to understand when I say if you see evidence of injuries and property damage, is that evidence of a crime in your mind?
Yes, if the person didn't do it themselves. I mean, I can damage my own property and it's not a crime.
Okay. Did you have any reason to believe that Amber Heard created any injuries to herself or to the property at the time you were there on May 21st, 2016?
No, because I don't recall seeing any damaged property or her obtaining any injuries or having any visible injuries that I saw.
Now, it says advised can call at later time if changes mind. What, if any, discussion did you have with Officer Symes about what that meant?
Well, that goes with what I said earlier was a citizen can make a report about anything at any time. It's called an investigative report or just an incident report. So if she wanted a report, then she would call us back and we'll take a report.
But at that point, you have already written into your system that the victim advised verbal dispute only, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report or take pictures or create any kind of record, did you, of anything that transpired there?
Just the business part.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Haddon, to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 24. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Miss Heard?
Well, do you recognize her as Ms. Heard?
No, I had no idea who she was.
Do you recognize the person in this picture on Haddon exhibit number 24 as the person who was the subject of your and Officer Symes reporting to the Eastern Columbia building that evening?
Correct.
All right, so let's go to exhibit number 24. And what do you see in this picture with respect to whether there is any injury depicted on Ms. Heard?
I see a female white, fair skin with pink cheek.
I'm sorry, with a what?
Pink cheek and pink eyes.
All right. Do you recognize that as a potential injury on her face?
Knowing what our investigation revealed, no, it's that pink's consistent with Brian.
What do you mean by what your investigation revealed?
That it was a verbal dispute. And she refused that she had any injury.
It's just
And
going
just
so
we're clear
bad.
again, you were never in the presence of Ms. Heard when she at any time said it was only a verbal dispute, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you, as a police officer investigating, if you saw this, what's depicted in this picture, would you believe that you need to investigate further?
Yeah, I would need additional information. Just because I see a female with pink cheeks and pink eyes doesn't mean that something happened. They could be,
Right.
They should be sad and crying that their dog died.
Did you engage in any further investigation?
No, the only investigation I did was part of speaking with my partner and then Speaking with the witness. With the witness, the next door neighbor.
And what did you discuss with the witness, the next door neighbor?
I tried to obtain information of what occurred.
What did you ask?
Who, what, when, where, why.
And what did he say?
I don't remember his exact words, but he wasn't very coming with the information. I had very vague information as far as what he was telling me.
What do you specifically recall the witness telling you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall at all?
I don't recall specific words or sentences.
Do you recall the witness taking you around and showing you property damage in the penthouse?
No, I recall my partner and I doing a protective sweep, and that's it.
You don't recall Josh Drew being with you and taking you through?
I don't recall if someone else was with us or not.
Do you recall one way or the other?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, you have a recollection of you and Officer Science going through the entire penthouse, is that correct?
We did a protective sweep of the location that she was at.
And tell me what you mean by protective sweep.
We walked through the general housing area that she is at to make sure that there's no one else in it that shouldn't be there, or there's no one hurt.
Do you recall how many rooms you went through?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna ask you, the officer having to take a look at number 25. You recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
All right. And do you see any injuries depicted on this picture?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any injuries in this picture?
No.
I'm going to ask you the same question. Exhibit number 27. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any injuries in this picture on Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to ask the same questions. Officer Haddon, I'm going to ask you to look at Haddon exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any injuries depicted on Ms. Heard's face in this picture?
No.
I show you exhibit number 29. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard in this picture?
No.
Now, you indicated that you and Officer Sines went through the apartment, correct?
Correct. We did a protective sweep.
Protective sweep. And in doing the protective sweep, you did go in the room, correct?
I mean, I don't know exactly where we went, but we walked around what she claimed was her living quarters.
Would you agree that if Ms. Heard displayed injuries at the time that you reported to her residence after the domestic violence call, that you would have had an obligation to prepare a report?
If there was injuries or a complaint of pain, yes.
I'm sorry, injuries or what?
Complaint of pain?
Would you agree that if Ms. Heard displayed injuries that you perceived to be injuries at the time you reported to Ms. Heard's residence after the domestic violence call on May 21st, 2016, you had an obligation to prepare a report?
If I perceived them to be injuries, then yes.
Okay. Would you agree that if there was property damage present at the time you reported to Ms. Heard's residence after the domestic violence calls, you had an obligation to prepare a report?
No, because if she's living there, that's her property, and she's being uncooperative and doesn't say that someone else did it or anyone else did it, then I have no other information to go off of. She could have broken it herself.
Officer Haddon, did you provide any pamphlets to Ms. Heard, you or Officer Sines, relating to domestic violence?
I personally did not.
Do you know whether Officer Sines did?
I don't know.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this
That
point,
went
counsel
bad.
for Mr. Depp takes over the questioning.
That went bad for Amber Heard's team, like really bad. That was
Did you see
great.
Ms. Heard's face on the evening of May 21, 2016?
Yes,
On how many occasions did you see her face?
I believe two.
And the first time you saw her face, how close to her were you?
I don't recall exactly. I think it was approximately 10 feet.
Did you perceive any, did you have any problems with your eyesight at that time?
Objection.
No.
Did you have 20/20 vision as of May 21, 2016?
No, I wear contacts though, so I can see perfectly fine.
Were you wearing your contacts that evening?
Yes,
Did you have any trouble seeing the contours of her face the first time you saw her that evening?
Objection.
Did you perceive any signs of injury on her face or anywhere else on her body that was visible to you?
no.
For how long a period did you view her face the first time you saw her that night?
A few seconds, not very long.
And how much later was the second time you saw Ms. Heard?
Right before we left,
And how close to her were you when you observed her face?
approximately 10 feet.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
Yes,
Did you still have your contacts in at the time?
yes,
Was there sufficient light that enabled you to actually see her face?
I believe so. I believe it was the light was a little dimmer, but it was still lit.
Did you perceive any signs of injury to her face on that second occasion?
No,
Did you see any swelling of any kind on her face, either during the first time you saw her or the second time you saw her that night?
no,
Did you see any marks on her face, either the first time you observed her that night or the second time you observed her?
just the redness which was consistent with her crying.
Did you see any time that night any indication of any bruising on her face?
No,
Did you see at any time that evening any indication or any sign whatsoever of any injury to her face?
no,
And going to your, was it the security, what was the term you used? The security sweep, is that correct?
the protective suite.
Protective sweep. During your protective sweep, was your access barred to any part of the penthouse?
My access what? Sorry.
Did you have free access to the penthouse?
The witness that was there, he kind of, I believe he guided us kind of through the place. I don't know, wherever he guided us through.
Did you see any broken glass anywhere in the penthouse where you did the protective sweep?
Not that I remember.
Were you looking for any signs of a disturbance?
Yes.
Why were you looking for signs of a possible disturbance?
Signs of any evidence that a crime has occurred.
Is that standard procedure, a police procedure?
Yes.
And why do you look for potential signs of vandalism or disturbance to property in the course of a domestic violence allegation or possibility?
Just because that tends to happen when some type of domestic altercation occurs between two people.
Did you see any sign of any kind of property damage or vandalism that evening?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any signs of spilled wine on the floor?
Objection.
Not that I recall. If they were visible or a complaint of pain.
Do you recall some questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel, Ms. Bredehoft, about a man who led you through the penthouses on the evening of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Did you describe him as uncooperative?
Yes.
Let me ask another question. Was he cooperative with your inquiries that evening?
No.
What do you mean by that?
I attempted to gather information of who the husband was, and what occurred, and where he possibly went, so we could interview kind of all the different parties. And he wouldn't even give me a name of who the husband was.
And how long did you interact with that person who in fact is Josh Drew?
I'd say approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Did he report to you in words or substance that any domestic violence had occurred?
I don't recall any exact verbiage he said.
Did he report to you in words or substance any vandalism?
No, not that I recall.
On the evening that you and your partner got a call to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, were you and your partner in a particular hurry to close out this incident?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as was necessary to resolve the matter?
Yes.
Would you generally take notes for a verbal dispute only?
When we disable the call and we get rid of the call, we leave our comments of what occurred and what we did in that call.
Would you generally write a report for a verbal dispute only?
No, unless it's at the request of one of the parties.
When you were typing in your computer to add text to a call, is it common to refer to the focus individual in the call as a victim, whether a crime has been committed or not?
Yes, because that's how the call was broadcasted and created.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, counsel for Ms. Heard completes the questioning.
Now, there was another woman that was present as well, correct, that night?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember testifying earlier that at the end she was holding and embracing Ms. Heard?
Yeah, I believe she's sitting on the couch with her when we left.
Did you interview that woman?
No, she was with Ms. Heard when my partner was speaking with her, I believe. I had never spoke to her.
Okay, did you ever attempt to interview that woman that was on the couch who was embracing Ms. Heard?
No, because I was speaking with the gentleman outside.
Do you know whether Officer Science ever attempted to interview that woman who was sitting on the couch?
I am unaware.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the description that you gave, and you responded again to it with Mr. Chu, that she was crying and had a red face, and you said the redness was consistent with crying. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Why was she crying?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know why she was crying.
Did you ask her?
I personally did not, because my partner interviewed her.
Then when you downloaded with your partner later, did you ask Officer Science why Amber Heard was crying?
No, my partner never advised me. She spoke with her while I was speaking with the gentleman.
Do you recall that you testified that there was another woman who was embracing Ms. Heard on the sofa at the end of your visit?
Yes.
Do you recall asking why she was embracing and holding Ms. Heard? Why did you not ask either the other woman or Ms. Heard why the woman was embracing and holding Ms. Heard?
Why I did not is because we were trained in the academy to separate the parties and to try and attempt to build a rapport with the individual we're speaking with. Therefore, it was two females and my partner was female, so therefore my partner spoke with the females.
Would it be fair to say you deferred to Officer Sines to conduct any type of investigation with both Ms. Heard and the other woman who was embracing her?
I know my partner spoke with Ms. Heard. I am unaware. I cannot testify if she spoke with the other female.
When you said you learned at the academy to divide up the parties, was it your understanding that parties meant the victim and the suspect?
All parties.
Do you know whether anyone made an attempt to divide up the woman from Ms. Heard, the woman that was embracing her?
I am unaware.
Okay. Now, the redness that you said was on Ms. Heard's face when she was crying and emotional, could it also have been consistent with injury?
I do not think so. I perceived it as redness from crying.
Did you consider whether the redness on the face might be from something in addition to crying?
No, I did not.
And you had never met Ms. Heard before, correct?
Never even seen her.
And would it be fair to say that you don't know what Ms. Heard's, what her characteristics are for swelling, bruising, redness, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Haddon, to look at what has been marked as Haddon Exhibit number 8, and it's from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's dated November 24, 2014, and the subject is Domestic Violence Supplemental Report, Form 15.40.02 revised. Do you see that?
I do.
This was provided to us by the LAPD in response to our document requests. Did you have an understanding that there was a domestic violence supplemental report form that was in place as of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is exhibit number 9. And this is called Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. And it is something, is it your understanding that the police officer fills this out?
Yes, we filled out.
Okay. Do you recall whether you had filled out this supplemental report at any time prior to May 21st, 2016?
I don't recall.
Now, if we look at the first column on the domestic violence supplemental report, it has a column that says victim. And then there are a number of descriptive words underneath with boxes. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Now, the first one is shaking. What, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Heard shaking?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What, if any, observations did you make about Ms. Heard being unresponsive?
The little time I dealt with her, yeah, she was unresponsive and crying.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part. She was unresponsive and crying, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess you've answered the third one here, that she was crying, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, observations did you make of whether Amber Heard was scared?
I didn't.
You didn't what?
I did not observe.
I'm sorry, are you finished with that answer? It sounded like it was a half. I just want to make sure you were.
Yeah, I did not observe her being fearful.
Okay, but Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
She did not want to press charges, correct?
Correct.
And she did not want to tell you the name of her husband, correct?
I don't know because I didn't talk to her.
Well, do you recall testifying earlier that Ms. Heard was uncooperative?
Yes, she was uncooperative with my partner.
All right. And do you recall testifying that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was emotional, she was crying, she wasn't sure whether she wanted to file a report or not, and she was not, then she said she did not want to?
Yes, that's what she had spoken with my partner about.
Do you know why Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, or did not want to press charges?
No, I did not.
Officer Haddon, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10, and I'm going to have you looked at it. It starts out with field notebook divider domestic violence laws, LAPD form 18.30.02. And it has the date, this is date of January 31, 2010 at the bottom with the footnote. I'm going to just direct your attention here to case preparation, and this is relating to domestic violence laws. Case preparation says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged bones, damaged property. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or Officer Sines provide any kind of notes relating to Ms. Heard's emotional and physical condition on May 21, 2016?
No.
Did you or Officer Sines ensure all the evidence was gathered and preserved, including the damaged property?
I said no, and all these things would have been documented if there was a report.
All right, let's go to the next bullet point. It says, ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, both the day of and day after. Did you take any photographs to show a lack of injury?
No.
Did you take any photos to show a lack of damage?
No.
All right. And then this next one is ensure photographs are taken of the scene and damaged property, etc. So I've already asked you that one, so let's go to the next one. Canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, neighbors, law enforcement. Did you do that in this instance?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
I spoke with the gentleman.
All right, anyone else?
No, that's it.
Now, there were 2 females present in addition to Ms. Heard, were there not?
Yes. Including her, I believe there's 2.
You don't recall the 3rd woman there?
No, I don't recall a third woman being there.
All right. Did you ask if there was anybody else that was present who had witnessed any aspect of this?
I don't recall exactly, but
Let's go to exhibit number 11. So what did you determine this call was after your investigation?
dispute, a verbal dispute. It's not against the law to argue. I argue with my wife.
So you decided that there was only a verbal dispute, therefore it didn't constitute domestic violence?
From the information or lack of information I was able to receive from the witness and the information my partner gathered, yes.
Is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in neglect of duty?
Yes.
All right. Is it also your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on misconduct charges at the LAPD if they violate department policies, rules, or procedures?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in conduct which may tend to reflect unfavorably upon the employee or the department?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Your
That's
next
a
witness is
threat.
by deposition also. I assume you need a few minutes to switch that out, or are you
That
ready
was-
to? We're ready.
That was certainly a threat against the police officer.
Oh, I think that's right.
Okay, well, we go ahead and, it's early, but let's go ahead and take a morning recess for 15 minutes so we can take care
Let's
of
talk
that, get
about
it set
that
up
for a
the
minute.
next deposition, okay?
That'll be
So don't
good.
talk to anybody and don't do any outside research, all right?
If you would share this as live, apparently a lot of people are having problems finding us this morning, of course, because why not, right? So let's talk about that for a minute. Let's let them get out of the courtroom. They'll have a few minutes to break.
All right, which exhibit did you? Okay, who's the next, which deposition is next?
Officer William Gatlin, Your Honor.
Officer Gatlin?
Okay, so the next, there's going to be 4 officers that are going to have their depots.
I haven't seen it yet, so I
All
just
right,
need
why
to
don't I go ahead and
confirm.
take the 15 minutes, and when I come back, we can figure it out. So,
The last officer really wrecked them.
okay, and how long is this deposition?
I believe it's around 35 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll be able to start the next one right after
should
that.
be, so yes.
So why don't you go ahead and get the exhibits for the next one after that as well, and I'll come back at 11:20 and we can
Okay.
do both of them, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's not bad then, actually. Having them back to back like that won't be as bad. All right, so let's talk about that for a minute. So the police officer, they ended that one. That was actually a much better discussion. That police officer held his own too, and he said a few things in there I'm sure they did not like. In fact, they were threatening him with charges. They very much threatened him with charges. Did you know a police officer could be brought up on charges if? And he's like, yeah. I like how they started that too by turning our volume down. You know, wasn't that beautiful? The judge is over this. Did you miss something? No. I don't think you missed it. I don't know. Did you not watch if you didn't see it? So what happened is we had a new officer come in. This would be the second officer. Remember, there's 2 sets of officers that go to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016. The second set of officers are the one that supply us the body cam footage. Let's pull up the body cam footage while we're talking. Heck, we'll put it behind us. Johnny Depp. So I'm going to put that behind me while I'm speaking. Like I said, share this video out where you and I are on here because, well, I get the feeling like a lot of people are having problems finding us, so make sure they know. But here, so I'm going to put this in the background while we're discussing this, okay? Because I think that'll make for good background material. This is the body cam footage from that day. Now, the body cam footage itself, there's only one set because the other officers that arrived on scene, they weren't required to wear body cams. All right, we found that out yesterday. So the officer that they always tried to act like there was something wrong, like they had done something, illegal because they didn't have body cams on with that. Well, again, we have the second set, and these are going to be the people that come in. We just heard from the first set. So you have 4 officers total that are going to testify that there was no scene of the crime. Now, the way that they get away with this here, the crazy thing about the body cam footage here, they say that the body cam footage actually backs Amber Heard up. If you're like, how does that do that? Well, the co-conspirators with Amber Heard said that they cleaned up the scene between Officers 1 set and Officer 2 set. So there being nothing there actually proves their story. No proof of crime equals proof of crime. I mean, that is a spin. But you notice, look at the carpet there. I mean, what kind of damages are you seeing on the carpet? Yeah, no proof of rampage. I mean, you're not noticing that. Or on the walls, by the way. No proof of rampage, no destruction on doors. You don't see any place where he supposedly hammered it with a Magnum bottle. Again, we're on break with the court. We're just looking at the body cam footage while we have it on the background. This is what the second set of officers, after we come back from the break, one of these 2 officers is going to be the one that testifies. So again, first set of officers, they're powerful enough because they walk in and nothing happened. But this second set of officers, I mean, look at that. So this is Josh Drew, by the way. Now, the telling thing about Josh Drew in this, I want you to notice this right off the bat. Notice he's not wearing any type of protective footing. Now, why would that matter? Well, that would matter because they said that there was glass strewn everywhere, right? If there was glass strewn everywhere, he wouldn't be cleaning the entire scene up in slippers. And he, by the way, I mean, if you're looking here, he's probably been in that for quite some time. They weren't expecting another set of officers to arrive on scene. This just catches them off guard, but it gets better from there. So if you look at the way, and again, not just that, but if you look at the coloration here, he actually has on white and black slippers. His white and blacks, I mean, are you going to, Johnny Depp probably paid for those too, just by the way, just saying. I mean, if you want real insult to injury, he probably paid for those slippers. Since these people, you know what those guys, like Josh Drew, you know what he did for a living? He made bead jewelry with his significant other. Nothing wrong with that if you do it, by the way, but you're living in a $2 million penthouse? You didn't get that putting together bead jewelry. You got that because Johnny Depp supported your lifestyle. And they repaid him by wrecking his life. You can tell it's Josh Drew, too, because he has his Baby Gap shirt on still. Look at that. Same shirt from the footage from the elevator because his clothes don't fit. Look, the dogs, too. If you look here, the dogs are actually running around everywhere, so you can see them. And there are other things that are actually good giveaways in here. So they said, for example, candelabras, they had been destroyed. Well, if you look at pictures in the house, the only candelabras that are actually around are this one right here. This is from realtor photographs and other photographs around. When they were talking about destroyed items like figurines and on, again, you look at the setup, it's not just what's here, but you can, like I said, it's grainy, very grainy footage. But people have gone through, they've pointed out things like the fruit that you saw on the ground in footage is actually back up here. That. Now, when the officers go in, the most telling thing that I can think of in this is this officer is talking to Amber Heard and he's talking to this other lady here. He doesn't know who to talk to. If Amber Heard has been beaten, if she has facial injuries, if this has actually happened, you have no mistaking who you're speaking to. You're going to know which person is the victim. Why? Because they're going to be jacked up. I mean, that makes sense, right? You're going to look at them and you're going to be able to say, that person, they have injuries. But they don't. These officers, Josh Drew and Amber Heard, also lie in their later depositions because they didn't know that this existed. We didn't know this body cam footage existed until about a year ago. So for years, they lied about what the officers did. They said that the officers pulled them aside. They were worried. They made them walk them through and give a detailed breakdown. This is it. This is all the officers do. They walk in. She refuses to help. She refuses to do anything. So they're like, all right, cool. See you then. I mean, that's literally their arrival. Now, when you take this, all right, now we have the other officers on video too. When you take that, I don't know if we'll have time to play them all, but I'm going to pull them up. Give me 1 minute. All of this is in evidence, by the way. So they have that, and they have the arrival and the departure video for the officers that we just heard from. Give me 1 minute. I'm pulling that one too. Takes me a second because there's just regular people in there. And you can see Josh Drew as well. You can tell he hasn't really done a lot to change what he looked like. So this is Josh Drew, the guy who answered the door for Amber Heard. This is him. Let me fast forward. This is him on scene now. You'll notice he's changed his shoes. So he decided on the scene of a crime where there's glass strewn everywhere, the damage and all of that, he decided, you know what? I'm going to put on slippers and walk around the place. He took off his tennis shoes and he put on slippers. But again, glass everywhere, right? Glasses everywhere. So there's Josh. Like I said, this is right before the first set of officers arrive. Again, he needs to get some clothes that fit. Josh Drew, if you ever see this, I will give you $10 and let you buy a shirt at Walmart that's like a 3XL. Wear it with pride, bud. Wear it with pride because you need some clothes that fit. This is gross, man. I mean, really, look at this. This bothers me every time. Like, just 1 second. Look at this. Look at that. That's the most unflattering picture ever. Look at that. That's not, look, like, you know, when you could actually, like, be used as a model for testing a maternity pump, as a man, that's just not a good look. Okay? I'm just saying. So anyway, the police arrive. Now, the police, when they arrive, they're actually all business. You can tell that they don't find a crime, too, by their reaction. So when the police arrive, look at how they react. I mean, they're all business. They don't know what they're getting into, so they're less like, okay, we're gonna be primed. We're gonna be ready. Again, they have no idea what the scene of the crime is going to be like. So, you know, they're not joking or anything like that. And that becomes important in just a moment. You can see, like I said, you can see their behavior. You can see exactly how they carry or comport themselves through the entirety of this. Like there's no sign that, you know, again, that they're slacking, they're not doing their jobs. There's no sign that they're not taking this seriously. I'm going to let that play all the way through, and then I'll show you them leaving. All right, I'll have to switch videos in just a second. This is very important to the point made, too. Now, if they'd gone in, now you imagine you go to the scene of the crime and you see somebody that's been abused, right? How do you think the police are going to react? They're going to react by thinking, my God, you know, that's terrible. Because, you know, they're humans as well. So here you have Mr. Baby Gap again. Look at him. Get that on. He's walking the police out. Now look at how the police are. And even Josh Drew. Look, the police officer's smiling and laughing a bit. And Josh Drew, he's not responding to that negatively in any way, shape, or form. He's actually responded to that in a positive manner. If my friend had just been beaten and the cops were laughing and carrying on, I'd probably be pissed. But they don't say anything about that at all. Now look at the police officer. She's like, oh man, she's talking about, now they don't know who lived there, but they were trying to say that the police, they just saw these people as normal citizens, not Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. But you've got to ignore the fact that they just went to around a $2 million penthouse. You could see these people too. They were like, "Wow, that looks like what she was saying," and they're laughing a bit. They're cutting up a bit. They're not primed and serious. If they would have walked into some horrible scene, again, is this the behavior that you would expect from the officers? If they had just found something horrible, of course not. You know, they would take it. You would expect them to take it much more serious. Now, again, I wouldn't take this as a standalone video, but I would take this as, again, with everything else. Remember, Amber Heard, without just stories, Amber Heard has a whole whopping 7 pictures as that's her entire defense. It's 7 pictures of the scene, unless they found something else that I don't know about. Because the last time that they talked about the scenes of the crime here, they had the 2 pictures of hallway wine spillage, and they have 5 interior pictures. I'll pull up the interiors while we're waiting on break. The 5 interior, again, remember, Johnny Depp is supposedly on a rampage, right? He's running around with a magnum-sized bottle of wine. He's hefting it like a baseball bat. These are the pictures that are supposedly prove that. You have picture 1. You can see where they're taken to. Now, in their witness statements, they say that he was running around. He had that thing that was smashing stuff. He had broken a bunch of things on the kitchen island. They don't take any pictures on the kitchen island at all. They actually take pictures here. You look like at the front. Just look at where the arrows point. So picture 1 is a glass jar. Now, you couldn't do this with a swing. There would have to be something like that's something you would move by hand. If you look there, again, it was against two other glass jars, and it's been rolled out, knocked over, but not destroyed. This is also in realtor pictures later. Now, like I was saying yesterday while I was going over this kind of stuff too, the real picture that I think it's telling is picture number 2. So picture number 2 over here, this is a picture of a wicker basket. You see that? Wicker. Now imagine hitting wicker with anything, but especially a heavy glass bottle, a magnum size one, hitting it, and you have avocados. You can see the avocados. You can see other fruit and whatnot. They supposedly carry off, they fly off the counter, make contact with the ground. The weight of the descent doesn't destroy it. The weight of the impact, or the velocity of the impact, that doesn't destroy it. In fact, if you go through, the wicker baskets, like I was saying yesterday, wicker, we need to start making body armor out of it because wicker is apparently the most solid substance on earth. I always thought it was weak, but after looking at this, because there's a very telling picture in the aftermath. It's not just here. So they decide to list this penthouse that all this happens in September. And the realtor pictures, check this out. In the realtor pictures, lo and behold, the same wicker basket. So that wicker basket did not get damaged at all. So you're going to tell me that somebody hits it with a freaking Magnum bottle of wine and knocks it off the counter again. If I took this and I just slammed it on the floor, it'd break. Like there is no way that thing makes impact. I mean, that by itself, look at it. Like it's just a little nothing, flimsy wicker basket. But they're going to tell me that thing, it rode all the way to the floor. It didn't damage. The other things here, the only damage that is actually photographed in any of this whatsoever is right here. So this is their only quote-unquote proof of damage in Rampage. Now, of course, they show some pictures that have like some pictures setting on the bed and whatnot that came up later. But these are their 5 interior pictures of his Rampage. You have a glass. You can see that this is the bottom of a wine glass. You have what we're going to give the benefit of the doubt and call that little white dot at the top. We're going to call that glass. Yeah. Even more telling, I think they faked the metadata, like I've said many times, on the exterior pictures. And the reason I think that is this. Isaac B., who talked on day, what was it, 2 maybe? God, it's been a little while. He talked early on. You remember him? He was funny. He took them to bat. He knew everything everyone wore. Well, he also said at 9:30, I entered the building. I saw wine spilled on the floor. I saw some wine on the wall still running down. I believe those pictures were taken at 9:30. I think he interrupted them staging the scene. And the reason I say that is because these pictures here, they were taken at around 9:25 to 9:30. You can see the metadata stamp on them. I believe that they actually were taken around that time. And I believe they thought, man, we don't have anything. We need a little bit more to back us up. So they took 2 exterior pictures as well. And that would be these 2 pictures. They're time stamped, though, at 9:04 p.m. And again, the reason I think that they're fake is if you look through it, these are reports prepared by someone who goes by Andy. He does a fabulous job putting this stuff together. He's my freaking hero. He's my hero. Andy, if you're listening, I'm even singing to you. That's so dumb. But look at that, though. You have wine puddled in the floor, just like Isaac B. described. It's not going to puddle for 30 minutes. I'm going to tell you, that ain't going to happen. It's not just going to stay there for 30 minutes and puddle up. It's going to sink in. And more telling is, you see the wine on the walls here? See those dots? Those dots, if you look at them, there's close-ups here. Give me a second. I got to scroll down. If you look at the close-ups, you can see they're weighted, and some of them have already started to run somewhat. You have a little bit of descent where some of the initial stuff was heavy. But the rest of it, you can see where it started to bunch and roll down. it'll do, if you've ever put anything on a wall, you'll know that stuff, it'll run down fairly quickly. It'll take care of itself fairly quickly. And that, yeah, that's your proof. That's your proof of a rampage. I put up a video yesterday too, and if you've not watched it, you definitely need to watch it because there's another thing that adds to this as well. So the clocks in the building, this is actually a big piece of the puzzle too, and has never been brought up before, but the clocks in the building, they're all synchronized within 15 seconds of each other, except for the clock in the elevator that the cops ride up on. Now, why would that be important, you might ask? Well, we've always assumed that the time that everything is discussed, we'll talk about this at break, okay? We'll talk more at break. I can prove this is a fake crime. I mean, I can prove it. I can break it down. Like I said, I've been looking at this fake crime for years. Well, I'll just tell you right now while we're waiting on this to go live, since they're sitting there. The clocks, and I'll pull up pictures to back this up at our break, but all of the clocks, they're within 15 seconds of each other except the elevator. It's 6 minutes and 20 seconds faster. Why does that matter? Well, if we go by the metadata tag, that means that they would have been standing in the hallway with the people taking the pictures, according to that metadata, because they would have been on scene in the hallway. I'm just standing on top of them while that stuff was happening, which couldn't have happened right now with the evidence that's there. It couldn't have happened because of the time frame. But this adds in another factor that makes it even worse. Like I said, it's not impractical, it's not improbable, it's impossible. See, right now, even if you go by the metadata tags and you say every clock in the building was right, Josh Drew, he exits that elevator and they have 1 minute and a half to take those pictures. He doesn't go and take pictures right away. He says, according to his own testimony, I go and find Amber Heard. She's on the phone. You know who she's calling? She didn't call the police. She called her public relations person. So she's on her phone to her PR person. Josh Drew talking to her, and then the cops, they end up arriving on scene. So they arrive right behind him. They end up coming off the elevator at 9:05, which would be 1 minute after those pictures supposedly happened. They would be on top of them anyway, right there in the hallway, and they weren't. So again, it's a fake crime. The metadata itself, there are many items that prove the metadata is fake. In fact, we can do a real crash course, and there's about 6,000 people to watch. If you want to stick while when we go to lunch, I will show you proof of fake metadata. I will prove definitively to you that the metadata was faked. They were monkeying around with it. And all you need to do is prove that a couple of times. If you show a couple of times that, hey, this timestamp here, it's not questionable. It's out and out fraudulent. Like they messed up on a few of them. Once you prove that a couple of times, that should be enough. Now, JD, here's something a lot of new people don't realize. JD asked to be able to examine that metadata, and the judge told Amber Heard's team, yes, on November the 8th, they were told you have till November the 30th to turn over all of the original pictures and content. They did not. They did not do that at all. Now, we don't know what the judge did about that. We have not been privy to any of the answers for that. But we do know Eve Barlow, who was kicked out of the courtroom, her girlfriend, on the 10th, 2 days after that came out, was asking, how do you delete items from an iPhone 10? They were trying to figure out how you get rid of backed up data. She asked just flagrantly online about it. Like on Twitter, she was asking how to dump metadata. So, yeah. Now, in the aftermath, when that was brought up, she was like, oh, that was just a joke. I was like, yeah, that was just a joke indeed. The person living in Amber Heard's house asking how to dump their metadata so they can get away with a crime. Right. The metadata thing's messed up too. I mean, there are plenty of not questionable items. Again, there are plenty of just out and out fraudulent items that prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that this stuff, it's fake. I mean, they faked a crime. It should lead to some type of anything. This is so frustrating here because you still have people arguing. I mean, the science to it doesn't work for them. You have surveillance video that captures Amber Heard perfectly, nothing on her face. You have multiple people that see her for days, nothing on her face. She has a bruise up here when she goes to go get her TRO on the 27th. The 28th, the bruise just magically goes away. Of course, that's Amica cream and concealer, right? I mean, that's how it works, right? Yesterday, they were telling us the reason that we... there are pictures in the Bahamas. They brought up the Bahamas, right? And the reason that they brought the Bahamas up is because she says that she was kept hostage in a closet in the Bahamas while behind a... We saw the door yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, but there was it had a beaded curtain on it. So she's telling us that he held her hostage inside a beaded curtain door. You know, she couldn't get away from that. And beyond that, she had a photo shoot afterwards, and you could see everything. But anyway, we'll talk about that on break. Because it's good stuff.
All right.
Very good stuff.
Are we ready for the jury then? Yes. Okay.
Yes, Your
Cop
Honor.
number 3. We're going to have cop number 3 come up. This will be the ones with the body cam footage, like I said. You know, so they... Yeah, the doors were beads, yep. I couldn't break out of the beaded curtain. It kept lashing me and lashing me. I'm surprised we didn't hear it. He was beating me with a whip. Those are beaded curtain beads. They were actually touching you because, you know, that's what they do. No, it was a lash. It was a cat of 9 tails. You're like, yeah, I'm sure it was, Amber. I'm sure it was. Oh, my God. What a monster, man. I mean, her injury evidence we saw the other day, it came from a tabloid. Look at these tabloid pictures. Dun, dun, dun. I'm telling you.
All right, your next witness. Okay. Officer Gatlin. Could you spell the last name for me for the court reporter?
Gatlin.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Gatlin like the gun. Gatlin's gonna drop his guns on us today. Man, I hope he's entertaining like the last one.
Address for the record.
William Gatlin, business address 251 East 6th Street in Los Angeles, California, 90014.
How long have you been an officer with the LAPD?
8 years.
And what is your rank?
Police officer 2.
Now, your partner on May 21, 2016 was Officer Diener, is that correct?
Yes.
You were wearing your body cam on
Yeah.
May 21, 2016?
Yes.
When were you first assigned body cams?
Sometime in 2015, I think. I don't remember.
Officer Gatlin, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 6. And I'm going to go ahead and go down to the second page. And this is the incident recall for you and Officer Diener for May 21, 2016, in connection with the call at the Eastern Columbia Building, 849 South Broadway. Now, Officer Diener indicated that he believed that he was driving that night. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
When Officer Diener is driving, what does that mean you're doing?
It means I handle the computer.
Based on the incident recall, when did you arrive at the scene, you and Officer Diener?
We arrived at scene, it looks like at 22:24.
And that is 10:24?
Correct.
So when you arrived, do you recall whether there were any other police officers that were on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any press on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any type of public gathering involved?
No.
Was it relatively quiet?
From my recollection, yes.
Did you see very many people in the lobby when you came through?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And then tell me what you recall of this incident once you got there and you were shown to the elevator.
I remember we went up the elevator, exited the elevator, walked down the hallway until we found the unit number, knocked on the door, a male answered the door. And at that point, I really didn't know whether this guy is potentially the suspect, if this guy is involved in the altercation, or who this guy was. So we kind of talked to him for a second, and he advised us that the police had already been there. He had a business card from them. And we told him that we still needed to step inside to check on the subject or potential victim, just to make sure that she's okay and that this is indeed related to the previous incident and not a new incident where the suspect had potentially returned and caused there's another new issue at hand.
So do you recall that you already knew that that another officer had answered the call, or other officers had answered the call before you got there?
Yes, I already knew there was a previous caller.
And how did you know that?
Just kind of keeping track. When you're on the computer, you kind of are able to keep track of the calls throughout the night and where they're at and what's going on.
And did you know that Officer Sines and Haddon had been the ones who had answered the call earlier?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you speak with Officer Sines or Officer Haddon before you went to the Eastern Columbia building?
No.
I'm going to take you down to the same exhibit. The page that's Bates stamp numbered LAPD 11. And I'm going to ask you, this is a TOMSG data log. Do you recognize this document?
I've never seen this before. I've never seen one of these documents before.
All right. Do you have a recollection of receiving an administrative message at 22:22:30, which would be 10:22:30, saying incident 4756 is the same incident as yours, 1A1 handled earlier? Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response?
I do not recall getting that message.
Right below it, at 22:23:22, which is 10:23 and change, it shows that your unit responded with ROG, in other words, Roger, to that message. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you that did that, or would that have been Officer Diener?
Probably me.
Okay. And is that because you weren't driving and Officer Diener was?
Yes.
Okay. So does this refresh your recollection of what had been communicated to you and why you knew that someone had already answered this call earlier?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cycle of violence?
Yes.
Well, typically, do you make arrests on domestic abuse calls?
Sometimes we do, and sometimes the other party is no longer at scene, and we would just take a report.
Okay. Are there times where they just refuse to cooperate and you just left?
Yeah, there are times like that.
You were going to say, but what?
I guess like the totality of the circumstance based on just because someone's uncooperative doesn't automatically mean that we'll just leave. If we're, observe some kind of injuries, or if there's a third party witness that's cooperative, that could lean in, where even if the victim's uncooperative, that would still take some sort of action.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 13 here. And this is the CAD summary report. What, if any, involvement did you have in this?
I would be the one that kind of closes out the incidents on the computer. So the writings over to the right of the screen would be what I would type into the computer to close out the call.
And so you would have typed in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence?
Yes.
Who told you that it was a verbal argument only?
Based on the knowledge I had of the previous call, I'm able to see potentially how they closed out the call, and I could have seen it from there.
So you could have gotten this from A1A.
1A1.
1A1, yeah, their report. Officer Science and Officer Haddon, and then just repeated it here.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of anyone in the apartment up in Penthouse 3 saying that there had been a verbal argument only?
Not to my recollection.
Well, let me just jump back to the events of May 21 for a moment. Were you aware that that was the apartment of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No.
When did you first become aware of that?
I don't remember.
Are we talking months, days, hours?
It was a couple days.
And do you remember how you learned of it?
No, I don't.
And did you know who Johnny Depp was at that time?
Yeah.
And were you a fan of Johnny Depp's as of May 21, 2016?
I guess I liked a couple of his movies. I don't know. I'm not like rushing out to go see him or anything. I don't know.
Are you a fan of Johnny Depp's today?
I can remember the last movie I saw of his.
Did you know who Amber Heard was as of May 21, 2016?
I was aware that there was an actress by the name of Amber Heard, but I was not totally familiar with her or any of her work.
When you saw the name Amber Heard on the incident recalls, did it register with you that she was an actress?
No.
Did you recognize Amber Heard when you came to the apartment on May 21, 2016?
No.
How close did you come to Amber Heard while you were in the apartment?
I'd have to say probably between 10 and 15 feet.
And what was the lighting like where Amber Heard was sitting?
It's pretty dim.
Did you ask to see Amber Heard's face in the light?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard whether she had any injuries?
No.
Did you interview any of the persons present about what had taken place earlier that night?
No.
Why not?
Because I was aware that there's a previous call regarding the incident, and the male that answered the door kind of made it clear to us that this is still left over from that same incident, and a new incident had not occurred. So I didn't feel the need to at that time.
Did you go through and search the entire apartment, including bedrooms, offices, and other areas?
No.
Again, why not?
Same as I explained earlier, and they were all adamant that her husband was no longer at scene.
Did you go into any of the other adjoining apartments?
No.
You asked where the husband was. Why did you ask where the husband was?
Because in the comments of the call, it stated the husband and wife were arguing.
Okay. And it was also a domestic violence.
Yeah, it's a domestic violence call, and it wouldn't be uncommon for, the male to answer the door to tell us that he's not the husband, and later it turns out that he is. So, we kind of have to talk to the other party involved to make sure that that's not the male that's involved in the argument.
Did any of the four people that were in the apartment identify Johnny Depp as that male?
No.
Was there any effort by any of the people in that apartment to get you to press charges or investigate further?
No.
Would you say the people were reluctant to even have you come into the apartment?
It felt that way.
And what occurred that made it feel like that to you? That they didn't want to be in, they didn't want you in the apartment.
Just the way that the male was acting to answer the door. He kind of just said, "Oh, let me just go grab the business card from the previous call." And then even still, when we had went inside, it didn't seem like anybody was particularly eager to talk to us.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, Defendant's Exhibit 1. And this is the Daily Mail, Mail Online, July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to go down to the 10th page. What, if any, evidence did you observe when you went to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, that Amber Heard and her friends were attempting to concoct an abuse hoax to set up Johnny Depp to be accused of domestic violence?
None that I can recall.
What, if any, evidence did you see of Amber and her friends spilling wine and roughing the place up?
None.
And what, if any, evidence did you see that Amber and her friends had concocted and gotten their story straight and were relaying them to you when you arrived?
None.
Did Amber or her friends at any time while you were at the apartment on May 21, 2016, claim that Johnny Depp had committed domestic violence of Amber?
Not to me, they didn't.
Did you see them do that to Officer Diener?
No.
What, if any, efforts did Amber Heard make to come over and to show you any evidence of injuries?
None.
And what, if any, effort did Amber Heard or her friends make to try to show you any type of property damage?
None.
And what, if any, evidence do you have that Amber or her friends placed a second call to 911?
I don't have any evidence that it was one of her friends. I just know that there was a second call placed. Well, actually, if I can recall, I think it said that her friend was on the phone with her and heard her arguing with her husband.
Who said that?
I believe that's what the incident recall said.
Did you ever provide a sworn deposition saying that you saw no evidence of a crime at the penthouse before today?
No.
Are you aware of whether Officer Diener provided a sworn deposition saying he saw no evidence of a crime?
He has not.
Now this call came in at 20:30, which is approximately 8:30 regular time, PM, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a little bit further down, just 7 minutes later, comes a duplicate call that appears to come from the New York Police Department. So
Yes.
there were roughly 7 minutes of each other, correct?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were looking back at trying to look at the history?
I believe I saw all of this.
Did you see in any of the incident recalls or any of the documentation that you reviewed that the officers, Officer Science and Haddon, reported to the scene, left the scene, closed out, and then another call was made to come to 849 South Broadway?
Yes.
What did you see?
The second call created was the one that we had received.
And it says, this is 2209, which would be 1009, right, roughly?
Yes.
It says, teletype from NYPD ICAP. Female stated she was on the phone with her friend. She began screaming at her husband. Subject Amber Heard, husband Johnny Heard, male, 53 years old, 5'11", NFD, NFI. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. But that's New York Police Department, and back here, it says New York Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But after you communicated down here, on the administrative text messages, and I'm now on LAPD 11, this is 2222, you now know it's the same incident as yours, and 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response, correct?
Yeah, this is just a message from another unit. So, I mean, just because they're basically just sending me a message that it's related, you know, it doesn't mean that it's exactly the same call.
By the time you showed up at the door of Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Columbia building, you already knew that Officer Science had handled this call, and you were just double checking to make sure that the perpetrator wasn't there and that everybody was okay, correct?
I was aware that Officer Science had handled a call at that location earlier, but it doesn't mean that I treat it as if it's handled already. We still have to get there and speak to them and make that determination that it's not a completely new incident.
Okay, and you did that, right?
Yes.
And you put in the system for this call.
I love that deflection.
2046 to 2122. Met with Vic, checked location, verified husband left location. Victim advised verbal dispute and refused to give any further information. Actually, that was Haddon Signs, right?
That wasn't me. I didn't put that in.
And then what you put in, that was why I couldn't find it. You put in 2217, and I'm sure you weren't there till 301, but we talked to Officer Deeds about that. You put in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your putting verbal argument only was based on what you had reviewed with Science and Haddon, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 2, and it's a picture, it's a portion of a video clip from the ECB building, and it has 5/21/2016, and the time is 22/28/14. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yes.
And who is in this picture?
Officer Diener.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's exhibit number 3, and that's reflecting a video clip again, and it's dated 5/21/2016 and says 22/28/15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the 2 from yours and from Officer Diener, so I'm going to go through and show those to you.
I'm going to deflect this body cam footage by telling you, well, you didn't catch them actually faking a crime, did you? So they're playing that footage that we saw before. That's what I was showing you at the break. Wow, that's nice. Ooh, hands. They do.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. Word around Penthouse 3.
Penthouse.
Be advised, we're stepping out onto the penthouse floor.
So this is the primary's body cam, actually.
Hello. Officers. How you doing? Doing all right. You guys had somebody come out here earlier already?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I can't remember their names offhand. We have the card inside.
Diane, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay. Yeah. You just talk to your wife just to make sure.
Oh, it's not my wife.
Okay. Whoever it
Different
is.
conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out, we just gotta check on and make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second. Back up, please. Back up.
Can we just, we'll just come in and just check. We just need to make sure everybody in here is okay and then we. I have called twice. Yeah. I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So. We just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay. Is they're all good? Nobody else is in here?
No. The other officers came by and checked the apartment and the other apartment as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay. And Johnny?
Is definitely not here.
He's not here? Okay.
Left probably like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Everything's all good then?
Now it's yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back.
Okay, thank you very much.
You have a good night.
Thank you, officers.
Yep, thank you. Good night.
We should get that video for ourselves as well, so that should be uploaded. That's the primary video. We haven't seen that before like that. Ooh.
So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. We're around penthouse 3.
Before we go further, can you show you now you're putting verbatim and says 22, 28, 15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the 2 from yours and from Officer Diener, so I'm going to go through and show those to you as we go. So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. We're around penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping on onto the penthouse floor.
Before we go further, can you tell whether this one is your video cam footage or it is Officer Diener's?
This appears to be Officer Diener's.
And so that's you over here?
Yes.
Can you tell whether it's you or Officer Diener that's saying Officer Signs?
I cannot tell.
Okay. How did you know that it was Officer Signs who'd been there?
Because I was aware which unit had responded to the call there, and I knew that she was working that unit.
I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just talk to your wife just to make sure.
Oh, it's not my wife.
Okay. Whoever.
Different conversation.
Okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out, we just gotta check on and make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Now, would you say and this is, I'll represent this as Josh Drew, and he's already provided testimony. Would you say that Josh Drew was discouraging you from even coming into the apartment or seeing Amber Heard?
Yes. I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So
It must have been a mistake.
we just needed to come in and make sure that everybody's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
They're all good. Nobody else is in here.
no. The other officers came by.
All right, Officer Gatlin, can you tell which one of these people is doing the talking, of these three girls, women?
I can't tell for certain, but it appears to me it's the girl in the middle. That's the one that's leaning forward with the white shirt.
Do you know which one of these is Amber Heard?
From this view, I can't tell.
All right. Do you know what color hair the person that's the most forward, that's in the middle, has?
I can't tell from this.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the woman, the furthest right is, that's in front?
I can't tell. It looks like her head is in a shadow.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the person that's middle but in the back?
No, same. Everything looks like the tops of their heads are in shadows.
All right. And you believe that the one to the left is Amber Heard?
No, I believe that that's the one that's doing most of the talking.
I had checked the apartment and the other apartments as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay, and Johnny is.
Did you see anybody acknowledge that they identify themselves as Amber?
It looks like it was the girl sitting furthest away from me, or furthest away from the camera.
Okay. And how would you describe the lighting in there?
Pretty dim and dark.
You said earlier you thought you were 10 to 15 feet away. How much would you estimate now that you are looking at this on body cam? How far away are you from the three women?
I would still say it's in that range.
Did you get a clear look at any of these three women?
I can't remember.
And did you ask to have any of them come out into the lighting so that you could take a better look at them to see if potentially they might have injuries?
No.
What perception did you have about the level of cooperation of these four individuals with your answering this call?
Pretty low level of cooperation.
Okay. Now can we bring up exhibit number 5? It's the other video. I just want to run through both of them because there's a little bit of a different angle in the two.
What's weird is they're trying to spin not cooperating as a good thing. Yeah. It's just strange to me in so many ways. Like so many things. They're trying to deflect actual evidence of fakery. You know, again, this 4 officers on scene. So they're doing their best to deflect away from 4 officers. And like they said, their entire way that there's no damage at the scene. The way that they deflect away from that, they've been saying that proves we told the truth because we said we cleaned up.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. We're in route 10 house 3. joke or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is, can you just talk to your wife just to make sure?
Oh, it's not my wife.
Or, oh, okay. Whoever.
Different conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, you know, stuff out, you gotta get on make sure you're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Back up.
Please, back up.
We'll just come in and just check. We need to make sure everything is. Okay. Who's Amber? You? Okay. And Johnny?
Is definitely not here.
He's not here? Okay.
Probably like 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Everything's all good then? All right. Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back. Have a good night.
God, him walking sounds. Oh Lord, sounds like somebody sandpapered my eardrum.
Now showing you defendant's exhibit number 5. And let me just stop you for a minute. Does this appear to be the video cam from your video cam?
Yes.
Talking hot. Burning up.
We're in route 1003.
Come out here earlier?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I can't remember the names offhand. Leave the card inside.
Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check. When you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just talk to your wife just to make sure?
Oh, it's not my wife.
Or, oh, okay. Whoever.
Different conversation.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, you know, stuff out, you gotta get on make sure you're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know. Just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Back up.
Please, back up.
We'll just come in and just check. We need to make sure everything is. Okay. Who's Amber? You? Okay.
So I'm just stopping here again on these 3 women. You had indicated before the woman that's leaning forward here that she's in the middle. Is that correct?
It appears that way.
And you think she's the one who did most of the talking, correct?
Yeah, right now she was the one talking.
Okay. And you believe that Amber is the one in the back behind her?
Yes.
Are you able to see the right side of Amber's face?
From this camera view, it looks like she's kind of facing straight towards me. So I would have been able to see the right side of her face from there.
Would you have been able to see it clearly?
Due to the low lighting, probably not very clearly.
Okay.
Johnny is definitely not here. He's not here? Okay.
Probably like 2 hours.
Okay. All right, cool.
While we're still there, can you tell how much hair Amber has covering the right side of her face in the picture?
Oh, Lord.
No, it looks like from this camera view, most of the time, like half of her head is blocked from the woman in front of her.
Can you tell whether she's wearing any makeup?
No.
Does she have Amica cream on? Amica?
Everything all good then? All right. Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back. Have a good night.
Do you recall looking for any injuries in the faces of the three women?
No.
Did they have faces?
Now, Officer Gatlin, do you recall seeing two dogs in the house?
Yes.
They were
One was
running
named
around
Amber.
freely?
Yes.
And when you say that, would you be able to, sitting here today, say that the person in these three photos, defendants 7, 8, and 9, is the same person that was sitting on that sofa in the back? Are you able to draw that connection?
No, I don't recall.
Do you disagree with my description of what's in this picture?
No, I was stating that I didn't observe that when I was inside the apartment.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
Oh, Lord.
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
Oh.
Your
Ooh.
investigation of what?
Based on her refusing to give any statement on what had occurred. And at the time, we did not observe any any visible or verifiable injuries to her.
Anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Right. So did you interview any of the three other individuals in the apartment?
No.
Did you ask any of the individuals to give you a statement about what transpired?
I believe the female that was sitting in the middle of the three told us that everything was fine and that the other officers had already conducted an investigation on the incident prior to our arrival.
Did you ask that individual to give you a statement?
Outside of that, no.
Did you take that individual aside and try to interview her without the others present?
No.
Why not?
As I just stated, everybody there had told us that the officers who had responded a couple hours before us had conducted the investigation, and this is our call is still stemming from that incident, and there had been no change in the circumstance since then.
Do you know whether Officer Science and Officer Haddon took any of the individuals aside and interviewed them?
No.
Did you at any point ask Amber Heard to come forward and examine her in the light to see if she had any injuries?
No.
Did you take a flashlight just to see if she had any visible injuries to her face or her body?
No.
Did you interview the
ask Amber
dogs?
Heard if she had any injuries?
No.
I'm asking whether you're in a position as a police officer to testify under oath that Johnny Depp did not commit any abuse of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016.
I don't believe I'm in the position to testify whether he did or did not because I was not there when the incident potentially occurred.
Okay. And you didn't conduct your own independent investigation, correct?
Outside of the female telling us that everything was fine and the male that answered the door that told us that the other officers had already came and talked to everybody, and she told us they checked both the 2 apartments. So I felt at that time sufficient that, as I stated, there's no change in the circumstance from the previous call. So we did not go further into investigation.
And that's the extent of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that night on May 21, 2016? Did you do anything other than what we have looked at on the video camera in connection with investigating whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence with Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Do you know whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Man, they were desperate for any rebound in that. You notice that?
Sorry, your
Please-
next witness?
Please, God, say something.
Alejandro Romero.
Oh, this is going to be one of the Eastern Columbia building guys. So this guy is going to be able to testify. He may bring up Elon Musk.
And if I might, Your Honor, this is another one that begins with questioning by counsel for Ms. Heard and later on switches to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Okay, thank you.
These are the Eastern Columbia building workers,
Romero,
though.
will you please state your name and address for the record?
My name, my name is Alejandro Romero. I go by Alex.
What is your current occupation?
I work at the front desk of the Eastern Columbia building.
And is that for the Action Property Management Company?
That's correct.
How long have you been employed at the Eastern Columbia building?
Approximately 13 years.
And could you please describe what kind of work you do for the Eastern Columbia building?
Most of it is just access control, and I deal with a lot of residents regarding their packages and food deliveries.
Okay. And have you done that pretty much the whole 10 years?
That's correct.
I'm going to take you back to 2015 and 2016 for a moment. How many people would you say would go through the building on any particular day in that time? I'm talking tenants and visitors.
I cannot say a number because there's 147 units in the building, and there are visitors, guests, friends. Actually, we used to send delivery people up. We don't send it anymore because of the COVID. But I cannot tell you a number. There's thousands of people probably.
Have you ever met Johnny Depp?
I saw him a couple of times.
Okay. Do you remember what Mr. Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
Nope.
Do you remember what jewelry he had on?
Oh, my God.
Do you remember what headgear he was wearing? If he was wearing a scarf or a hat?
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner? On the
Nope,
time?
I don't remember. Nope.
You couldn't tell me one way or the other, right?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp had ever been physically violent with Amber Heard? And by this, I mean hitting, punching, throwing objects at her, kicking her, headbutting her. Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp ever did that to Ms. Heard?
Nope.
you ever seen Mr. Depp slam things around or be angry?
No, I have never seen him like that.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about Amber Heard. When did you first meet Amber Heard?
I believe she was dancing on the lobby. I met her at the front desk. I interact more with her sister, Whitney, I believe that's her name, and her good friend Rocky. And but Amber, I only see him like once in a while when she was sometimes used to get packages.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard became a resident sometime around March 2016?
Don't remember.
Could you tell me one way or the other?
I just can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long, I just don't remember. And like, I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to review them because it's been so long. It's like, just don't want to deal with this anymore. Yes, I went through the witness statement, and it's everything that is written there. That's what I said.
Okay. And
that was correct. That was accurate.
Okay.
That's why I signed it.
So during the time between 2015 and 2016, how many times would you say total that you interacted with Amber Heard?
For a whole year, I can give you a number. Because it could be like probably I probably saw Amber for 3 times in one day. Probably I'll see like 5 times, or probably I will never see him for a whole week. So I don't have there's never been a routine.
Okay. How would you describe Amber Heard's interactions with you? Were they friendly? Would she smile at you? Would she talk with you?
She was really friendly. She will always smile. But we never had like a interaction as really close relationship, like I do with some of the other residents. She never told me anything of her problems. She never stopped by and talk about her personal life. She never did that.
They're asking you about a date that you recall seeing Amber Heard on May 25th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you said, probably, I just can't remember the days. I've got a really bad memory for dates. Did you see that?
Yep.
So, Mr. Romero, would you
Good
at any
God, what's
time
that?
be able to remember what type of clothing Amber Heard was wearing from one of her events?
Nope, I don't remember.
Would you remember on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
Would you remember on any type of basis what type of bag Amber Heard was carrying?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard was dressed up or casual on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say, for example, whether Amber Heard had on concealer or foundation on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had on blush or powder on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had any mascara or eyeliner on any given day?
God, the makeup thing.
No.
How about eyebrow pencil or lip pencil?
No.
How about her human
Do
disguise?
you have any memories of Amber Heard wearing a particular type of makeup with a type of outfit?
No.
If you were asked to describe any characteristics of Amber Heard from 2 days earlier without knowing you were going to be asked, would you be able to testify to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I probably won't remember.
When is the first time that you recall anyone saying anything to you about the police being called at the EC building because of a domestic dispute between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Well, to answer your question, whatever it happened on a Saturday. I don't work Saturday. When I got there on Monday, they asked me, "Oh, you heard what happened?" And I said, "No, what happened?" So that's how I find out. Then I went to the cameras and see what was going on. Then as soon as I saw Johnny Depp on the camera on the elevator, just walking back and forward on the camera in the elevator, I said, "Okay, I know that was Tim," and that's all I knew. But I was not there on that Saturday when that happened. I believe that whatever that happened, they say it happened, and when they called the police, I believe it wasn't a Saturday, and I was not there.
Okay. Do you recall who told you that on that Monday following the Saturday?
Okay, Don, as a matter of fact, I think it was one of the residents that they approached to me, and they said there was a lot of noise because the person was working out on the gym that's next to the penthouse. They heard a bunch of noise, and that's it. And that's why I checked the camera. And when I looked at the cameras and I saw Johnny, like I said, was just walking back and forward in the elevator, I said, like, okay, all right, okay, no, I'll try to figure it out. And I didn't say anything more. I turned off the camera, and that's it.
So the first part of that, somebody was working out and heard noise?
Someone was working out on the gym and heard the noise. They heard a lot of noise on the hallway. Because it's really rare to hear anything because most of the time, the penthouse level is really quiet.
Okay. Do you remember who the person was in the gym that heard a lot of noise in the penthouse that night?
That's correct. I do remember the person.
Who is it?
I remember the person. It's been a resident in the building for a long time. I just don't remember I don't remember her name.
And where is the gym in comparison to the penthouse that's owned by Mr. Depp?
Like I said, Johnny Depp owns all the penthouse on below the clock. The gym of the Eastern Columbia building is just in front of one of the penthouses. You actually could see it through the window.
You can see the gym through a window of the penthouse, or you can see the penthouse through a window of the gym?
You could see the gym through one of the windows to the penthouse, and it has a patio that leads to the gym. Penthouse has a patio that leads to the gym.
Okay. And this tenant, if you think of her name while you're, even if we're asking other questions, please let me know. This tenant, this is a resident there, right? That saw this?
Yeah, I believe her name is Shannon.
And so she told you she heard a lot of noise.
That's correct.
Did she describe anything, voices, any objects, anything like that?
No, she just said it was a noise. Just noise. And she was just surprised because, like I said, it's always really quiet.
Okay. And so she wanted to know what happened. And so you went to the video cameras to look at video. How did you know when to look for them?
Because she got the time. She got the time that she was working out. That's what I figured out to track the time on the camera and looked. And then when as soon as I saw, like I said, Johnny Depp walking back and forth in the elevator, I turned off the camera and I figured out, okay, this is what happened. I figured out, put one and two together, so I was okay.
When you said you figured out what happened after you saw Johnny Depp in the elevator, what did you figure out had happened?
I figured out that's why they call the cops, the police.
Because why?
Because of the noise that was on the penthouse level.
Mr. Romero, I'm going to ask you to look at, this is a video clip marked as Romero Exhibit number 8.
So they're going to pull up video with him. Again, you can tell. They said, they were trying to say he's bought and paid for by Johnny Depp. This guy doesn't want to be here. He's just some random dude. He went to work one day. He saw Amber Heard. They're playing a game, too. Earrings, outfits, those are not bruises. You forget clothing, but you remember those. This is the Johnny Depp on the elevator footage. Look, it's sped up. You see how fast the doors open, by the way? Look, the movement there, it's too fast. You see it nodding and stuff, but you can also see by the floor movements and whatnot. The other video, like I showed you before, those are actual, this is actually how they're uploaded. The Depp stuff is sped up to give you this frantic feel, and the other stuff is slowed down, giving you almost that Crime Stopper feel. Like the body cam footage exhibits and everything, it's been slowed down purposefully. Come on, Elaine, you can do it.
It shows a date and time stamp near the bottom. Do you recognize this as the elevator at ECB building?
That's correct.
Mr. Romero, you're nodding. Is this the video that you remember looking at after Shauna told you that she heard the noise that night?
That's correct.
And that's Mr. Depp?
Correct.
Do you recognize the other 2 men in the elevator?
I recognize the guy in front of the elevator button. That's his personal bodyguard. The other guy, I've seen him before, but I never interact with him. If I did, I don't remember.
And you said he looked agitated.
Yeah, he looked agitated. Like he was walking back and forward. He took his jacket. His body language was different than before. Most of the time, he's really calm. He's just like really happy person. Yeah, like this is the first time I saw him like that.
And then you go to the next, so then you say Wednesday, May 25th. At approximately 10:30, Ms. Heard walked into the lobby accompanied by Ms. Raquel Pennington. That's the person you called Rocky earlier. Do you remember her?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Ms. Heard approached you to ask you for the key to her unit, which you gave her. And you said we did not discuss anything else at that time.
Correct.
And Ms. Heard stood approximately 3 feet away from you. I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard's face. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. But you weren't looking for bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries on Ms. Heard's face that night, were you?
I was not looking for any marks or bruises or anything. But something like that, it will be really noticeable. But I guess, I wasn't not looking. I was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key. And also I gave them the key and they were talking about, I told her, you know what, your dog, I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit. And that was one of my concerns. I would tell her, you know what, I saw your dog was outside. You didn't want me to get too close to it. So it's still out there. On the penthouse area, the dog will be fine because it's not, like I said, it's always really quiet. And Mr. Depp owns everything up there, so it'll be fine. So that was one of my concerns. That was my job. I was just taking care of that. I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
So, and that's where I'm going to follow up. Do you remember what Ms. Heard was wearing that night?
Nope.
Do you remember whether she was dressed up?
No.
Do Do you remember where she was coming from? That she was coming home at 10:30 at night with Miss Penny?
No, I don't remember. They didn't mention to me. She was on the phone. She was with Raquel in front of me. We were talking about it, and then she left to the lobby, where she was still on the phone.
So
I was focusing more on Raquel because I was telling about her dog.
So he remembers she's on the phone,
Do you
though.
remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
Nope.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
No.
So who wrote the sentence, "I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Miss Heard's face"?
I'm pretty sure if I would have said something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. I don't recall. Just don't saw anything.
Oh,
she was
whoops.
just sitting in front of me.
I'm asking specifically, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind to Miss Heard's face. Who wrote that?
That's what I said. I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. That's what I said.
But
because they asked me if I remember seeing anything, and so I just don't recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just sitting in front of me. I just don't remember seeing anything. Just don't remember. If it would have been so obvious, like someone had like a black eye, I would have like, whoa, I would have seen that, and I would have remembered because it's something that you will see. Like so noticeable, like you will remember. But when I was there talking to her, she was like 3 feet away from me. She was right in front of me. I just don't remember seeing any marks, bruises, or anything.
But you don't know whether she was wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
No, I don't know. No. If she was wearing any makeup to cover it, probably, the probably would cover any bruise, but you cannot cover the swelling.
Were you looking for swelling?
No. Like I said, I was not looking for anything.
In fact, you were spending more time talking to Rocky about her dog, were you not?
That's correct, but I gotta have it. When I'm talking to someone, I look into their eyes. And when I was talking to Amber and Rocky, I always look into their eyes.
Okay.
And I wouldn't notice like any swelling or bruise. Like I said, I would notice.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Romero, that you can't say that Amber Heard had injuries or did not have injuries that day on the 25th?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And like I said, I would probably remember the swelling, but I didn't saw anything. I just don't remember.
And you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember even looking?
I remember. I'm really sorry, but I remember. I gotta tell the whole story how they got there. Before they went and get the keys. They come down. They say somebody tried to get into my unit. There's scratches on my door. And like, I'm really sorry, but who will think is gonna get into your unit because they saw some scratches on the door, like 4 inches above the door, because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into the unit. I said, in my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. And they were so afraid. Oh, someone's trying to get into my unit. They're like, oh, come on, really? And I actually, when they asked me to go inside the unit just to check room by room to make sure that no one was there. So I did that. It's part of my job. Make sure they're safe. But I didn't understand why they want me to do that. Like, oh, I don't know. I just so stressed out because of this. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this court case. Everybody got problems, and I don't want to deal with this no more.
Okay.
I don't want to put this with any more words.
The interaction you just testified about with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington, and talking about the dog and going up and checking out the penthouse, none of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. We don't have cameras in the video. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero exhibit number 1. It's a deposition that was taken of you on July 19, 2016. Now that's approximately 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident. Do you recall giving that deposition?
16 probably I did. I just don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 35.
This is going bad for Amber Heard.
You were asked. This is the same incident that you're talking about now, okay? And it's talking about, okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk, later saw her in the lobby, later went upstairs with her. It says the question at line 6. I just want to go back for a second here. You said several times in answer to my questions that you didn't recall seeing any marks on Amber's face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks, did you mean that you didn't see any marks on her face? And your answer then was, I say that because when I saw Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face. I was not looking to see anything. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath back at that time, 2 months after the incident?
Yes, I remember, because like I say, I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup is wrong, you haven't have changed your eyebrows, or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at their eyes, and I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
If you saw something, right?
Yeah, I would have probably would see, like if she had a swollen, like if she was wearing makeup, probably would have been seeing the swollen. I probably would remember that. But I was not looking for anything. I was like, oh, you know.
How swollen was Amber on the 25th of May? How swollen was her cheek?
Well, according to the pictures I've been seeing right now that you're showing me, it was pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later did you see her from that swelling?
That was on a Wednesday. That was from Saturday to Wednesday.
Right. How many days would it be fair to say that you cannot testify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016?
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I was not there. I was never there. I was probably hundreds of miles away and got no idea what happened that day.
And do you remember that there was pictures of wine, a glass of wine and bottle of wine, wine stains on the floor outside of the, in the hallway of the penthouse from May 21st, 2016?
I remember telling to Mark, I'm not going to say it was wine.
All right. Well,
I'm not an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next portion of this deposition contains questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Sit here today, when you saw her at the front desk on March 25th, you didn't see any bruising, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that, correct?
That's correct. I didn't see any marks or bruises.
You didn't see any swelling either, did you, Mr. Romero?
That's correct. No swelling
And
at
she was
all.
only 3 or 4 feet away from you, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking right into her face squarely, correct?
Correct.
And the lighting was good at the front desk, correct?
Objection?
Correct.
It was so good that had she had any bruises, swelling, or marks on her face, you would have noticed that, correct?
That's correct.
And then later that same day, and you've testified to this already today, later that same day, you went up the elevator with Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington in connection with their request for you to check the penthouse, correct?
That's correct.
And during that entire period of time, taking them up to the penthouse, walking through the penthouse, and then finally you leaving and going back to your desk, you looked at Ms. Heard during that time period, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any swelling, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct. I didn't saw anything.
Did you see any swelling?
Objection?
No.
Did you see any bruises?
Nope.
Did you see any marks on her face of any kind?
No marks at all.
And again, just to repeat, when you were front desk looking her in the face, did you see any swelling on her face?
Nope.
See any bruises on her?
Nope.
Did you see any marks of any kind on her face?
No marks at all.
And how was the light down when you were at the reception and you were looking at her and didn't see any of this? How was the lighting?
The lighting is actually pretty good. It's not
how far
dark
apart-
at all. She was
how
3
far
feet
away?
apart. Approximately like 3 to 4 feet apart.
Were you looking her square in the face?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were up in the penthouse and you were looking her square in the face, how far apart were you from her then?
We actually were pretty close to each other. She was probably just next to me. She was telling me like, go into this room, so I need to pass right in front of her.
And do you recall seeing any bruises, swelling, redness, or any marks on Miss Heard's face on May 24th, 2016?
I don't see anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the remainder of this deposition of this witness contains questions by counsel for Ms. Heard.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the video clips that Mr. Depp's attorney showed you. I'm going to ask you, first of all, Mr. Procedural showed you a number of video clips from May 24th. Do you recall that?
May 24th?
Yes.
Yep, that's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay. Well, let's pull up exhibit number 1. Let's stay on page 17. That's a good place. This is your deposition from July 19, 2016. Do you recall that?
19? Yeah.
Okay. And that's...
That was 3 in the morning.
Okay. And it said here, Did you work, so Saturday was the 21st. Did you work that day? No. Did you work Sunday, May 22nd? No. Did you work May 23rd? Yes. On May 23rd, while you were working, did you see Amber at any time? I don't recall seeing her. Question, did you work on Tuesday, May 24th? Yes, I did. And on Tuesday, May 24th, at any time, did you see Amber? I don't recall seeing her. Do you remember that being your testimony 2 months after the events?
Yeah. I just don't recall. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then while we're here, now, Mr. Presidio had you go through a number of video clips and ask you a bunch of questions about whether you saw swelling, whether you saw red marks, whether you saw all kinds of other things. But in fact, I'm going to ask you, and tell me if you need me to bring up the videos and replay them. Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you. I didn't even know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you
I
tell
don't
me?
know.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
No, but she looks really pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
No.
Okay. So you don't know whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of those video clips, correct?
Correct.
I want to try to move along. So the incident was May 21st, 2016. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
Correct.
You said that you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times while she was there. Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no because she was really always nice.
All right, this is my last.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You testified in response to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
Oh my God, they wrecked themselves.
All right. It's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk
Let's
to
talk
anybody.
about
Don't
all
do any
that
outside
in just
research.
a second. We'll
see
talk
you
about that.
at 2:00, okay? Thank you.
That should have been a throwaway witness. They should have had no problems with Alejandro Romero, and they just wrecked themselves on that. And all of that damage that was done by her team. I mean, who would have thought that guy? That guy was like, I don't want to be here. Like, they said, her team has tried to say that all witnesses were bought and paid for. All of these staff members, you heard it in his voice. I don't want to be here.
That was a first. I'm sorry.
I will say, Your Honor, that is the most bizarre deposition.
Okay, all right. I've just never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things, but I've just never seen that.
Driving that.
Yeah, that did it. All right, so we will come back at 2. Is there anything preliminary before we?
She wants to dismiss it. You notice that?
You'll work through them, and then if I come back at 2, we should be able to take care of it pretty quickly?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. We'll come back at 2 then.
She wanted to dismiss that. She wanted to be like, oh, yeah, that was a weird one, wasn't it, Your Honor? Yeah, it was a weird one because you got destroyed. She was so mad about that. Oh, my God, that was funny. That was good. Alejandro Romero, there's going to be a lot of Eastern Columbia building staff that will testify. One of those is going to be really fun if they say the same things about how Johnny Depp, he was gone after the 21st. And one of the staff members is going to say, yeah, I saw bruises later on, after Elon appeared. Dun, dun, dun. This trial is more fun than it should be. And again, I hate the fact that what it's based on, but let's be honest. That guy he didn't want to be there. He started driving. He was like, screw this, I'm out of here. I mean, he didn't want to be part of that at all. You think about that. You just go to work one day on the random, and because you saw somebody's face that day, they want to wreck you for it. I mean, that's got to be horrible, right? Hey, Black Eyes, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs, by the way. I'll catch Super Chats in a little bit. I just want to bring a few things up to you, okay? We were talking about the body cam footage. All right, now, there's been a lot of fakery in this entire case, and a lot of that's been caught, especially in metadata. There's an entire section of metadata, in fact. Like, there was a review of it. The review was not conducted by JD's team, by the way. It was conducted by Amber Heard's they weren't her team necessarily, but they were the team they were the NGN team. That would be News Group Network. That would be from the UK trial, right? When they brought them up, here's a great example, and I'm going to show you a giant screw up in their metadata. That would be the proof of when a picture is taken and when. Okay, so you had Rocky Pennington, you heard about a million times by now, right? She supposedly comes over and she takes pictures of an incident. She takes them on the 15th. All right, well, when you look at the exhibit files for this, you'll notice this is the metadata on them. This has the date and time stamp as well as the file stamp on there. None of the pictures are metadata stamped from the 15th. They're all metadata stamped on the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th. You notice all of that? So none of them come from the same day they supposedly were taken from, which is a very curious thing. It gets even better, though, right? Let me scan down through. Also, there are naming discrepancies or bunching discrepancies, which really, this tells you that either something was taken on a different device, it was edited after the fact, because the metadata changed. Like, imagine this. I take 7 pictures in a row. If I look at my phone on the metadata, it's going to call them 001, 002, however it sequentially numbers them, right? It's going to look like that. The problem is, in some of their pictures, it goes 002, 27, 28, 505, 509. Yeah, what happened there? If you're taking pictures all at the same time, they're not going to jump hundreds of pictures. That's a different device being used, or you've edited and added, or it's a different photo bunch. It's proof that they didn't come from the same scene. Now, there's another screw up. My favorite screw up out of all of these. This is a report made by Andy, by the way. My favorite one, though, comes up in those 15, 16, and 17 pictures. So you have these here. These are all taken on the 16th. Now, these pictures are very important here. Why? Because on the 18th, there's a lone picture that pops up on the 18th, metadata stamped. But if you look at it, you'll notice it's the same picture as the one on the 16th. It's only been landscaped. They went in and they changed it, which that will not change. If you go in and edit something, it doesn't change the original metadata stamp. That's not how that works. They went in and they fudged with the metadata. Because if you look at it, it's the same picture because they line up this picture and this picture. Look, it grids. It's the same picture. It's just been flipped for perspective. 1 second, I got a cough. I'm gonna mute 1 second. Sorry about that. But if you look at it, hey, it's perfect. Perfect positioning of that. What she did is she took a lot of pictures. See, if you look at the quality of this picture versus that one right there, you can tell this one was washed out intentionally. Why? Because they want to make it look like she has injuries. They want to make it look like items, they suddenly pop up or go away. Like, again, you can see they'll take a million pictures. And another problem with the metadata, if they're fudging metadata, they have unfettered access to the scene of the supposed crime for months. No one else is in that building except Amber Heard and her cronies. In fact, most of the people had moved out within a couple of months. You heard Isaac B. talking about moving out. That meant that, JD's not there. That means that she gets to stage whatever pictures she wants because they weren't turned in right away. They weren't used until really years later. So she could have created anything that she wanted, anytime that she wanted. There are also okay, so there's a really fascinating look too that somebody did with metadata that I've never covered before, and you and I need to go through one day in a live stream. And it talks about things like these pictures here, for example. If her pictures are being taken at the same, like if you look at this, okay, they have pictures. You'll have these are pictures on the 21st, right? An 823 here. You can look at her eyebrows. She has curved eyebrows, right? Up less than an hour later. Look, hey, wait a minute. They're curving. Then just before midnight, curving, and then after. Wait, what? What's going on? What's happening with her eyebrows? It looks like somebody went in and plucked them. Like you'll have things that there's discrepancies in her, like herself. She has physical changes. They're hard to spot because you have to zoom in and check things. But it's kind of interesting that, overnight, she starts and some of them don't change overnight. Some of them change within a few frames. I mean, you have these weird little things that pop up over and over again. And after you start looking at them, you have to ask, what the heck? The biggest bombshell, though, that I'm going to say really throws everything off. I did a video on this, and you should definitely watch it. In fact, it needs to get out there. It's hard to get videos out because, quite honestly, there's this deluge of people that are covering, and that's good. It's good that people are covering, for sure. But like the last video I did, explosive video, proves that she lied. Yeah, this needs to go out. Why? This isn't recycling or regurgitating what everyone else is saying either. This is its own thing. So if you look at the metadata, or rather than the metadata, if you look at the clocks in all of the pictures, this is a report by Andy. Again, does a great job on there. I'm going to show you the pictures with this. Here, we'll start right here. Stills taken from the footage of the surveillance cameras at the ECB, that'd be Eastern Columbia Building, show the clocks in the footage of the reception desk, the entrance foyer, and the entrance forecourt. They are all the same time. Now, the clocks in the footage of both the mezzanine and the carpool vestibules, they also show the same time, but they're 14 seconds ahead. However, the clock in the elevator footage is 6 minutes and 20 seconds ahead of the reception area. Now, the reason this is important is because when you look at that metadata, we've been assuming that the time where they sign in the lobby, we've been assuming that that's correct, mostly really based on the elevator. And you can tell that because NGN, in their submission, they even turn in things that are not timed correctly. Like there's a time discrepancy that doesn't fit up. And if that timing is off, well, that means the officers, they would have been standing on top of them while they were taking pictures in the hallway, which just wouldn't happen. But you can tell that here's the proof of clock. So they turn in pictures. Here's Josh Drew. He's heading to the elevator. We saw him, his Baby Gap shirt. Here's 1 second later, or him pushing the button when it comes up, rather. So he pushes the button 1 second after this, and here's when the button gets hit because it starts to go down. And you can see there's a time discrepancy between the elevator and the reception desk. 6 minutes and 20 seconds. You can also see it here. You have Jerry Judge, who stepped out. This is the footage where Johnny Depp is on the elevator. We just saw before they were going over. Well, this is him in the lobby. You can see it right there. 1 second, I got to clear my throat again. Weather change, man. But you can see, again, Time discrepancy, 6 entire minutes. Same thing. You can see them hit the door on this side. This door is starting to open. You can see here, these are the same. They have the same numbers. You have the reception desk with the officers. You can see them when they're coming in. You can see the different cameras. They're timed up. They're correct. You can see like here to here. This would be the front door when they're entering. Again, you can see when they enter, everything else. But again, the front to the elevator, not right. So like they were saying, so both photos were taken over 5 minutes after the officers had arrived at the penthouse level, and very likely at the same time. They were allegedly standing immediately outside Penthouse 1 speaking with these people. So that's kind of a big problem there. It's a big problem. I don't think anyone is caught. And yes, anything we talk about, by the way, has already been forwarded to the people that needs to get to. So it's not like it's all just video fodder. It does go, and they decide whether they can or can't do anything with it. I mean, I can't tell you the particulars of what they can or can't do with something, but like this stuff, that's a huge discrepancy there. If there are problems between one or the other, 5 minutes in this case, what that 5 minutes means, again, when you have a minute between something and you already think it's questionable, that's when you start having problems anyhow. You already have them. I mean, there's already so much questionable about the tales from that night anyhow. I mean, when you start looking at penthouse layouts and, again, there's plenty of that too. I mean, as far as the scene of the nights, I mean, we have layouts of the homes. We know exactly what everything looked like. There's comparable testimony within it where everyone was supposed to be. In fact, we'll probably do a breakdown of that, like one night, a really, really thorough breakdown of that incident and how it's all supposed to play out, because there's just, like I said, there's so many portions of it that are supposedly in the moment, not altered, and yet they don't fit. They don't fit with anything that was reported. They don't fit with anybody's testimony. It's funny when you start trying to hammer this stuff down, too. Like when Amber Heard talks about it, like when she was on the stand last time, when she was asked whether or not, she remembered like what was or wasn't happening, her answers become, well, yeah, I remember everything. It was crazy, She was asked, it must have been memorable when the police arrived. And she was like, yeah, it was both memorable and highly dramatic. And then at the same time, when they're like, hey, where did this happen? Or when did this happen? She doesn't recall anything. I mean, it's kind of interesting how that works, right? I think it's fascinating stuff. Again, the story changes, the embellishments that you see, and some of them, again, I know over time that you're gonna have change-ups in your stories, but still, it's kind of like you just watch that guy absolutely demolish them on the stand, right? And when he does that, he's talking about something that he saw years ago, but he can remember it. Crazy, huh? I'm going to hit a few super chats. We're going to see what people are asking, see if there's some stuff in there we can go over. I mean, it's funny watching these folks like try to get their stuff right and just make a mess of it. I love watching them make an absolute mess of what they're doing. Give me 1 minute. I love watching them make a mess of it because they're just so, they just have no idea. So H. Eleanor, Thanks for the super chat there. I never knew such a serious matter could be so entertaining. Yeah, no idea, right? I truly hope JD wins the message it sends. Thank you for your insight, Tuck. I appreciate y'all showing up. Like, again, if you're here, just drop a like on that. It's interesting. I talked to Yellow Flash earlier, and he posted about this too. Did you know that the coverage from YouTubers now doing videos, a lot of those are going, they're starting to get demonetized again. So for the first 2 weeks, we had this trial open up all the way because media was covering it. Now the media is still they get a pass. They get a pass because they're considered a trusted source. But now the YouTubers are starting to get demonetized and throttled again. Many of them out there, like live, like this stream right here, it will be demonetized for any kind of ad revenue. Like at the beginning of the trial, that won't. Sky News and all of them, they won't have to deal with that, but this will. And on videos, that will throttle the video out totally. Like you can barely find a video when they're treated like that. It's kind of crazy. People are trying to cover it in the moment, though. You get the court places. And the court places, like Law and Crime the other day, they edited out a bunch of... they edited out a part where you had... Where you had Heard and Steve objecting to themselves. They edited that out. I thought that was interesting. Vegan Line, thanks for the 5. Why didn't they make the point of the seconds not matching what the seconds really are in the elevator? Probably, I'm going to guess because they have already put it into evidence, so maybe that causes a problem, but I don't know. I mean, that's the problem with when you get to a certain point, I think maybe you have to go forward with what you have. Because you yourself have put it into evidence. Maybe they didn't catch that, Hey, Christy, thanks for the buck there. And thanks for the winky face super sticker. Why are you hating on my comments? I hate all your comments. No, if your comments don't pop up, by the way, if they just, you don't see them, that's because YouTube holds them sometimes. So, I don't, unless somebody is overtly doing channel damaging things, I don't really care what you talk about, I definitely don't have any time time to go through and edit like 6,000 people's statements. Michael Singer, thanks for the 10 there. Hey, man, I bet JD is always nice to service staff, even if, especially, they get all wrong. Yeah, I get. We had statements from like Kate James, for example, to give you an idea of how one is and the other isn't. Kate James was talking about her boy and how JD, even though that was staff, he would bring him presents, when they would go on vacation. He'd go on vacation. He taught him how to play the guitar and stuff. And there's actually statements by Kate James in earlier depositions that were not allowed. She was not allowed to give her entire story for this. Some of that gets ruled out as it's inconsequential here. It has nothing to do with it, so they remove it. But she was talking about her son, and she said that Amber Heard would use her son as a photo prop. She did not like that at all, which I can understand. I would not want that to happen too. Stalvo, thanks for the 5 there. I'm dying. I'm laughing so hard from Alejandro. Yeah, exactly. Everyone at work is looking at me weirdly now. I was laughing because... He didn't want to be there. He was like, I don't want to be here. He kept telling me, I don't want to be here. And then they kept trying to play you wouldn't remember. You know what? It's like he was saying, they can play you don't remember the outfit. You don't remember the jewelry. You don't remember the hairstyle. What you do remember is a shiner. You remember if some, affluent person comes up to you that's with Johnny Depp and they live there and they have a black eye, you're going to remember that. You better believe it. And that whole makeup concealer and all that, yeah, a little problem with that is swelling. Like he pointed out, you can't hide the swelling. It doesn't work. Now, I've broken my nose a few times. It ain't fun. It's not fun, and it swells up like a freaking balloon. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. Did you ever look up The dodging thing from 2 days ago. I can't even remember. I may have. I just can't remember. It's been such a chaotic last few. It's been so chaotic. I can't remember. Hey, Julie. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. If you're interested in the join button, you join up as a member. That a backing method, too, if you'd like to do that. Like I said, we make nothing off of ad revenue. So if you like what we do and you want to support, that's fine. If you don't, you can like, share, tell people we're here. That's helping out as well. Anything you'd like to do with that. But yeah, apparently YouTube has decided all of us independent journalists out there, that's what we keep getting told we are. I know I don't want to be a journalist, but apparently if I were a journalist, then everything I would talk about would be fine because I'd be pro Amber Heard, so I'd be okay. Kayak Dog, thanks for the 5. Can you elaborate on why you thought Amber was going to kill JD? Very scary. Well, I personally, okay, first of all, you had statements from the sister. The sister, well, she was talking to Jennifer Howell, whom we'll hear from later. She said that she said that the reason that the sister got out of the building was because Whitney was afraid that JD was going to end up killed by her sister. Like, she was just straight up about that. And there's also, there's text messages. Here's the thing I want you to consider. So there's a text message where they're talking about bringing knives to a conversation, right? And implying that, they're talking about killing JD. It's something they've talked about before. You can tell from the language. At one point, they come to you can bring them to the conversation. They say them. They don't bring up what them is until later on. Now, remember, behind the scenes, Amber Heard is supposedly telling all of her friends, either this is a giant hoax and they're all in on it, they're not telling the truth, or she was planting all the seeds saying, hey, Josh, I'm being abused here. This is happening to me. He's trying to kill me. How many court cases have you seen play out like that, where some idiot male, who is a friend, thought he was doing something good, and he ends up killing somebody over nothing? We've seen that plenty of times. And JD, until April 21st, remember, on April 21st, he finds out that he is $650 million poorer because he had his money embezzled from. He lost $650 million, plus he has $100 million he has to pay in taxes. So he's found out. $750 million in a hole, basically. Well, he's $100 million in the hole, plus $650 million lighter. He and Amber Heard only see each other one more time. It's all over after that. She takes a crap on his bed, makes sure that he will never come back, and it's over. You notice how fast that ends. Just right after the money's gone. She's gone. But before that, they're talking about bringing knives and stuff. Because again, what does a widow walk away with? They don't walk away with $7 million. They walk away with everything. Maybe that's why she was talking about, she was so mad about not being in his will. Again, that's just my thoughts on it. Stealthy Master, thanks for the 5. Genes for Jesus, victory for Vic, and justice for Johnny. This chat brought to you by Amica Cream. Corrupted, thanks for the 5. Great work. So YouTube doesn't let you, no, you get to keep super chats. Yes. When I'm talking about ad revenue, period. So everything that goes out. Actually, they did another thing, and it hit a lot of people. There's a huge person out there, too, as far as picking up stuff this happened with as well. And this is so crazy. So YouTube has the ability not to just change what you get. They can change the amount they pay you. They have a CPM, clicks per, and they give you money per. Well, when the Depp case came up and people started doing really well, that number, which has been pretty solid, dropped by, it went from like $5, right around there, 5 something, to $3 and something. So they paid a lot less if you get ads. But for these live streams, like the big ones, they demonetize them, and then you have to get them reviewed by a person. Well, the early ones, everything went through. Because again, the networks don't even have to deal with that. They just get it automatic. They get paid for every click where you come in. They get paid for that kind of stuff, right? Well, we don't. So for the first 80,000 clicks, there's nothing anyway. So then after that, though, the remainder, which does stack up, and I mean, at least it's something there, right? At the end, that remainder, that's being taken away because when they go in and they review it, they're confirming that you don't get it. They're saying, yeah, this is not appropriate for advertisers. But it is, and that would be fine if it was appropriate, if it wasn't appropriate for everyone, but it's not. It's just not appropriate for YouTubers. But it's not, it's appropriate for major, the Sky News, the place that, again, you know, we share feed with all these folks. It's the same feed, the same case. It's just not appropriate for us. Like I said, I've been dealing with this stuff for 2 years off and on. That's why I don't mention her name in videos. I only use so much of a name in videos because I've been dealing with it for years. But right now in the case too, like if I make a video and it has a bunch of video clips from the trial, it gets demonetized, has to go into review. And what that does is it doesn't let a YouTuber that makes videos, like Yellow Flash was talking about this. He posted on Twitter while we were doing it. And this has changed in the last 2 days. Every video like that is going into review. That means that you can't cover something timely. So the places that can, the networks, they just put out that Amber Heard simping, baby. Or they get to rebuild their brands, which is just trash. Like I said, they did the damage. They did all of this stuff, but they get to rebuild. It's just crazy. But yes, super chats are ours. They do not get to keep them. So that is a good distinction. Jennifer, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. And welcome to Tugs Thugs. Reaping Gaming, thanks for the buck there. Appreciate that. And again, that isn't on you. That's complaining about it because I think it's jacked up. It's just another layer where they try to disincentivize people from covering this from a certain standpoint. I imagine, like I said, I wouldn't have this problem if I were pro Amber Heard. X, thanks for the 10 there. Tell the world and see how many people will believe that Johnny Depp is a victim of DV. Took a while to get there, but somehow I don't think Easy A is liking the answer anymore. That's true, too. It's very true. It's very true. We've been gaming VR. Thanks for the 2. My wife loves your voice. Can you say hi? Is it Kaylee? Hey there, Kaylee. How is it going? Let's say hi to you. Hope you're enjoying the show. And yeah, justice for Johnny Depp. Drella, thanks for the fun there. Law and Crime always plays automatically after your video. Oh my God, that makes me crazy. Law and Crime, you know, if we accidentally tripped over their feed while we were doing something, you know, they've hit a dozen YouTubers already. A dozen. Like they take them off the air. They hit Come Geek Some, who has been covering this trial forever as well. You know, he's somebody that's a good person, been covering it, covered the Vic Mignogna stuff too. Hit Kata Law over and over again with other trials, threatened to sue them because of like this camera stuff. They don't own this trial. It's not theirs, but they want to be the arbiters of truth. All these places, the court TV, they want to be in charge. And it's disgusting. Again, you know, they are not, there's money. There's like these big networks, they have to approve it. Like for myself, yeah, I mean, money, great. You know, I'm just some guy out here that it's life-changing money. But for networks, I mean, they're fighting a battle for their lives. And the reason that they're in that situation in the first place is because they drive away people. Personally, I think, this is just my opinion, it's very conspiratorial, but what I think is that some of these networks, they knew at the end of the day that they would be covering this. And they knew that there would be a big money payday at the end. So why not keep torching this guy's life? Like all these places were saying that he was litigious. All these places were saying that he's going to go after folks. So why wouldn't they in the end? Why wouldn't they just keep stoking the fires, setting themselves up for a giant payday? I mean, all it costs is one person's life. And I mean, if that sounds a little off to you, just remember, you know, networks are built. We have these days 1-hour shows that talk about, you know, I call it murder TV, you know, the true crime TV, which is nothing wrong with it. But when you think about the buy-in for it, The buy-in just to watch an hour of that show, or even 30-minute one with segments, at least 2 lives are destroyed because there's always somebody that is a victim in that, and there's the victimizer. And those people, they're always having their lives destroyed. So the buy-in is always 2 lives destroyed. So network doesn't care. I mean, hey, the bigger the person's life. Like for me, I could find something else to cover. I would have talked about comic books or something. I would have never talked about, Johnny Depp having his life torched and burned down. I would have been happy not to talk about that. To talk about anything else. Because I would have rather him not had that experience, Carolyn Starr, thanks for the 7. Amber is a person who claims fake abuse and is an embarrassment to women everywhere who suffer real abuse. Amen. I believe that. Like an embarrassment to anybody out there, but yeah. She tried to throw in and use women, and that's just... Psh. Tammy Fuller, thanks for the 10 there. Thank you, Tug. This is awesome. Hey, thank you. Thank you for showing up and being here. 13 Speed, what's up, 13 Speed, my friend? How you doing, man? Thanks for the 10 there. Thanks for the super sticker. Judith Cruz, thanks for the 5. The only place I enjoy watching this unfold. Thank you, Truth Seeker. Hey, thank you for being here, and thank you for propping us up and making us work. No more pod for you. Thank you for the 10, and thank you, sticker. I thank you for that. No more pod for you. Hairdresser to the stars, thanks for the 5. Why do turds lawyers all ask lines of questions that lead nowhere? I've never seen lawyers show their frustration so clearly. Sorry, compound statement. They do. They get frustrated really fast. Well, the crazy cat lady, she's probably the most knowledgeable about the case, but she's been with Heard the longest, too. She's probably set up a lot of the defense. The problem is that she asks open-ended questions. You saw Alejandro Romero when he was speaking. What happened in that? Oh, he set their case on fire because she wasn't asking yes or no answers. She was asking things that he could give entire answers to, wanting to know whether or not the guy saw marks or saw bruises, for example. When you leave it open for somebody to give an answer, you know what happens? They might just give an answer, and you might not like what they say. So they thought they had him in the bag. He was supposed to be a throwaway witness. He was just going to say, like so many others, I didn't see anything on her. And yet, he told you. I would have remembered that. And he was aggressive about it. He didn't want to be there, period. He didn't want to deal with Depp's people. He didn't want to deal with her. He just wants to be done. Because again, it's just some regular dude that went to work one day, but because he ran across somebody that probably wouldn't give him the time of day. Like he said, he dealt a lot more with Raquel Pennington than he dealt with Amber Heard. Because again, he's just some lowly pleb out there. All us plebs, we don't matter. Amber Heard, she doesn't make eye contact with people. We've heard that from 3 people so far. She doesn't deal with the peons. She's too good for you. And we've heard that a dozen times online. Thanks for the 2 there. Daily Trash Mail is now against Heard. 426 article. Yeah, they'll be against her until she takes the stand. You watch. Daily Mail, they'll be all over it again. So, Kaylin S., thanks for the 7 there. Is it true Amber Heard was in court against Elon Musk over his sperm? No, actually, what it was, again, this, let me pull up what that's from, okay? So we're going to hear from a lady named Jennifer Howe. All right, we've never heard from her before, but we have a statement from Jennifer Howe. Now, Jennifer Howe's, I think I have that saved. Let me see if I have it saved. If I don't, I'll just tell you about it, okay? But I think I have her saved. So Jennifer Howe, yeah, there it is. Jennifer Howe had quite a few things to say in a deposition. She used to be really, really good friends with the Heard family, like really good friends, to the point that she was called Chosen Sisters. Somebody just asked me, in fact, earlier about why I thought that maybe she tried to kill. Well, here you go. Let me show you this. This is something, if you've never seen it. If you have, it's still funny. But here's what Jennifer Howe had to say about Whitney Heard. She's going to testify something different, but they were caught lying in their statements. In fact, she was caught lying in her statement about her leaving. She said she had to go somewhere and sleep on the floor. That's what got Jennifer Howell involved. She was like, no, I opened my house to you. You got to stay with me. So this is what she said about it, though. She said, Whitney told me she tried to stop Sister Amber from hitting and attacking Johnny on the stairs. Whitney said that she tried to intervene to stop Amber from going after Johnny. Amber nearly pushed Whitney down the stairs. She told me she worried Amber was going to kill Johnny. She told me she had endured that kind of abuse her entire life from her father, then from Amber, who she said was extremely violent. She lived with me because she did not feel she could go back to the Eastern Columbia building. My father reminded me this morning. They said that Whitney had moved in with me because she was terrified of her sister. Okay, so there's another part of this about the Elon thing. Okay, this is the statement. This is what you're thinking of. So I knew Paige Heard. That would be their mother. Paige shared with me while I was visiting Whitney that Elon Musk had gifted a Tesla or multiple Teslas, not sure when or more, but Amber found out that they were quote unquote bugged. Paige told me that Amber said that Paige told me that Amber said Elon was controlling, abusive. She was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos they had created together. He wanted to destroy them. Amber tried to keep them to have a baby. That's what you're thinking about there. Now, do we have proof that that happened? No, we don't. But what we do have, interestingly enough, is less than a year later after this pops up, we have Amber Heard deliver a baby via surrogacy. And the richest guy in the world going to war for her all the time, including while Grimes would just finish delivering their baby. Elon Musk, he's sitting there. You know what he's doing at the hospital? He's online slap fighting with randos, talking about Amber Heard and how he would throw down with JD in a cage match. On the day that his kid is there. Yeah, you tell me. You tell me. I, in fact, have this giant conspiracy theory right now, and of course we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Elon Musk is going to take the stage in a couple of days. Elon Musk just took over Twitter. Let's see if Twitter suddenly becomes very disinterested in this entire case or not. That'll be fascinating to see play out, right? I mean, the case is right popping up, and he's like, you know what? I think I'm going to buy Twitter. That's interesting. You know what, Elon? You want to prove that you really, really are down? There's a man that was banned off of Twitter by the name of Adam Waldman. Adam Waldman was banned because Amber Heard repeatedly had him false flagged. If you truly want to prove that you have good intentions with it, unban him. Unban him. Everybody go and make those statements out there too. If Elon Musk really wants to show something, unban Adam Waldman. Unban the man. I'm telling you, unban the man, Elon. Unban the man. Hashtag. Can't wait for Amber to explain herself on the stand. Oh, she's going to explain herself, all right. She's going to cry, and she's going to cry, and she's going to cry. And she's going to cry? I don't remember if I mentioned that she's going to cry, right? She's going to do a lot of that there. She will. She'll cry a lot because that's going to be part of her. It's going to be part of her her idea of how she's going to win, and it's worked for her. It's been very effective. Sting379, thanks for the 5. That Umbrella Guy, any chance Amber's team has an ace up their sleeve? Hopefully not. It's their pitchers. When they get up there, they're going to put on a feels not facts showcase. They're going to put all this stuff out there that, again, it works. It works very well because people already want to believe her. They want to, but you know. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. Reminds me of, again, the swan and the scorpion, right? Scorpion is like, yo, brother. He's like, yo, give me a ride over that freaking lake right there. And the Swan's like, I ain't giving you on my back. You know why? Because you'll sting me in the throat. Because you're a scorpion. Scorpion's like, no, that ain't going to happen. Swan's like, all right. Lets that scorpion on his back. They'll like start over. About halfway there, guess what happens? Scorpion stings him in the neck. This one's like, yo, man, what'd you do that for? We're both going to die now. This scorpion's like, because I'm a scorpion. Can't change who I am. That's Amber Heard, because she's a scorpion, baby. She can't change who she is. Nor does she want to. I think I might have taken some liberties with that story, by the way. My daughter one day told me, Dad, I don't ever want you telling me Snow White or anything anymore again. Because you just make crap up. I take a little liberty with how I tell my stories sometimes. Heather Robert, thanks to the dude. Biggest performance of her life. You know, she sucks acting. Yeah, she does. She does. She, that's why she can't even keep, like, 6 weeks, she can't keep her face straight, like, over on the side and look, innocent. Corrupt, thanks for the 10. Well, he's very erratic and does super random stuff. I wonder why Elon Musk gives a crap. He used to have, okay, I'm gonna say something there. This is just, again, random. You take it how you will, okay? He can get anyone he wants. And he has to know she's a complete train wreck. How did AH and Elon's relationship end? It just, as far as we knew, it ended. But, okay, there was discussion at one time about them having wild sex parties, basically. There was a lady who came out and talked about their three-ways. Used to have Amber, that superstar, and them, and they'd have other things. There's always been discussion of possible ammunition. Again, this is just wild speculation. There is nothing at all I'm backing that with, just stuff that's been said. You take that how you want. You take it with the tiniest grain of salt you want. Because again, this is just there. But the behavior, he has like I forget how many kids, but he has an army of kids out there. A kid would not be the best leverage against him. Like, he's like, he's already paying child support, so what would he care? It'd have to be something else. Now, she's an excellent manipulator, but she's crazy as hell, so. Heather McVeigh, thanks for the 10. I'm getting the popcorn in for the drama llama. Heard. Yeah, when she takes the stand finally, that should be very interesting. Jeff Bunker, thanks for the 3 there. Didn't Elon avoid being served corporate? Yes, as far as I know, he never arrived for a depo, unless he did it at the very end. But I don't think Johnny Depp's team would complain much about that because they got him on the stand now, Michael Singer, thanks for the 5. Scorpion story is correct. As seen in Star Trek Voyager, season 3, episode 26. You can watch this. It's before Abrams ruined the franchise. Yeah, I my favorite. I don't watch the new at all. I don't want to watch STD. Anything, a show that I can boil down to STD. Maybe that speaks for itself. But I always loved Deep Space Nine. Oh my God, that is a perfect show. A perfect show. JV, what's up? Thanks for that membership for 4 months, too. Johnny's situation not special. That's true. Millions of men and boys are raised by abusive mothers without fathers. And without fathers leaving the boy to never break from the safety or comfort of the mother to become a man. I mean, that's very true. It's not. And I think the commonality of that, I think that's why this is so powerful. Because you can see if it can happen to someone at the highest level of fame and fortune all the way through. First of all, anyone can come from anywhere, but to then have this stuff that happened behind the scenes at that level, yeah, that tells you if it can happen to that person, if they can be living in the shadows afraid, then it can happen to anyone. But you're right. Nick Thompson, thanks for 449. Story Time with Tug is almost as good as #1 smash hit, Tug, featuring Johnny Depp, Wicker Song. Oh man, that Wicker Song was fabulous yesterday. If you missed out, you missed out on my #1 debut hit. Oh man. Yeah, you missed me. I don't know how many of you missed that throwdown with my voice changer. I mean, that's some sexy stuff. I could probably give you a snippet if you'd like it. Let's see. Strapping on that wicker, yeah. Gonna wear my wicker to Amber's house today. She's gonna claim some bad things about me. That's so dumb. My wife's like, that's the worst $30 you ever spent on that stupid voice changer. She's like, I can't believe you sit on the live stream and sing. You'd act the fool all the time. The first day I got that stupid thing, I was just singing along with it. Oh, I love that thing. Gatlin, thanks for the vibe. Elaine's clearly in the wrong job. She should join the circus. That's funny. Carino, thanks for the 2 there. Why doesn't she just give it up? She's bombing. She messed up big. William Taylor, thanks for the 10. I need to transcribe this for you daily. Whoever's doing it, missing a lot, and it's not coming out correctly. Oh, you're talking about those are closed captions from YouTube. That's YouTube's closed caption system. Yeah, it's a mess. It is an absolute mess. I agree. Andrew, thanks for the 2. All that money and Musk is still a super simp. That's it. That's what I'm saying, you know? Is the break still happening? Yeah, well, it's a lunch break. They get a lunch break. So yeah. Yeah. It's not like a little break. It's an hour lunch break. So yeah, they get a big long break in the middle. Yeah, you gotta let those people that are sitting there for 6 weeks giving up their life. You gotta let them have a little time. You know what's interesting, by the way? Somebody was saying this trial, it's a long one, and I was talking about the time limit. I was like 6 weeks, but if they have witnesses, well, the judge is like, we're going to keep to that time limit firm, no matter what happens. It's interesting that if they want to put like a mafia guy on trial, if they want to bring in a bunch of mafia guys and claim conspiracy, they'll have an 18-month long trial. But woe be it for our justice system to have some guy out there that had his life destroyed at the upper echelons of fame. That doesn't count. Got to hurry that along. Heather Roberts, thanks for the 2. Someone buy this guy a muffin and a mega pint. I'm telling you, that guy deserves a mega pint. Just wiggling through life. Thanks. I like that name. Thanks for the 5 there. Legit question. Why when it is a video do AH go first, then JD's and AH? I'm confused. Are they not JD's witness? Yeah, it's the way the video deposition, it's just part of video deposition. That's one of the confusing parts. And it confused the heck out of people when this first started up. Because people were like, why exactly is that guy saying this kind of stuff? I agree. That's why they keep bringing it up and hammering the point, because the first ones, they didn't really hammer that point home. I think, like I said, it confused a lot of people. And you'll see the reversal if her witnesses have that. But yeah, it is confusing. I agree. Just the way they do deposition or that. Carino, thanks for the 2. Do you think AH will be able to control her temper? She threw a pin the other day. So, J55, thanks for the 5. Hashtag Wicker song. Yeah, I love that Wicker. I can make that Wicker dance. Oh, Lord. I'm not going to sing too much in the day there. I get crazy some days. JL, thanks for the 5. 5 for the awesome singing. Deep Space Nine had the best captain in all of Star Trek. Heck yeah. Deep Space Nine is an amazing show, period. I mean, just the setup, the build, them crossing over, the war. I mean, oh my gosh, I love that show. I rewatched it last year. I'll probably rewatch it again this year. My wife will be like, no. After covering this, my comic came out. I did like 30 days of solid, hard promotion before this came up. And then the trial comes up, and it's like 6 weeks of hard coverage for this. And afterwards, I'll do my videos to keep, like, the YouTube algorithm won't bury my channel, but I am definitely going to watch something. Like, I haven't, with the trial stuff, it's like cover by the time I make videos and stuff, it's like midnight. And I have like regular where it's like, oh Lord, I'll be glad to watch it again. Roxanne Moore, thanks for the 2. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Do you think the trial could end before 6 weeks? No way. No way they'll end before 6 weeks. No way. That won't happen. Too many witnesses. Just way too many. Robert? Thanks for the 5. I love on DV house. Oh, I live in DV housing. I agree 100%. Amber makes my PTSD spike hard. Victim blaming is horrid, and the deflection they do is disgusting. I mean, that's very true. What they do is just horrible. The way that they get away with what they do is horrible. Instant Karma, thanks for the 20. Help us, Tug, please. I'm sorry I couldn't help you back then, but I'm here now. I'm here now to comfort you. I comforted you with the Wicker song. Corrupted, thanks for the 5. Any talk of news of JD's ex, Vanessa Paradis, testifying on behalf of JD at all? She could be very helpful, I'm sure. Thoughts? She did do some early deposition work. So I don't know. She gave a statement with deposition, but I don't know. Like, again, how much it would be helpful, obviously, because she could come in and say, nothing was done to me, but you know how that goes, too. Pins, caps, and Band-Aids. Thanks for the 2. We need a recap on the pin throw. There's actually a video of it. I think it's on my channel. I'll have to go back because I bury it with coverage. But I think it's on my, on my Twitter. J-Talk. Let's see, is that J-Talk GC55? Thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. Thank you for that. Pete, thanks for the 5. I volunteer at the local DV crisis center for years, off and on. It seems like AH's team is reading DV or, pamphlets. That's right, with no experience basis at all. That's what I thought. When Jennifer Howe said that they stole my rape story, remember... Okay, we didn't get to hear that. The lady that took the stand talking about her being the ex, she threw a pin in court. Yeah, she threw it like over on her desk. Yeah, when JD was on the stand, she had a pin in her hand and threw it. Just go on Twitter, or I'll pull it up in another live stream. Like right now, I'd have to find it. It's buried down there. But if you go on Twitter, look up Heard throws pin or threw pin, and you'll find it. It's right there. She gets mad and she like tosses her pin because she's annoyed. Like she's mad because it was toward the end of the when JD was winning. I mean, they expected to be able to bury him on cross, and he won cross. Everyone remembers the end of that, and he won it. Wally, thanks for the 2. No statement. Plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Michael Singer, thanks for the 2. DS9 is awesome, especially when Cisco goes full Cisco. That's what I love that freaking show. Man, you're going to get me on this show. I'll never shut up about it. It's the one out of any of the Star Treks that I can sit down and I can watch all the way through, and I don't feel like I get a filler or anything. I like Cisco, his relationship with his kid, Jake. He when he took the role, he said that he wanted to show that family dynamic, because as an African-American male, he felt that it was important to show a positive family dynamic. And I love that. I love there being a positive family dynamic in it. We haven't seen that from Captain. I love that we have a captain that's strong up there. Again, there's so many good things about it. Let's see. Heather Romer, thanks for the 2. All I hear is Dr. Ken. But did you die? Exactly. Throwaway, thanks for the 2. Oh, look. The broken glass is in the other castle. Pins, caps, and Band-Aids. Thanks for the 5. Turd's team is a joke. First reading tabloid slander. Now Daily Mail. What's next? The Onion, BuzzFeed, Yahoo News. Just take the L. Exactly. Throwaway. Thanks for 2. Amber who? I know. Like that cop was funny. He's like, Amber, like, who is she again? And I didn't know. I love it. Robert, Heather Roberts, thanks for the 2. Johnny watching your live stream, not drawing. I have it on very good authority that you'd be shocked by some people who've been watching over here before. Now I don't know what they do or not. Like now he can't watch it because he's been a witness. But before, I'd be shocked by the people. I'm not saying any names. I'm just saying you'd be shocked by some of the things you find out. Moses, GGS, thanks for the 2. I don't know. You're allowed to smoke when testifying. Yeah. Well, I didn't know you were allowed to drive when testifying. Apparently so. Josh Ford, thanks for the 10. If AH is relying on her acting skills to gain sympathy on the stand, she's in trouble. Kristen Stewart get better facial expressions than AH in Twilight. That's very true too. I'm checking the feed real quick, make sure. Let's see, Throwaway, thanks for the 2. Megapite, Muffins, anyone? Indeed. Throwaway, also thanks for the 5. I know if my friend was hit, I'd be taking way more photos of face instead of the interiors. Yeah, here's another thing. Like talking about the case, they took a lot of photographs of face, but what they do is they blow the images out to the point that you can't. I mean, it's all unrecognizable. Like if you look through if you look through testimony, which is on Nick Wallace's site, like that's the one thing. Somebody asked me what was up with him. I saw that in the super chat too, but I haven't really kept up. Just to be honest. He's a reporter though. I mean, I'm not surprised reporters are being how reporters always are. Mia Mina, thanks for the 5. You asked that, like, how is he? I'm letting something load. That's what's taking me a minute. Sassy Forever, thanks for the 5. Was AH trying to do the bead jewelry makers that JD did with the actual artist still on JD's dime? Yeah, that was her friends. So they were just living rent-free. And that's all they did because they're freeloaders. So Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew, yeah, all they did was they made bead jewelry and lived next door. I mean, and again, they lived off could you imagine, like, you get to live in a penthouse that's a multi-million-dollar. Could you imagine, like, throwing all of that away? Like, you'd be living again next door to Depp. So that talks about the quality of your housing. And throwing it all away because of just trash. I would be pissed. I would be so pissed. I'd be like, yo, Depp, you can be my friend anytime. So here's the pictures. This is from Josh Drew's thing. Now, again, I've shown these before, but these are her pictures that we're going to see. So unless they decide, we need some more tabloid pictures. So look the way they do this stuff, though. If you notice, the really telling thing, don't look at her face yet. Look at her shirt. This is a white shirt. Look at the filtration on it to make it look like she's bruised. She loses all coloration in her shirt, but her collar. The walls in some of these are so dark in them. Like here, my mind, when I see this part, I always think that there's those medicine cabinets with the mirror on the front. I always think that's how my mind processes it. They have the little bar light across the top. That's how I process that background. But if you look at these are part of her pictures that she's going to try to use. And look at them. I mean, really, look at what they did to them to try to make it look like. Because again, okay, like her lips sticking out here. Okay, that lip from here to here, it's not the same. Her facial, obviously, is not marked up like she's trying to make it. Like that stuff, it disappears. Look at that. Oh, my God. But you can tell from image to image how much things they change, they corrupt up. I don't even know what's supposed to be happening here. Like I said, he hit her so, I was saying this the other day, he smacked me so hard it caused me to get pimples. I mean, unless that's the point, I don't really know what's going on there. Too, look at this. Like, it washes out so bad that, like, you see what she's trying to do here, trying to make it look like her face is all reddened out. And that, I mean, I don't know what kind of herpes that is, but that ain't an injury. That's like herpes or something. I don't know. I think personally, I would name this thing. I would call it the James Franco. If I ended up, I'm just saying, if I ended up sleeping with James Franco, I wouldn't be surprised the next day if I ended up with that on my face. You know? It's freaking herpes. It's not a wound. It's so gross. It's a wound. It's called my wounded soul and my pride. Ugh. That's gross. That's the kind of thing. It doesn't wash off with lipstick. It doesn't wash off with Amber cream. That's the kind of thing that you need to pour. You pour bleach and fucking penicillin on and pray. You do like 6 Hail Marys and pray to God it disappears. Hey, Debbie, what's up? Thank you for that. That $100 super chat. Thank you. That's big. Appreciate that for sure. Thank you so much for your trial coverage. It's been great. I'm glad y'all are enjoying. I'm having fun. I mean, I've been enjoying, like, again, I know it's a serious topic, but it's already here. Damage has been done. So when you're covering it, have fun laughing at the stupid. And there's a lot of stupid on that one side. Woof. Torres, thank you, though. Thank you, Debbie, for real. Thank you for all your continued support, too. I really appreciate you. M. Torres, thanks for the 2. So the woman who heard noise in the penthouse? The woman who heard noise in the penthouse. Pins, caps, and band-aids, thanks for the 2. You can see dark bags in court with makeup on. Yeah, like, she's had do we have a photo expert testifying? I'm not sure, like, who... There's a guy in there, I think is a technology expert that is going to testify, but I don't know for sure. There's some names in there I didn't recognize. Like, I didn't know who the lady that yesterday that was going to talk, I didn't know who she was. I saw her name, but I had no idea who she was. We could guess at them. There's a breakdown to all the witnesses somebody put together, and I did a video on that. But again, there were a bunch of witnesses. You had to guess what their function was. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. I'm a Wookiee and I'm crazy and I love Star Trek. Hey, I love old Star Wars. I'm not a fan of Disney. I think Disney takes the heart out of something, the soul out of it, and crushes it. But I grew up on the old Star Wars. You know, I did like maybe one of the more standalone movies. You know, but not really most of the ones from the Disney there. Aaron, thanks for the 2. No Amica cream will fix damaged goods. That's true. That's true. You can't slather on. You can't fix broken or stupid, right? Natalie May, thanks for the 2. I think they were trying to make JD unlive himself. Yeah. She actually did almost drive him to that. Okay, if you listen to the tape, I don't know if all of you caught the tape of him in the hotel room talking to her, but he was talking about cutting her out of himself. Like, there's audio footage to all of this stuff. Like, the one thing, okay, there's audio footage to the couch that they had going on that day. The only thing that's not uploaded, they never uploaded because I was looking for it, I wanted to put it into a video, is where she's hysterically crying and acting all crazy. Like, that piece of evidence has not been made available, but all the other audio clips that I know of are. Torres, thanks for the 2. Alex, the last witness, said a woman heard voice. Oh, yeah. I got what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't. Oh, okay, so there was a woman in the, okay, I know what you're talking about, actually. I got you. So there was a woman in the exercise area that was somehow involved, but I don't think she's ever done anything with it. I don't think we've ever heard her come into it. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Maybe she didn't want to give a testimony or refused, or I'm not sure. Mickey Vern, thanks for the 5. Tug, since are sticking to that 6-week schedule, does that mean If they run out the clock, she won't be able to countersue. No. Countersuit is something totally by itself. She's got that may be its own case. If she wins, then we're going to go to court again. We may go to court again anyway for the countersuit because of 3 statements made by Adam Waldman. So, I don't know. David, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Shabaka Boogie, thanks for 279. You never hear tears and snot when Amber cries. Fake. That's true. Like she never. People when they cry, like I remember, I can't remember what I was watching one time, but somebody, was talking to someone else, and they made a very profound statement. They were like, "Damn, B, you ugly when you cry." And that's true. Everybody's ugly when they cry. You blubber, you're nasty, and like you're not pretty when you cry. Yeah, all of us. I mean that for everybody. Nobody's pretty when they cry. And I mean when they truly do that, blubbering and snotting and whatnot. And Amber Heard, she doesn't want to ever not be pretty. That's why, if you want to talk about what would have wrecked JD, if she would have been less of those personality disorders that were discussed the other day, and more of I can go out and do true damage, she'd have taken a roll of quarters, she'd have smacked herself in the face a couple of times, there would have been no denying. Because she would have done the damage. But she can't, because she can't do real damage. Denise Clark, custom art, thanks for the 10 there. It's the spot on the chin she's trying to say is bruised. Is that what that freaking picture is trying? She's trying to say that that's a bruise on her chin? I always wondered what that was. What's my email? It's the dumbest email alive. It's I don't know how I ended up with this email, but I've kept it for years. It's compound, granular, GRANULAR. Again, all one word, granular, and then the word heaven, HEAVEN, @gmail.com. I don't know what brought that on, but I had another name for this channel at one time. Like I used to just, I never YouTube. I just dump some stuff. Like I don't want to keep that on my device or something. I'll upload it and like just keep it on YouTube. Free storage, right? I don't have to pay for it. Just private it. It's all good. And I used to, every now and then I would review something on Amazon. Well, people would take your videos and they would use them as scams, I found out. So what I did was I would upload the video that I did for Amazon on a product, and I would put it, I put it here. So if somebody used it as a scam, I could stop people from, what they do is they put up fake links and they'd scam people out. So I put up those, and one time somebody, how you get those people that just like they're always trolling to hate you. So one person one time, I have a tattoo on my hand. It's a umbrella symbol, right? And somebody said, "Oh damn, it's that umbrella guy again. I hate that guy." And I was like, "All right, you hate it enough. Well, watch this." So I changed it to that umbrella guy. I thought it was funny. And I just kept it that way because I thought it was hilarious. What a way to name your channel, right? I could tell you about some hardcore scientific thought on there, but really, yeah, it was a return troll. I thought it was really funny, and I named my channel after it. Heather Robert, thanks for the tip. Someone did a video matchup of AH and Conqueror. I saw that. Someone sent me that. I was laughing about it. And you know what? Her claims really do match up with Gone Girl. They very much do. Katrina, thanks for the 2. What about a Johnny sticker? I want to. I'm gonna make a. So I thought this would be funny. I want to do like a Muffin Man shirt and coffee cup. I was thinking about having like that umbrella guy carrying like a I don't know, like a little psychiatrist outfit or something, carrying a muffin, and it looks kind of like Captain Jack or something. I thought that would be really funny. Maybe he'll have like a little shorted finger that he calls Little Richard. I I'm already working on it. I got somebody like messing with them. Yeah, I know. I'm checking the footage too. I keep looking, but if you notice it going live before I do, you let me know, okay? Got the poor Warrior Poet. Thanks for the vibe. Tug. YouTube, even though I'm a channel member, YouTube is hiding. It has and is burying your coverage. Never seen anything like it. I told you, my channel's buried. It's buried with that instant karma. Thanks for almost 2 p.m. Yeah, my own members don't know that I'm live most of the time. I will be live every morning, so just come over here and find us. But yeah, it's very hard to find it because again, you've had this the entire trial. Like it sounds so conspiratorial, but it's not. They're not. There it goes. All right, we got it. They're anti-JD, man, big time. And people, if they know there are channels that are pro, they've been hiding them. Also, I mean, how can they make that big network money if us little plebs were out there? See, you got to think like some of these networks too. They have big money investments in companies. Why would they ever give us a fair playing ground? But that's okay. I mean, I always expect us. Again, what I like to say is we are literally built from the customers. We are built from. We were built up from. Not them covering. We were built up because of things that I'm sure they didn't like. I like that. I like the fact that we do it in spite of, in spite of everything. Love it. So they're doing some. Is that Dolph? Thanks for the 149 super sticker. Thank you for that. So, girl, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, do you think the ACLU testimony comes to anything will be brought in about Trump? I think they'll probably bring up the in the letter, like they'll bring in the statement there, but that'll be it. I don't know what else they could do in that, really. Reaper Gaming VR, thanks for the 2. They're back on, sir. Thank you for the shout out from my wife. Loved it. I appreciate that. Again, appreciate you. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate her too. Everybody. I was trying to figure out how to say that. I appreciate you both. That's what I should have said. The days start early. Thank you. I do appreciate you guys, though, for real. Twitter has suddenly started promoting right-wing individuals. Might be an attempt to frame Elon before he owns it. What's weird, though, is like, I mean, a lot of us have been called that. Like, I've been called, I hate politics. Like, I'll say that all the time. I hate politics, any side politics. I don't like any of it. But that gets you pointed at and blamed for that. If you look at coverage of, like, my channel in the media, look up That Umbrella Guy in media, and you'll find covered there. You'll have hit pieces calling me a Yahtzee and all kinds of stuff. Obviously, Yahtzee, you can figure out what that is. But, they call me all kinds of wonderful things. I got called a misandrist the other day. That was very weird. Yeah, it's back, but they're doing they're handling stuff in court. This is what they do every time they come back on. They just run they're having meetings, and it always goes to mute when they do this because they're not allowed to broadcast this part. Waves, thanks for the 20. Based upon an attorney hammering witnesses with the same questions, it seems she does not have much to offer for evidence. I wonder if they now realize A scammed them too. I don't think they cared, I don't think they cared. I mean, just to be fair about it. Trying to make sure that the sound was right. I check it a few times. It always makes me nervous when there's no sound. Thanks for the 10 there. Is it true that JD was dating a young Russian girl? She moved with him during quarantine, but she freaked out and left him due to the pressure of all the flying monkeys. I heard rumor that was right. I know the Russian girl for sure. He got a lot of hate and all of that. So The Russian thing was true from statements and stuff we saw too, where he was talking about her and getting rid of the crazy one. Lena, thanks for the 5. A little bit off topic, but have you seen JD's Insta followers gone up last few days? But wow, that was fast. Oh yeah, he's gone through the roof. If they call you a Yahtzee, that's slander. You could lose work over that. Oh yeah. They do that, but you have to sue them. And here's the thing, there's a cap on that. Like if you sue the media, there's a cap on damages, and it costs a fortune to sue for something like that. So they'll just do it. Oh, yeah. At one time, I would say the worst thing that crazy people have ever tried to do with my name is using my real name, putting it out there, and they'll try to name search you. Like they'll put my name, therapist, and they'll put like whatever nasty qualifier. Like some of them were putting, I'm going to say child enthusiast. Yeah, they were trying to put that. I was like, gross. You want to put that with my name? What the, because people want to ruin that. It's a payback method. When I covered the Vic Mignogna stuff, for example, one of the voice actresses that made these claims against him told people that they should find out if I worked at a place that people were saying I worked at, which I didn't. It was an old workplace. And, I work in mental health. So they barraged this place. They got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of calls, and it tied up their lines. So they couldn't provide support for people with suicidal ideation, people like if they had like a mental health break, anything. I couldn't help them. Well, I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts. But YouTube is one of the, YouTube by size, like the size of what we do versus the reaction there, like you get it worse than politicians do. And it's strange. Like I've never seen anything like it. I work with legitimately diagnosable people, dangerous people sometimes, and they're much more centered in life than the common Amber Heard simp or whatnot. I mean, just whatever, because people, they get it in their head that they can take you down, they can do whatever, They get some head pats and they'll other people. You see how they treat, like the Johnny Depp supporters, they've been called bots and all kinds of other craziness for years now. And the reason for that isn't to insult you, it's to other you. Because if I call you a racist or a sexist, that denotes something about you, and it makes you fair game to do terrible things to. Because if all those people out there, they're not real people. They're just bots. Or again, if they're Yahtzees or whatever. Well, I remember the media a few years ago had a discussion over whether it was okay or not to punch a Yahtzee. Yeah. And the problem with that question is who gets to define what that is? Because, is it okay to do violence to certain people out there that you don't like? That was essentially what the question became. If you want to call somebody something and do violence, and you've seen Johnny Depp supporters, how they've been treated. It's terrible. Typical. The judge looks confused. Dun, dun, dun. We're going to keep zooming. Oh, she's smiling at us. Oh, man. Wink at us, Judge. Wink at us. You want to go for beer and bagels? Did you say, was that code? Was she waving at me? Beer and bagels. Oh, they're going back again. Oh, my God. I gotta cross all the T's and dot the I's so we can have our beer and bagels. Look, Rottenborn's covering his face. Did you notice that? He was like, look, his hair's getting thinner by the day. I think Amber's been hitting him. Actually. Ben Rottenborn. What a name. I tell you, there's like there's the co-founder of Me Poo sitting beside freaking Ben Rottenborn. I mean, what a table. You know what that is? That table over there, you know what that says? That's a disappointment to parents everywhere. You know, the parents right there, they were like, how do we tell our son that we never really liked him? How about we name him Ben Rottenborn? That'll do it. That will do it for sure. I'm sorry, Ben. I know it's been rough, but you didn't have to take on this case to get back at your parents. Whew, poor Ben. Oh, he just wiped a booger on his shirt. Did you see that? He just wiped a booger on his shirt. Oh, yeah, cover your face. Be embarrassed, Ben. That's gross, dude. He just, I was shaming him. He had to put that hand up. And he wiped a booger on his shirt. I'm not even kidding. Somebody go back and clip that. He was mining for gold up in there. He was like down here in the Klondikes doing a little mining with Ben. Oh, gross, son. You need a hobby, buddy. A better hobby. Maybe that is a hobby. You need a better hobby. You need some freaking. You need some camera etiquette, son. JD messed him up so bad he can't remember. Like, just casually writing over there. Gross, man. He's gonna be shaking people's hands with that. Oh, he's rubbing in his hair, I bet. Oh, gross. That's so gross. That's not Rottenborn. Who is that? Is that the other guy? Oh, maybe that's Rottenborn Jr. then. My bad. I thought that was Rottenborn. I was so stunned by the booger picking, it threw me off. What happened to Cat Lady? Where's she at? Oh, she's in the front. My bad. That's Rottenborn for a second. I don't care whoever it is, man. He's still picking his nose up there. Ben's over there standing down. Yes, ma'am. May I have another? Oh, man. Look at he's putting his... Oh, man, that's kind of improper. Like, he's got his, like... He's leaning forward, kind of improper. She'll get you for sexual assault, son. She'd be like, and suddenly there was this thing sticking up in front of me. It had to be all of like 2.5 inches. Oh, excuse me. I can't help myself this morning. This is the court's fault. All of this right here is the court's fault. He's like, yeah, baby, I couldn't help it because I was born rotten. I'm rotten more. Man, I bet he could have some really good commercials. I'd embrace the super villainy. Look, his butt, like he's leaning it toward her now. It's getting weird. And the way she's leaning there, it's like she's almost gonna. It's almost like he's like, excuse me. Oh, look. She's looking over at him. She gave that other guy that look like, oh, and he's like, man, I'm going to have to mine some more boogers. I mean, he's got his butt up like he's asking her, why don't you give it a little kiss? Give it a little kiss. And she's like, not here, Ben. Not on camera, Ben. I keep wondering with that questioning, what's she doing with that pen? God, if he gets any closer, every time she gets animate and moves that hand around, she's going to end up cracking him in. She'll be like, chestnuts rusting on an open fire. You'll be like, oh no. Oh my God. What does this devolve to? Hey, this is not, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. I'm just sitting here waiting. I'm just waiting. The judge doesn't seem like in a bad mood with JD's counsel, which is good. You gotta find your own humor to throw off this. I'm just waiting for the court case to start. Why are we waiting? They apparently have some preliminary matters, so whatever they're working on there. Followed for years, then it unso. Yeah, like YouTube will do that. They do purges periodically on the platform. They do follower purges, and the follower purges. The crazy thing about it is, like they'll purge. I get unsubbed from channels like I for Yellow Flashes. I follow and I've been a member on the channel for a while. Well, that means I'm paying for content, right? I'm supporting the channel, and I'll get unsubbed from it. I'm like, so, I didn't unsub from that volume because I'm paying for the content, I'm backing the channel. So what's up? And if you ask them about it, you'll just get some weird form answer. The court still use stenographers. Yeah, she's taking notes there. I guess that's what, Either that or she's writing a grocery list or something. I'm making sure that the closed captions on this are fried. Somebody was mentioning that earlier. Have you noticed, like, instead of Johnny Depp, it calls him Mr. Death a lot of times? I think that's funny. Like Mr. Death. Hey, Caleb Price. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership, too. And welcome to the Tuggernauts. A C-note donation. Yeah. Actually, Debbie one time had a 3 C-note donation. I know, that was the biggest super chat I've ever had. That's why I mentioned it. Yes, if you're here, just, if you want to do one thing real quick, just like the thing. And tell people we're live, because it's hard for people to find our coverage. So if you want to help out, we are waiting for them to come back from their paperwork, whatever they're doing. One of Amber Heard's lawyers has been picking their nose quite a bit while we've been sitting here. Ben Rottenborn has been sashaying over by Amber Heard while we're waiting. He's been doing a little bit of that hip sashay. I need to go back over to their side of it so we can watch it. Yeah, that's what I want. I want some couch. I love your name. That's it. Thank you. I'll be like, I love the name Rottenborn. Do we know the context of couch audio yet? No, we don't. So we do have the entire clip from that, but the clip, it starts with the couch thing. So that's actually the entire audio clip that they uploaded. They uploaded the other day. Actually, there's one piece of audio evidence that they did not upload the other day. When she was kind of having a freak out. When that happened, when I say freak out, I'm talking about like, Johnny, don't leave me. That one. Yeah. We don't know what that was with. We're waiting, by the way. I noticed another 100 people pop in. We're waiting. They're doing some preliminary matter. We don't know what that is. While you've been away, though, you missed out on one of Amber Heard's lawyers actually picking his nose. Ooh. Oh, I thought they were switching to that. I don't mind them editing to Johnny, but I was enjoying like watching Amber Heard's team make fools of themselves over there too. Yeah. Depp like busies himself doing his own thing. Has fun with it. He was laughing earlier with that Alejandro Romero stuff. Depp was actually kind of like cracking up because if you haven't been watching this, there was a witness that should have been a throwaway witness. The last one that we had, what I mean is they should have been up there. They said, oh, we saw nothing when Amber Heard was in front of us. Amber Heard's team should have been like, but you don't really know, right? He came in and he totally destroyed them. He harpooned. He just harpooned that whale. He's like, get in here. It was beautiful. I enjoyed it. Yes, guys. Thanks for the 2. Was the best way to get you photos. You can mail them to me. I have an email address, 2 words stuck together, granular, GRANULAR, heaven, HEAVEN, @gmail.com. So those 2 words, don't ask me why. I don't remember why those 2 specific words, but that's a contact on it. Yes, I cannot. I mean, it's sad. We missed we need to go back over to the other table, like I said, just because they were making fools of themselves over there. By now, God knows what they're doing over there. Can you give a quick recap? You had two cops that basically blew her out of the water. You had the first cop, which was... so you have two sets of cops that arrive in incident 14. That will be the last incident where Amber Heard alleges that Johnny Depp, he did all of these terrible things. There were four cops all told, two sets of two. Yesterday we had the first female cop from set 1. Today we had male cop from set 1. He was pretty good on the stand. He was funny. Then we had another piece of body cam, which I don't remember then, or maybe it's just they cleaned it up so much. It sounded really good today. But they had one of the officers from set 2, the ones with the body cams. They were there. And then we had a guy from the Eastern Columbia building. He was a front desk guy named Alejandro Romero. Again, he should have been a throwaway witness. He was a guy just saw her after the fact, and he did not want to be there. They have always, Amber Heard's team has always said Johnny Depp, basically they were on his payroll. They were in his pocket. Well, after he said all of that, he was saying, well, I didn't see her with marks on her face. And they went back to their whole thing. You don't know what kind of makeup she was wearing. Can you remember her outfit? Can you remember her hairstyle? Can you remember her jewelry? And the guy was like, no. But you know what? I would remember swelling. I would remember marks, and makeup doesn't cover swelling. And he tore them up in it, and you could tell he did not want. He started driving during his deposition and doing whatever. It was bizarre. You could tell like he hated being part of this, but he gave explosive deposition. It was good. Shauna, thanks for the 10. Amber Turd and Ben Snottenborn. Yeah. Who did the song for that Umbrella Guy? Which song? You talking about the Hammer song or? Which song? You talking about the one at the beginning of the thing? When I Was Young? When I Was Young. Katrina, body language, the body language guy here on YouTube pulled up the clip where he objected to his own question, and it shows true fear in his demeanor. Yeah, I mean, those, it's funny watching them. Oh, here we go.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay.
We are, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let's get that jury flashing. Tell everybody to get back in here if you would, because you know what? It's now on. Also, let me throw this out there too. If you have not been keeping up every day, just pop in. Like we're live every day. And remember, this only goes through Thursday. So tomorrow we will have it. Fridays are off though. So we'll have catch-up videos and all that good stuff. You thought that voice was the judge? Yeah. She's like, hey there. She's like, would you like to get dinner and a movie with me? I've been waiting for you. Yeah, that's right. You in the chat. Judge is like, hey. Oh, she's smiling at you. Oh.
All right. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Christian Carino, Your Honor.
Oh, this will be a good one.
And as with a number of the other depositions, this one will start with questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel.
Christian Carino is an important
one. At some
one.
point, switch over to questioning
He's
by
the old.
counsel for Mr. Depp.
All right, and how do you spell the last name just for me, just in case?
C-A-R-I-N-O.
He was the PR guy for Johnny Depp. He knows a lot about this case. So depending how they carry him, there may be some very big stuff disclosed. Remember, Amber Heard's team will start.
And you may use your business address if you feel more comfortable.
Sure. Christian Carino, and the work address is 2000 Avenue of the Stars in Century City.
And that is in California?
Correct.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a talent agent.
And could you give me just a very brief description of your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a BA from the University of Massachusetts, and my work background is I've been at CAA for approximately 16 years, and before that, I had a 12-year run with 2 different advertising agencies in New York.
And who were those advertising agencies in New York?
Ogilvy and Mather and McCann Erickson.
Right. Now, you indicated that you were a talent agent. Can you please describe what that means?
I represent multiple clients and brands in transactions in the entertainment space.
And when you say in the entertainment space, what are you including?
Just the different genres of entertainment, everything from motion picture to television to books to licensing to modeling, all the different areas that the agency operates in.
As a talent agent representing multiple clients, what types of services do you perform for them, and what is the objective?
Okay. Yep. I conduct business transactions on behalf of clients and brands in the entertainment space.
And what does that mean?
It means I organize, pitch, transact in contractual agreements between talent and studios, talent and brands, entertainment platforms and individuals, brands and individuals.
Do you represent any actors?
I do work with every different group of talent within the agency, and for each person it's different, the business that I personally oversee for them. So in some cases I am negotiating contractual agreements for a music artist to go to Las Vegas. In some cases, I'm transacting an agreement for an artist to have a relationship with a brand. In some cases, it's an artist with a platform like Netflix. It spans the general platform capabilities that the agency has overall.
Is one of the objectives of your representation to build the careers of the individuals you represent?
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Waldman in which you expressed any thoughts or opinions on how you believed any litigation was having an effect on Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Yes.
How many times?
One that I can recall.
And when was that?
I have no idea. Years ago.
If you expressed to Mr. Waldman that the sooner the litigation was over, the better for Mr. Depp, what were you thinking when you said that? Why did you think that?
I think anytime somebody is in litigation publicly, it is at a minimum a distraction to that person's career. And in a lot of cases, it negatively impacts that person because there's attention drawn to them.
Sounds like a cow being birthed.
It is outside of what people want to know about that person.
And what do you mean by it distracts from the career?
I mean that with somebody who is well known, people don't want to hear they're in a lawsuit with anybody about anything.
Why not?
Because that's just not what they want to know or hear news about people.
Good God.
And why do you believe that?
Based on my experience in this world for the past 16 years.
And when you say it negatively impacts, what do you mean by that?
People don't want to hear that the people that they look up to are in litigation.
Do you also believe that that impacts career decisions by producers, directors, companies with brands, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in what way?
Because the general public doesn't want to hear that people that they look up to are in litigation. And when the more oxygen it takes up in the overall news or coverage of an individual, and the less focused it is on that person's career, the less interested studios, brands, the general public becomes in that person.
And therefore less opportunities?
Yes.
When you expressed to Adam Waldman that your opinion that the sooner the litigation is over for Mr. Depp, the better, what did Mr. Waldman say?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what he said, but something like, we're gonna get this over with as fast as we can.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino exhibit number, we'll keep it labeled 4. Do you believe that the Mandel lawsuit posed a distraction to Mr. Depp's career?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 5. And as you can see here, it's an article June 21st, 2017, the Hollywood Gossip. Do you recall that coming up during that time frame, that issue?
No.
Have you read or heard of the Rolling Stones?
Yes.
Have you read or heard of GQ?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 2, and it's Rolling Stone publication on June 21, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you ever read this article?
Parts of it.
Are you aware of whether this article in the Rolling Stone, June 2018, that's reflected in Carino exhibit number 2, impacted in a negative way Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Elena, I don't think it's possible to ask anybody that question without having done research among the people who read a specific article. If you're asking my opinion about whether an article like this or this particular article, in my opinion, would have a positive or negative effect on somebody's, career, I could potentially answer that, but as to definitively whether an article has or has not had an impact on somebody's career, nobody can answer that question without research. Specifically.
Mr. Carino, I think we were just going to start looking at the Carino exhibit number 3. This is an article that was published in November of 2018. Do you recall reading this at some point?
What publication is that?
This is GQ.
I probably read part of it, but I don't remember.
Have you had any direct contact with Ed White or his company?
Yes.
What is the nature of your contact with Ed White and his company?
Payment on deals where Johnny was owed money. Bill collecting.
When you say bill collecting, was it collecting on your behalf, or was it trying to collect from studios or companies?
The latter.
And so what would your involvement be in those circumstances?
Ed, on occasion, reached out to me to ask about the timing of a payment that was owed to Johnny.
All right. And were you able to answer those questions?
I think in all cases, I just referred him to somebody who worked for me to find out what the payment schedule was.
Other than these occasions where Ed White would reach out to you to ask when timing of payment, did you have any other connection or communication with Ed White or his company in connection with Johnny Depp?
No.
Were you familiar with Jake Bloom?
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Bloom ever represented Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of that representation?
He was his lawyer.
Did you ever talk to Jake Bloom?
Yes.
On how many occasions did you speak with Jake Bloom relating to Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Was it pretty frequently?
What does that mean?
Well, was it more than 10?
Are you asking me if I had approximately 10 conversations with Jake over the duration of our relationship?
Yes. I actually asked if you had more than 10. I wasn't asking you if it was exactly 10.
Okay. I mean, I'm guessing that it was probably less than 10 in total.
Was Mr. Bloom still representing Mr. Depp when you started representing Mr. Depp?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
And when did you start representing Mr. Depp?
I believe it was in late 2016.
Mr. Carino, are you looking at something to be able to refresh your recollection?
I am.
What do you have in front of you?
A note that I made to myself of the date of when Johnny was a client, and I think I wrote down October 2016.
Do you have a recollection of the context of your discussions with Mr. Bloom?
Yes. My recollection of the conversations I had with Jake were in regard to getting Johnny and Jake to meet and work out whatever the issues were. around their disagreement.
So you were trying to broker, if you will, a discussion between them to try to resolve their issues?
Correct.
Were you successful in that?
I don't remember whether they ever got together and met about it, to be honest.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 7. And this is a lawsuit that was filed on October 17, 2017. Were you aware of this litigation being filed by Mr. Depp on his behalf against Bloom, Hergott, Demer, etc.?
Yes.
And were you involved in any way in this litigation?
No.
Do you know one way or the other whether the filing of and the ongoing litigation associated with this lawsuit had any negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career?
I said no, Elaine.
Do you recall whether there was any publicity surrounding this litigation that's reflected in the complaint that's Carino number 7?
Are you asking me if I'm aware if the Jake Bloom litigation was made public?
Yes.
Yes.
And in addition to being made public, do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Jake Bloom litigation?
Yes.
And do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Mandel litigation?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10. And in this particular one, we have, this is the article that was written in the Sun Times that was the beginning, if you will, of the UK lawsuit. Do you have a recollection of seeing that?
No.
Did you ever read it?
I don't know. I'd have to, I don't know. I'm sure I read at least part of it if it's the original document that caused the Sun legal issues.
Now, the date on this one is April 27, 2018. Do you see that on there?
Yep.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 11. And it's dated June 13, 2018. It's hard to see that little stamp there, but it was filed on June 13, 2018. And it's Mr. Depp filing the news group, Newspapers Limited, who owns The Sun, and then Dan Wooten. Were you aware that Mr. Depp brought this lawsuit in the UK against The Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Yeah.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked now as Carino exhibit number 12. This is published in the Washington Post on December 18, 2018. Were you aware of this article?
Yes.
Op-ed.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, when I asked you whether you were aware one way or the other, whether this lawsuit that's reflected in exhibit number 11 had a negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career, you answered no. What did you mean by that?
I meant that there isn't a way for any individual to know whether the filing of a document had an impact on somebody's career, positive or negative, without specific research conducted in exactly that case.
The same as in the facts that you, because you haven't researched it, you don't know whether it impacted Mr. Depp's reputation or career, correct?
I believe I stated that unless someone had done research specifically about the filing of this document and its impact one way or the other, it's impossible to answer the question.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino number 14. This is the lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed against Ms. Heard. Do you believe that the filing of this lawsuit reflected in Carino deposition exhibit number 14 and the attendant publicity has had a negative impact on the reputation and career of Mr. Depp?
No.
And why not?
Because I've stated previously, it's not about the filing of a lawsuit, it's about the coverage. I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is of what Johnny's reputation is today. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
My opinion of what Johnny's reputation today is one of the finest actors of his generation.
Has, in your opinion, has Mr. Depp's reputation changed at any point from October 2016 to the present?
If you're asking me if what I defined as his reputation has changed in terms of his being viewed as one of the best actors of his generation, I would say no.
So just so I'm clear that I understand your answer, in your opinion, Mr. Depp's reputation is that he is one of the finest actors of his generation, and that has been his reputation since you started representing him in October 2016. It still is today, and it hasn't changed during that time frame. Is that correct?
The view on his acting ability has not changed.
Well, I'm taking your definition of reputation. You said what they are known for. So I'm taking that specific definition, and I'm asking, is there anything other than that Mr. Depp is one of the finest actors of his generation that he is known for that has changed between October 2016
Oh, she's playing a game
and the
here.
present?
She's gaming.
The only way I can answer that is as it relates to his professional capabilities. That has not changed.
Is there something that has changed that doesn't relate to his professional capabilities?
I don't know how to answer that, Elaine.
Using your definition of reputation.
He's a PR guy. He can't answer that like she wants.
Is there any aspect of what Mr. Depp is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
I've stated what I think his reputation is, and I've stated that, in my opinion, his professional reputation as it relates to the quality of his acting abilities has remained unchanged.
Do you make any distinction between personal and professional reputation?
Yes.
And what is that distinction?
The difference between what somebody does on screen and off screen.
What is your opinion of what Mr. Depp was known for off screen when you started representing him in October 2016?
I think what he was known for off screen was a shroud of mystery of who he was, because he was not visible to the public.
And that was back in October 2016?
I don't have a specific date for that.
All right, but when you started representing him, that was your sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did that change over time?
Yes.
And in what way did it change?
It changed with the exposure of that came with the lawsuits.
And the lawsuits that we're talking about are the ones that we've already taken a look at, Exhibit 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 15? No, I mean 14?
I mean, I'm not talking about any one or two specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
No.
And when did that change?
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over the period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity ensuing?
Probably. Agree with that.
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation no longer being a shroud of mystery and not visible to the public?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on his off-screen reputation. I'm not talking about any one specific accusation.
When you say Amber's accusations, what do you mean by that?
I mean the things that she's accused Johnny of doing, both in that have been made public.
Now, those accusations were made public in the divorce back in 2016, correct?
I don't know exactly how or when they were made public.
Given that you believe Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation, would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order have had a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever. And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there. But if that was based on claims of or accusations of abuse, then that, in my opinion, would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen reputation.
Mr. Carino, we were talking about Amber's accusations and your view that those would have the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation. And you were talking about her accusations of domestic abuse and violence, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the Dan Wooten article published in The Sun included specific accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
The Sun case, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
First the article itself that was in the paper, the why is J.K. Rowling genuinely happy about employing Mr. Depp, the wife beater?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the litigation, the lawsuit, including the particulars of the claim brought by Mr. Depp, included the accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Given that the Mandel lawsuit included accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence by Mr. Depp against her, are you able to say how much of Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit?
No.
Now, you were aware that the op-ed by Dan Wooten in The Sun included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the complaint that was filed in this case that contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber Heard?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the accusations included in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Dan Wooten in The Sun?
No.
Are you aware of any role or, and when I'm saying opportunity, any kind of business opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of claim that Mr. Depp filed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post?
Okay.
Are you aware of any roles or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the Waldman tweet from May 2020 relating to Amber's op-ed?
No.
Is there any other role or business opportunity that Mr. Depp has lost since you started representing him in October 2016? And I'm saying,
I would say his, I would say yes.
what?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
Do you remember which one that was?
6, 7, I'm not sure what the number is.
It's 6. I think Pirate 6 is the one that's yet to come out with. And why, what is your understanding of why Mr. Depp lost Pirate 6?
My opinion is that it was related to the accusations that Amber has made.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion based on?
Conversations with colleagues and studio execs.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and other executives, both internal and external.
When you say related to the accusations that were made by Amber Heard against Mr. Depp, are you talking about accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many conversations have you had with studio and other executives?
I have no idea.
More than 5, more than 10?
I don't know about more than 10, probably between 5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with at studios or other executives?
Jerry Bruckheimer, probably mostly Jerry, and then colleagues at CAA.
When did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer about Pirate 6 and Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Do you recall whether it was in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019?
I don't.
When did you have any conversations with colleagues at CAA?
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum. I spoke with Brian Lord.
What do you recall Jerry Bruckheimer telling you?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but the nature of it was that the studio was having difficulty employing him.
And did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you why the studio was having difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
No, not specifically, but it was understood.
Did you ask?
I didn't need to.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because everyone was aware of what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not he could be employed.
When you say everyone was aware, how do you know that?
I don't know, I just knew.
Can you tell me who everyone is? Can you tell me who anyone is?
The people who would have been involved in making that decision.
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the only person at Disney that you spoke with about Pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations, the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the break, we were talking about your discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer and other executives at CAA respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not Pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear, did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in a certain understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for Pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those were all with executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Wiggum, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. You had indicated that you believe that everyone was aware that the impact of Amber's allegations were at the heart of this. I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we were just talking about this before the break. Jerry Bruckheimer did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp and Pirates 6 or in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
Again, it was understood. So I don't recall whether either of us ever said anything specific about why, but it is something within the industry that is understood.
Can you tell me whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations? Other than Mr. Depp, I'm asking.
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any of your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
Because in cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the directive of the studio and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp at Disney.
Just that the decision had been made.
What did Mr. Wiggum say about
The
Disney
same.
making the judgment of whether they would not be able to employ Mr. Depp further?
Same thing.
Just that they made the decision.
Correct.
Were you aware of any problems on the set with Mr. Depp during the filming of Pirates 5? Were you aware of Mr. Depp engaging in alcohol and drug use, being tardy, any of those issues during the filming of Pirates 5?
I'm aware of him being tardy, but he's been tardy on everything in his entire life.
Were you aware of whether that was troublesome to Disney during the filming of Pirates 5?
I think it's troublesome to everybody, but everyone has learned how to produce a film to deal with it.
Working around Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated by it?
No.
Were you aware that the filming had to be shut down for a period of time after Mr. Depp injured his finger?
Yes.
Were you aware of any disagreements between Mr. Depp and Disney, including Mr. Bailey and others who were on the project, about artistic differences? In other words, where Mr. Depp thought something should be this way or something should be that way, and they didn't agree?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of that?
There was a difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Depp thought it should be edited to?
I don't know how to describe the difference between the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
Do you know whether it was more successful or less successful than earlier Pirates franchise movies?
I think it was slightly less than, it wasn't the most successful installment of that franchise.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp has a pay or play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent Pirates 6?
In 6?
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone at CAA on behalf of Mr. Depp made any efforts with Disney to find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirates 5?
My efforts were probably primarily around Houdini, which at one point was a film, but other people at CA for sure did, yes.
Who were they?
I would start with Jack Wiggum.
We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, at which.
Okay, maybe time for afternoon.
Sure.
Why don't we just close enough to it?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, before we get to volume 2, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute
Volume
break.
7.
Please not
Let's talk
to
about
anybody
Christian
about the case
Carino.
and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
There's a lot to talk about with this guy. All right, so there were a lot of text messages that came out about, God, he just picked his nose again. Watch with the lawyer when he stands up. Look, he's going to get him a little nose goblin. Look, ow, ow, ow. He did it again. This guy is a nose-picking machine. Oh, my God, dude. He's a little nose gobbler.
All right.
This dude has picked his nose more than any human being I've ever watched. You think you had a little bit of that that etiquette online. I mean, he just keeps picking that nose. He keeps digging for that gold. Oh, let me take that off the screen real quick. It just caught me off guard. I was like, what the world? Is he picking his nose again? Yes, he is. Yes, good sir, he is indeed. He is a hungry. He's not getting paid well. I mean, it's not his fault. He's just hungry. You know? I mean, if you're a lawyer, you're starving. You got to have a snack sometimes. He didn't pack a Twix. I'm gonna clip that. Like, I don't know. Nobody's gonna believe me if I don't clip that. I'm clipping that. I'm clipping it right now. Excuse me. I got to. Then we'll talk about Christian Carino real quick. But I got to clip that first. The magical nose goblins. Get in. He's getting in there. Yummy. Gosh. The first one he wiped on his jacket, though, that was even more disturbing. Like, at least the second one, he had a little bit of time and he stopped for a second. I mean, like I said, I feel bad for him, though. If I worked with these people, I'd be pulling my hair out and I'd be picking my nose. God knows what else I'd do, man. I'd have to unbunch my manlet panties or whatever you call those little Speedos those guys are probably wearing. I'm sorry, underwear. I shouldn't call them manlet panties. That's rude of me. That's rude, that umbrella guy. Bad umbrella guy. Bad. That's rude. If they want to wear manlet panties, they can. Don't shame anyone for what they're wearing under their little they remind me of one of those little professional, those little professional dummies you put on your lap, with a ventriloquist dummy. You're like, I'm a real lawyer boy now. Don't shame them. I'm sorry. Poor guys. Christian Carino just admitted that Jerry Bruckheimer and other studio heads told him, Bruckheimer obviously not a studio head, but he just admitted that Bruckheimer couldn't employ him and that many other people couldn't employ him too because of the Heard allegations. Here's the thing that you need to remember with all of this. She could win the case, and she could definitely lose the war. And it looks like she decided on that approach, because she's been smart enough to think, well, I'm going to win. I got to win this one. But okay, you win that one. Okay, let's say you do. Say you keep your 50 grand, or your 50 million rather. You lose every other career opportunity going forward. Here's Christian Carino actually had quite a few conversations with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and he had quite a few interesting conversations. Here's Depp confining, It feels like a dream and a nightmare all in one. It was difficult to not die when our eyes met. I have no choice but to dive into those pools of green. They resented every millisecond of what we had. I miss her. I love her. I always will. As will she. There were some difficult things to swallow, but one other swallows or chokes. He also said she poked at me to try and make me miserable. Textbook narcissistic patterns. Why did she come to San Francisco? This is when she meets with him on a secret tryst. This is when he wants to harm himself. He wants to cut his own heart out. No more games. She just wants her name cleared. Her name cleared. That's what she says. There's actually there's a video or an audio clip that's out there that I'm working on cleaning up because it's so hard to hear. But she's crying about, how do I clear my name? How do I clear my name? So he's telling her, we can sign a thing together. It'll fix everything right up. But she's worried about clearing her name. And I found that I don't know, there's something very telling in the fact that she set his life on fire, but she was worried about clearing her name through all of this, Because she she knew that she torched her career. Like when she went after him, oh yeah, her obsession, her damage. So she begged him, like, you know, that clip where she's always begging to have her stuff put together. She's always begging to have her career. Wait, let me start over. I said stuff put together. I don't know why I said it that way. She's always begging to have her career opportunities given back, everything put back into norm. Well, she got that because Johnny Depp signed. You remember that piece of paper that they keep talking about? The two of them signing, agreeing that neither one did anything maliciously toward the other. She conned Johnny Depp into giving that to her, even after he had his career destroyed. He gave that to her anyway, even after she destroyed his life. And now it's being used against him in the courtroom. Everything that she can do to do harm, she has done it. And she continues to do it. It's astounding. It is absolutely astounding to see when you look at what plays out. So anyway, he said, I don't know what to say. Apparently she wants to go ahead with the divorce and then attempt a reconciliation. I need to think. What I wanted was a fresh start with my wife, which I thought was what she wanted. She should do what she really feels. If not, if her priorities are not with us, then I'll proceed. Do what I have to do. I dangle no more. That's why she burns him down. I'm afraid I'm setting myself up to fall back in again. It was so hard to leave him. This is what Heard says. I've been through too much. Heard tries to keep him off the stand, by the way. She did her damnedest to keep him from testifying because he knows the dirt. He has it on both sides. And she was gaming him. She set up San Francisco. She didn't want all of this coming out. She had that secret tryst. She was hoping that she could hurt him with it. And she wanted the video with him with a knife. She wanted all that coming out because she wanted nothing to give you any kind of context. You know, again, you see her statements here. Like, this isn't somebody that's claiming abuse. This is somebody that's mad because they didn't get what they want. You know, man, her attorneys are telling mine that I am calling and harassing her by phone. Is that them or is that her? First, I'm apparently stalling the divorce. Now I'm harassing her. She better put a couple of ball gags in their effing lawyers' mouths and tighten them up. She doesn't want to work anything out. Her lawyers want to settle because they would die 1,000 deaths in court. So she wants me all softened up to settle up nice. That's what it looks like. And then, why did she come to Frisco? Hey, Ian Lassiter, thanks for the 27 there. Hey, Tug, thank you for all your hard work and keeping us up to date during all this. Question: why do you think Johnny went after only the op-ed for defamation instead of nailing her for all of the defamation she's done? Well, you got to hammer it down to one thing at one place. You got to find a place to attach it. I mean, that's the issue. Like what defamation are you talking about? Where did it happen and on? You know, when did she defame you? Going all the way back to the divorce proceedings, not really going to work. So you've got to have certain place to hammer it in. But really, if you want to be honest about it, the reason that he did it this way is because the win isn't winning in the courtroom all the way. Winning in the courtroom is vindication on one side of things, but you got to win in the court of public opinion. The only way to even play in the court of opinion was to play it a specific way. Now, like I've talked about before, Johnny Depp had an easy case with an NDA. So when they divorced, they were under a non-disclosure agreement. So if he wanted to win against her, if he just wanted, to shut that down and stop this mess from happening, all he had to do was go after the non-disclosure agreement. Because, I mean, that would have been a simple win. I mean, she not only violates it, she brags about violating it. You know, she was caught behind the scenes in emails bragging about it over and over again. The ACLU letters, which we've not seen yet, but there are a couple of places where non-disclosure agreements are just front and center. Here, for example, let me show you this. So here, for example, this is one of the letters from that. See, this is to Heard. This is from you'll notice the redactions. That's because this platform at one time wouldn't even let you use her name. That's why I don't use her name in videos. You'll notice I always call her that certain Aquaman starlet. This is doomed anyway. They will not monetize it. They can't throttle it while it's live. They can hide it, but they can't throttle it. So they can throttle it in the aftermath. But anyway, I wanted to make sure nothing was said here that puts your name in jeopardy with your non-disclosure agreement. So you have the ACLU talking to her about hiding the non-disclosure agreement. And the non-disclosure agreement is very descriptive in what it considers a violation. It's not her talking about it. It's her inciting or enticing anyone else to do it too. We're talking about friends. We're talking about organizations. Anyone, if they do it on your behalf, that's a no-no. And that's what the ACLU is doing here. So she would have lost that. But here's the problem, though. If JD wins that case, say he goes after her for the non-disclosure agreement win, what's the conversation that we're having right now? The conversation would be, why did he silence her? What is Johnny Depp hiding? What is he hiding from the court? You know, that's the conversation that you would be having from now until eternity. You wouldn't be having the conversation about what happened behind the scenes. Was there abuse? Because Johnny Depp would have shut it down himself. So he had to go for this case. This case also, it shows you, I think this one was a good point to make because it shows you just how duplicitous not only she was, but the ACLU was. Remember, if you look up the ACLU and their texts about when Amber Heard becomes an ambassador for the ACLU for women's rights, she's given that title a week before that op-ed comes out. It was intentional. It's mentioned in this letter. Like I said, forgive redactions. This is used for the platform does not like words like domestic violence. If they show up on the screen, they kill your videos, they hurt them. So I would just redact them, in connection with this topic. They just kill everything. So you have that conversation, though, where they contact, again, they're using Trump as their weapon, the orange man. Now, Johnny Depp is not a Trump supporter. He in fact, had a lot of problems because of his statements because of Donald Trump. In fact, some people won't support him still because of that. And I mean, that's your prerogative. I think that's a terrible way of going about it, because this is not that. This is a different thing. And we all say stupid shit. But it shows you how duplicitous companies like the ACLU are. Because they used Orange Man and they listen to this, hey, I'd like your and her thoughts. That'd be her. This is for her. On doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. Now, if you don't think, I want you to think about the magnitude of what they're doing here. Behind the scenes, you have the ACLU contact Amber Heard for the sole purpose of making sure that Amber Heard and her, become the catalyst that reignites the Violence Against Women Act. What they're going to do is they're going to make her the face of the survivor. And they're going to make Johnny Depp the face of the abuser. Everything that she did behind the scenes, she becomes the face of survivors. I mean, if that doesn't stick in your teeth, then I don't know what does. Kelly Jansen, thanks for the 10 there. Is it true that $7 million of the $650 million Johnny was swindled out of was paid to his sister to testify at the beginning of the trial? of this trial? No, I've not heard anything like that. I've not heard anything like that. The $650 million that he had taken from him came from, he had an ex-partner company. They'd worked with him, I think, for 19 years, right? This is one reason you're going to hear from a lady named Tracy Jacobs. She was his agent forever. In fact, she claims she made Johnny Depp. He was nothing without her, right? She's very angry. He used to give her $20,000 gifts. She would ask for them. She'd be like, I mean, imagine this. So you've got an agent, and she'd be like, yeah, my birthday's coming up. I'd like that $20,000 whatever watch, or, you know, that $5,000 purse, or that $7,000 high heels and that outfit. Get it for me. She would make requests, and he would do that. She also got paid a 10% commission. So, pirates, yeah, you figure, you know, just figuring, I mean, if he made $650 million, like, think about what their commission would have been. She made a killing. Not only that, okay, but she worked for a company. JD actually stood with her at one time because of loyalty. The company she worked for, I think it's called UWA. I talked to some source. Well, are we back? I heard audio come back on. Wow, that was fast for them to cut back. It feels they're doing some work. I'm going to set this up, but I'll continue talking about. So UWA had a mass exodus at one time, like of big name actors, but you had Johnny Depp, and I'm trying to think. I'll have to look. I can't remember the other big name actor that ended up standing with them. But Johnny Depp at the time, he was like world recognized. I mean, he was the apex actor. He decided to stay with them, and it saved their company from bankruptcy. But when he felt he was betrayed, you know, by all of these people that were behind the scenes, when he was screwed out of that much money, obviously he's like, I got to go and change something. I got to change this now. So he ends up doing that. He ends up changing up things. What does he end up doing? He ends up cleaning house. Now you can imagine the reaction from Amber Heard and their team. You can from Amber Heard and their team, from Johnny Depp's team rather, when that happens. Like, they were not happy. They were not happy because they lost the meal ticket, the biggest meal ticket they've ever had, the biggest one they would ever have. I got used to saying Amber Heard. This wasn't actually her fault this time. But, I mean, you think about it. So she's going to testify against Johnny Depp. Everything that he did for her, like she said, oh, I guess we're back. She said, though, I created Johnny Depp. I made him. So she felt she was owed. So yeah, she turned on him in this thing, and it's pretty nasty. With yourself, thanks for the 20. Spending 20 to have Tug say mean things. Since y'all don't hit the like button, I know, man. Sometimes I think about doing terrible things to all you sexy. Wait, no, that's not how you say that. She's listening intently. She's like, did you say sexy things? She's taking off her glasses for me. Did you see that? Oh, I told you she wants beer and biscuits with me. She's like, yeah, we gonna have them beer and biscuits, that umbrella guy. I'm feeling it. She took that off. She was like, She was like, well, I've been thinking about it. I actually have your broadcast right here in my ear. She's actually making signs at me over there, but you can't tell. She's like, damn it, I was sending him signals. Oh my God, maybe the lawyer's sending me signals too. Maybe that's what the nose picking is.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, which is the questioning from counsel for Mr. Depp.
Oh, joy, oh, rapture, volume 2. All right, here we go. Mr. Carino, Johnny Depp.
You're aware that this litigation involves a dispute between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Who did you meet first?
Amber.
When did you meet her?
I don't know exactly when, but
probably within the first few years of being at CAA.
Okay. So can we, as an estimate, say 2005, 2006 timeframe?
Sure. I don't actually know, but sure.
But it was pretty early on at your career at CAA.
Correct.
And describe for me the events of your meeting her.
She was represented theatrically at the time by an agent named Warren Zavala, who has since left CAA, and he brought her down to my office because he wanted me to represent her with him, specifically in the commercial space.
And what do you mean represent her in the commercial space?
Help identify business opportunities for her with brands.
Okay. So not as an actor?
Correct.
And did you take on that representation?
I did.
And at some point in time, you did consider her a friend, as in addition to you two working together, is that right?
Yes.
And in that regard, did you and her do anything social?
Yes.
And can you describe for me generally what types of activities you two would do together as friends?
We would go to dinner, go to events together, just hang out at each other's residences.
And at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend?
Yes.
And how did that relationship evolve? And I'm just talking about you and Mr. Depp becoming friends.
I spent a fair amount of time with both of them together, and at some point started to spend time with him on my own as well.
I see. And at some point in time, did Mr. Depp become a good a friend to you as Ms. Heard? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Let me re-ask that also. Did you consider, at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend to the same degree you considered Ms. Heard a friend?
Yes.
And at some point, let me ask you, at some point in time, did you represent Mr. Depp professionally?
Yes.
And can you explain to me how it came to you representing Mr. Depp professionally?
Johnny asked me to represent him.
And when you began representing Mr. Depp, did you continue representing Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you recall who Mr. Depp's agent was prior to you?
He was represented at another town agency, UTA.
Do you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you recall when you stopped working for Mr. Depp?
Within the past 2 years.
And can you describe the circumstances of you no longer working for Mr. Depp?
He left CAA to follow an agent who left CAA to become part of a founding group in a new management company.
And who is that person?
Jack Wiggum.
Was Mr. Wiggum ever affiliated with CAA?
Yes.
Okay. And say that when Jack Wiggum departed CAA, Johnny went with him?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Depp left CAA, did you remain friends with him?
No.
Okay. Well, I should probably first ask, at some point in time, did your friendship with Mr. Depp end?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would say at the time he left CAA.
And did him leaving CAA have something to do with the end of the friendship?
I don't know.
Are you still friends with Miss Heard?
No.
And when did that friendship end?
Probably when the legal disputes started.
And what legal dispute are you referring to? This one?
I'm not sure which one was first, but one of the disputes between Johnny and Amber.
Okay. But your friendship with, you're not referring to their divorce, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you remain friends with both of them through their divorce. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Although you're no longer friends with Mr. Depp, do you have any animosity towards him?
I do not.
And same question with respect to Miss Heard. Although you're not friends with her any longer, do you have any animosity towards her?
I do not.
Do you recall when it is the last time you spoke with Miss Heard?
I do not.
Would it have been around the same time that your friendship ended with her?
I would assume so.
Exhibit 16.
No, Mr. Carino, you'll see at the bottom here, and tell me if you can see it. Do you see at the bottom, it has a bait stamp number under the yellow tag, CC00070.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document? And take your time if you need to review it.
Reviewing slowly. Make sure to vote in the poll I just put up. Do you want to see an Amber Heard
yes.
lawyer picking his nose?
And do you understand this to be a true and authentic copy of email exchange in which you were involved?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. And you'll see it's dated January 11th, 2018, and the subject is WME. Do you know what is your understanding of what WME is?
William Morris Endeavor.
And what is that?
It's another talent agency.
Okay. And you've read this email from Ms. Heard to you, correct?
Correct.
So at this point in time, was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
And ultimately, did she leave CAA?
Yes.
And it was at this time?
Yes.
During the entire time you represented Ms. Heard, did Mr. Depp ever interfere with your representation of Ms. Heard?
No.
Did he ever ask you to do anything with respect to her career?
Not that I can recall.
Exhibit 17.
Now, Mr. Carino, this particular document was not produced by you. You'll see that at the bottom here. The bait stamp indicates ALH. That means it was produced by Ms. Heard. And this appears to be a text exchange between you and her. It's about a page and a half. If you could take the time to read it, and then I will ask you questions about it.
I read it.
And you'll see at the top, Mr. Carino, that it's dated July 14th, 2016. Based on that date and based on reading this text exchange, at this point in time, were you close friends with both Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And having read the text exchange, do you believe this to be a true and correct representation of the exchange?
Yes.
And to be authentic in that regard?
Yes.
Now, you start the text exchange by indicating JD just surfaced. What is the JD reference?
Johnny Depp.
And she says, I saw Laurel yesterday. Who is Laurel?
Laurel's a therapist.
Do you know her full name?
Laurel Anderson.
Did you independently know Laurel?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with Laurel seeing either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And can you explain that to me, please?
I introduced them all.
And what was the purpose of you introducing her to them?
They needed help.
And can you explain to me in more detail what you mean by that?
I think it was at a time where they needed somebody to help mediate the difficulties they were having.
And what do you mean by difficulties?
The strains on their relationship.
And in that regard, did you have conversations with Ms. Heard about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'm trying to determine for how long a period of time did Ms. Heard have conversations with you about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp? Can you give me a time frame?
I would say she talked to me about the state of their relationship from the beginning until the end.
The entire time you knew her? I'm sorry, the entire time you considered her a friend?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Depp? Did you have conversations with him about the state of his relationship with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And were those ongoing during the entire time you were friends with him?
Yes.
You say they both confided in you in that regard?
Yes.
So back to this text exchange. Where my cursor is, Ms. Heard says to you, yeah, she said that Johnny and I need to talk directly. Do you know who Ms. Heard's referring to there?
Laurel.
That was your understanding after reading this?
Yes.
And then you ask her, do you want to do something tomorrow? She says, yeah. She says, IDP, I do. You say, ha, okay. And then you say, what is safe to do? Do you want to come to my place for dinner? What did you mean by what is safe to do?
It meant avoiding paparazzi.
Okay. And then she says, it's so fucked up. I just want to tell him that what they are telling him isn't true. What was your understanding of what she meant by that sentence?
I don't recall.
Mr. Carino, while she's doing that, at the outset of this deposition, I asked you if you recall being deposed about a year ago in this case, and you said yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to show you now is the transcript, a portion of the transcript from that deposition. And who is Mr. Bruckheimer?
Jerry Bruckheimer is the producer of the Pirates franchise.
And who is Mr. Wiggum?
Jack Wiggum was an agent at CA who worked with Johnny.
Okay. And who is Mr. Lord?
Brian is one of the managing partners of CAA and also worked on Johnny Depp.
And what was your understanding of why the Pirate 6 job was not offered to Mr. Depp?
Leo, you're asking my opinion?
Yes.
Because of the accusations that Amber had made.
And what I'm about to show you, Mr. Carino, is a article in the Washington Post authored by Ms. Heard. You're going to notice that the article will be presented sideways. So you'll have to tilt your head a bit to review it.
Exhibit 19.
Do you, first, Mr. Carino, why don't you take control and just scroll through the document? It's just a couple pages.
Is this the top of the next page?
Yeah, when there's a jump like that, it's just at the top of the next page.
Those pauses are killer, man. I swear. I was like, okay, well, it'll come back. It will come back today. This month sometimes, you know? Like Carino, man, he's been asked some stuff, and he's like, I gotta stop. I gotta think about this. I gotta read War and Peace while we're between this. It's like, all right, Christian. He's actually, like I said, he can be a very important witness. Depends on how he says this, because he was representing JD. He's already said some important things, but her side is the one that brought it all up. That's the amazing part. Her side's already done the damage. I'm making I'm getting ready to upload that video about her lawyer being his nose. That's why I was silent for a minute. I was getting it finalized. Oh man, that's professional right there. That was super professional. You know what's bad is they didn't cut that out of the thing. Oh, you got a phone call? Sure, we'll leave that in the testimony. What does that matter? That's awesome. Yeah, they could have cut this off, because this goes against your testimony time. You know, you only have so much time to do things, and this goes against you. So you're right. You're right. This should have been it. Not that it could have been. It should have been cut off. Like, why would you leave this in here? There's like no reason. He's staring deep into your eyes. I'm like, no, my eyes are up here, Christian. Look up here, not down there. I swear. He's ogling me. It does look kind of strange. Oh, look at how he looks mad.
Okay.
He's like, okay.
Mr. Carino, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Do you know who wrote this document?
Yes.
Who wrote this document?
Amber.
Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see there on this first page of the document, it actually indicates that it's written by Amber Heard on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And you understand that this document was authored by Ms. Heard and published on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And do you recall reading it at the time it was published?
No.
Mr. Carino, I'm showing you an email exchange in which you were involved. It's just this one page. I'll blow it up so you can review it. Take a second to review it, please.
Don't take a second to review it, please. Seriously, there's no reason. You really don't have to. It's okay. You can just comment on it now. Quite all right.
Okay.
And let's start at the bottom of this. Well, you see at the top that the email ray line is entitled Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow won't return in new Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
Yes.
And this email exchange was on December 20th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall that the article you just read published by Ms. Heard was published on December 18th, 2018, 2 days before this?
Yes.
Now, if you go to the bottom of this email, do you see there's this link to an article?
Yes.
And it says URL defense, I'm sorry, it says movieweb.com.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, what I put up next to the email exchange that we've been discussing is an article dated December 20th, 2018. Okay. So this article is dated December 20th, 2018. The email sent to you by Robin Baum is that same day, December 20th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Who is Ms. Baum?
Johnny's publicist.
Okay. And she's sending this article to you, is that right?
Yes.
And then in response, you say, were we told this officially from Disney? And she responds, I'm sorry, Jack Wiggum responds, no. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sure. So you testified just a few minutes ago that it was your opinion that Mr. Depp lost the Pirates 6 movie because of Ms. Heard's allegations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Allegations of abuse, correct?
Yes.
And is this a demonstration of when Disney made that decision to not hire Mr. Depp for Pirates 6?
Yes.
Exhibit 22.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she had been physically abused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had physically abused Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness any injuries on Ms. Heard that would indicate that she was physically abused?
No.
Now, again, this is a few months after the filing of the divorce papers and the TRO, and Ms. Heard states to you, I'll call you right back, sorry. And you say, okay. She says, is it too late to call? And you say, just finishing dinner, we'll call you as soon as we walk out within 20. And she says, please tell him I love him. Is that an accurate reading of the text exchange so far?
Yes.
Do you know if at this time, based on your relationship with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
It's your understanding that she did?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard, based on your personal friendship with Ms. Heard, close personal friendship with Ms. Heard, would you say that she confided in you?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, at some point in time, after Ms. Heard filed those divorce papers in May of 2016, did she make any requests of you to intervene in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
What do you mean by intervene?
Assist in, let's start with assist in communications between the two.
Objection. Same objections.
Can you explain to me what transpired in that regard? Walk me through.
At some point around that time, she wanted me to arrange for them to get together in person.
And what did you do after that was requested of you? Do after that was requested of you by Ms. Heard?
I talked to Johnny about it.
What happened after that?
He was reluctant at first and then agreed.
And then what happened after that?
I mean, it's a long time ago, but I remember there was a fair amount of discussion about the TRO and how we would deal with that because nobody wanted Johnny accused of violating the TRO as an outcome of that meeting. And I don't remember exactly what we did, but Amber at some point warranted that she would never accuse him of violating the TRO to do the meeting, and I set the meeting up.
So just so I understand, you set the meeting up at the request of Ms. Heard?
Objection.
Yeah.
And as part of you setting up, she told you that it didn't matter. What I'm trying to understand, what was the issue with respect to the TRO?
My understanding of a restraining order, at least at the time, was that he couldn't go within a certain distance of her.
Okay. And what was her suggestion with respect to that issue in connection with her wanting to meet with him?
She promised me and told me to relay to him that she would never accuse him of violating a restraining order as a result of agreeing to meet her. And I believe, but I don't recall exactly, there were conversations with both sides legally, I believe at the time, to make it transparent to everybody that this was happening.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I arranged the meeting. Johnny was in San Francisco on tour, and I arranged to borrow a friend's house, and Amber and I flew to San Francisco and drove to the house, and Johnny showed up a few hours later.
And did the two of them meet
Yes,
in the same room?
they sat outside.
Okay. How close to each other were they?
Inches away from each other.
And how long were they out there talking? For how long were they out there talking?
Several hours.
Did you, although you were out there, were you in a position where you could see them through a window or otherwise?
Yes.
At some point in time, the conversation ended, correct?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
I received a call or a text from Steve, whose house it was, and he notified me that he would be coming back to the house within the next hour or so. And I told Johnny and Amber, and we decided to rent a hotel room in San Francisco so that they could continue to talk.
And did that in fact happen?
Objection.
And at some point in time, you left that house, correct, to go to San Francisco?
Yes.
And was it the three of you?
No. Johnny had security with him, and we talked about the fact that it wouldn't be a good idea for them to be seen together. So Johnny left with his security in his car, and I believe Amber and I took an Uber.
And what happened after that?
We all met at the hotel room.
And do you know what happened after that?
They started arguing.
And do you recall any details of the argument?
No.
And for how long was this argument had in a hotel room?
Yes.
Did you witness the entire discussion, or did you leave at some point?
I left the next morning at 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning.
And Mr. Carino, I'm showing you emails that were produced by you. First, the bottom of the first page, it starts at the bottom of the first page. The string above it was redacted. And you'll see that it starts on August 7th, 2017. Do you see that?
August 7th, 2017, yes.
Having read it, can you determine who you're speaking with in this text exchange?
Amber.
Oh, hang on, let me ask you this. Do you know whether or not Ms. Heard ever had a relationship with Mr. Elon Musk?
Yes.
She did?
Yes.
So again, it's dated August of 2017. And she says, dealing with breakup, I hate when things go public. See, I'm so sad. Having reviewed the document again, do you have an understanding of what she's referencing there?
I believe she's referring to breaking up with Elon.
You say, seems like a press release. You weren't in love with him, and you told me 1,000 times you were just filling space. What are you saying there?
Saying, why would you be sad if you weren't in love with him to begin with?
And by him, you're referring to who?
Elon.
Okay. And at this point in time, were you still close friends with Ms. Heard?
Looks like that's the case at that time, yes.
And did she still, at this point in time, did she confide in you about her relationships?
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, I'm sorry, she responds, I know, but I wanted time to grieve and recover in my own time. Is she still referring to Mr. Musk there? Do you know? Your understanding.
I don't know whether she's referring to Johnny or to Elon in that line.
Okay. In this point in time, do you know what her feelings were? What was your understanding? At this point in time, what was your understanding based on your experience with her? What was your understanding of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't believe there was a relationship at that point.
And you say, and you got that. No, she says, I hate that yet again a man lets me fall on the spikes by myself. You ask, how so? She says, oops. Meaning they are mad at me for leaving them and put things like this out there. You say, sorry. she says like that, you say, you could avoid all this if you stop dating uber famous people. You can be with a big man who isn't famous. What were you relating to her there?
I believe what I was saying was, if you don't like being in the press about your personal life, then don't date people that are famous.
Sure. You indicated that she moved on immediately after Johnny Depp to date Elon Musk. Is that accurate?
JD, you say?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Do you have an understanding one way or another whether Ms. Heard and Mr. Musk were in fact dating at the time of the San Francisco reconciliation that she asked you to set up?
I don't know whether they were dating, but they had definitely spent time together.
Do you know how long after the San Francisco attempted reconciliation you gained the understanding that Elon Musk and Ms. Heard were in fact dating?
I don't know exactly how long, but not long after.
Do you know who or what was your understanding of who she was referring to when she was said, "Here, I love him"?
Johnny.
Based on this exchange, did you have an understanding at this time whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe she did.
And at this point in time, she was still a close personal friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, did she consider you a confidant in your understanding?
I think, yes.
Okay, just to authenticate this document again, Mr. Carino, do you see that it's referenced at the bottom, date stamped CC, indicating that you produced this document?
Yes.
And having read this, do you perceive this as a true or copy of a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And I will, and you see at the very top here, it's dated August 16th, 2017.
Yes.
And Ms. Heard states to you, "I've written so many notes. Can you give him one? I don't know how or where to start. There's no way to begin. And all I have to say, but I have so many. Finally, I am single, clear in my heart and mind. I just want him to know I loved him and that I am sorry." Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Heard is referring to here?
Yes.
And who is Ms. Heard referring to in this text?
Johnny.
And what is she asking you to do here?
She was asking me to deliver a letter that she was writing to him.
Oh. And did she also want you to, and it says, "and that I am sorry." What was your understanding of what she was asking you to do there, if anything?
I believe that was all in reference to getting him a handwritten letter that she was writing or trying to write.
Was it your understanding at the time of this text exchange, August 24, 2017, that Ms. Amber was attempting to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe so.
Okay. And I know this may sound repetitive, but on August 20, at the time of this text, on August 24th, 2017, you and her were still close personal friends, correct?
I believe so.
There's not much here at all, Mr. Carino, but I did want you to confirm that this was a document produced by you, correct, based on the date stamp on the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see it's dated September 27th, 2017?
September 23rd.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. It's dated September 23rd, 2017. And it's a text to you that says, "God, I miss him." Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Heard is referring to there?
Yes.
And who's that?
Johnny.
And
do you see at the bottom, the date of the text is June 9th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I text him happy birthday. Do you know who sent that and who the him is?
I assume this is from Amber and she's talking about Johnny.
You've had a chance to review the whole document. Carino, what does this appear to be?
It appears to be the communications around the time that we set up the meeting in San Francisco.
And who are these communications between?
Me and Johnny.
Okay. And this first bubble, can you tell if the blue is you or Mr. Depp?
I think the blue is me.
Sure. Earlier in your deposition, at the very outset, I was asking you about your representation of individuals at CAA. You indicated that you represent individuals that are both actors and musicians. Would you consider Mr. Depp in that pool?
Yes.
And you represented, or CAA represented him both in connection with his acting endeavors and his involvement with the vampires?
Yes.
And was Mr. Depp's participation in Hollywood Vampires lucrative?
No.
Do you know whether or not it was something Mr. Depp enjoyed?
Yes.
Plaintiff calls Laura Wasser by deposition, Your Honor.
Ooh.
W-A-S-S.
Miss Laura Wasser.
Thank you.
So Laura Wasser, she's a
Will you please
lawyer.
state your name and address for the record?
Laura Allison Wasser, Wasser, Cooperman and Mandels, Suite 800, 2049 Century Park East, Los Angeles, California, 90049.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I'm an attorney at law.
And how long have you been an attorney?
26 years.
You represented Mr. Depp in the divorce against Amber Heard, is that correct?
Yes.
And you are here under subpoena?
Yes.
Your practice has primarily been focused on domestic relations in California, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you a member of any bar other than California?
No.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a no-fault state with respect to divorce?
The answer is that California was a no-fault state during that period.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a community property state with respect to the division of assets in a divorce?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
California is a community property state, and what that means to me is that assets which were earned or created during the course of the marriage, absent some other theory of law applied, be divided equally.
And what do you mean by absent some theory or law applied?
I'm sorry, Elaine, what was the question? Oh, a theory of law. When I say a theory of law, I mean if there's a premarital agreement, if there's some other, it's not completely blanket community property. There may be things that were earned from a separate property source that would not be considered community property. So I was just trying to provide, for the record, some exceptions to what would be considered community property and therefore divided equally.
Now, if someone alleges domestic violence or abuse against their spouse, would that change the amount they would otherwise be entitled to under community property laws?
No.
In obtaining a temporary restraining order, what is your understanding of the process?
The moving party files generally with 24 hours notice to the person who is being accused of domestic violence, a declaration and forms with the court, and requests a temporary domestic violence restraining order. That will generally last no longer than a 21-day period when the defendant is able to make his or her arguments as to why such a restraining order would be inappropriate.
And the temporary restraining order, can it be continued?
Yes.
When did you first begin representing Mr. Depp relating to his divorce with Amber Heard?
I believe it was in December of 2015.
I'm going to ask you to pull up document 1, Wasser document 1, and let's go ahead and label that as Wasser exhibit number 1. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser deposition exhibit number 1. It is a letter dated May 24, 2016. It's addressed to Jacob Bloom, and it says in remarriage of Depp. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Samantha Spector, who indicates she's representing Amber Heard. As of the time of this letter, had you made known to Amber Heard or Ms. Spector or anyone else related to them that you represented Mr. Depp?
I don't believe so.
Did you receive a copy of this letter from someone?
I believe so. I think I've seen it before, so yes.
Did you receive this letter on or around May 24, 2016?
Okay, next page, please. Hang on. Yes, it was around that time.
Around May 24, 2016?
Yes.
Did you have any communications with Samantha Spector in connection with this letter?
Yes.
And when you say within days, could it have been the same day, May 24th, the next day, 25th?
Possibly.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next paragraph. It says, to this end, please have Johnny promptly sign and return by Friday, May 27, 2016, the enclosed notice of acknowledgement receipt form, confirming service of the summons, petition, law, case cover sheet, and blank response. Did you do that?
This letter was not directed to me, Elaine.
No, I understand it, but it was given to you, correct?
I believe so.
And you were representing Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bloom did not represent Mr. Depp in connection with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
So once Mr. Bloom gave this to you, then did you represent Mr. Depp going forward in communications with Samantha Spector?
Once we received this letter, our firm took over with representation of Mr. Depp in the dissolution action. I cannot recall whether or not the request made was done by Friday, May 27th, but I believe that it was. Probably have that notice and acknowledgement of receipt somewhere with a date on it.
Now, the next section, I think, is something that you referred to earlier. It said, in addition, we are requesting on Amber's behalf the following. And it says appropriate pendente light support. Did you have any understanding of what that amount might be at the time that you saw this letter?
I did not have an understanding of what appropriate pendente lite support would be at that time.
Did you ask Samantha Spector?
I don't recall. I don't recall our specific communications regarding her requests.
Do you recall making any kind of counter to any of these items?
All I recall is that without any notice to us, at 8:30 in the morning on the 27th, Samantha Spector and her client went into court and obtained a no notice ex parte restraining order.
Had you had any communications with Samantha Spector prior to her going into court on that Friday, May 27th?
Yes.
How many communications had you had with Ms. Spector prior, following getting this letter and prior to her going into court at 8:30 on May 27, 2016?
I do not recall.
Do you have a recollection of whether any of the communications that you had with Ms. Spector between the receipt of this letter that's dated May 24, 2016, and Ms. Spector going into court on Friday, May 27, 2016, related in any way to requests on your behalf, on behalf of your client that you made?
No.
You recall having communications with Samantha Spector between May 24 and May 27. You can't recall how many, and you can't recall the specifics of those communications. Is that accurate?
It's not accurate.
And in what way? Please tell me.
I recall that we had communications between the 24th and probably the 26th. I doubt we spoke on the morning of the 27th before she went into court. I do not know the content of those communications, and I do not know how many communications were had.
Now, on the next paragraph, it has a proposal for private retired judicial officers. Ultimately, did you and Ms. Spector talk about using private retired judicial officers, whether it was the list she provided or any others?
I believe so, yes.
And what do you recall?
My recollection is that is in almost all of our cases, certainly those with high-profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system. Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case.
What do you recall Ms. Spector saying to indicate that she did not want to take it out of the public spectrum?
I don't recall her saying anything.
Okay. Now, after your understanding was that a CLETS DVTRO was in fact obtained on Friday, May 27, 2016 by Ms. Heard against Mr. Depp, correct?
That is my understanding.
After that, did there come a time that you or anyone at your law firm communicated with the Eastern Columbia Building concierge staff or management?
Were those the downtown lofts?
The penthouse lofts, yes. And if it's easier for you, everyone's been referring to the Eastern Columbia Building as ECB. Would that be helpful at all?
Sure.
Or we can, if you prefer to call them the penthouse loft building, that's fine too.
Now that we've identified them, I understand what you're talking about. We can call them whatever you'd like. Did someone from my firm speak with somebody at the at those buildings? Yes.
And who from your firm spoke with someone at the buildings and when?
I believe either I did or my partner Samantha Klein or an associate who was also working on the case, Lisa Sutton from our firm. We also had co-counsel on the case. They may have been involved. As to when, I have to imagine it was sometime in June or July of 2016.
No, you indicated either you or Samantha Klein or Lisa Sutton, and you also had co-counsel. Do you have a specific recollection of speaking with anyone at the ECB building?
I don't.
What were Samantha Klein's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were Samantha Klein's communication with the ECB building?
Okay.
And her answer was, I don't know.
Thank you. What were Lisa Sutton's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were your co-counsel's communications with the ECB building? And when I say ECB building, I'm not talking about the structure, I'm talking about the individuals who worked there. Did you? And just so we're clear here, you don't recall any communications with the ECB building staff as well, correct?
You asked me if I had a specific recollection. I do not.
Do you have a general recollection?
I believe that at some point we subpoenaed the building's records of the video from the lobby and elevator areas. So I would imagine that the communications would have to do with those subpoenas.
Are you able to testify to any conversation you or anyone at your firm or your co-counsel had with the ECB building staff?
I am sure that there were conversations and communications regarding the production of the subpoenaed documents, review of the subpoenaed documents, their compliance with, I believe it was Ms. Spector's subpoena that was sent, our ability to review the videos, coordination of same. But I don't have a specific recollection of any communications.
Are you able to speak to whether there were any conversations between you, anyone at your law firm or your co-counsel, and ECB building personnel prior to your issuing the subpoena?
Also, I don't believe that the subpoena was issued by our firm. As you said.
So you don't have a recollection of a subpoena being issued on Mr. Depp's behalf for the ECB building surveillance tapes?
I don't know. I know there was one issued. I believe it was issued by Ms. Spector.
Let's talk about the videos that you just referred to from the ECB building staff. How did you and your firm or your co-counsel receive these videos?
I don't recall. I would imagine like a e-file or something like that.
Now, is it your recollection that there was just one e-file that contained all of the surveillance tapes?
I don't have a recollection as to whether it was 1 or 7 or what. I just.
When you were talking about receiving the video surveillance footage on whatever, whether it was 1 file or 7 files, whether it was e-file or whatever, did you have any understanding that you were not provided the full amount that was requested, whatever the amount was?
No.
So you thought you received whatever you were supposed to receive, is that fair?
Yes.
What did you do with the actual surveillance video footage that you received?
I believe we kept it on the computer at least for the next couple of months in preparation for trial. I don't know where it is now.
That's my next question. Is there a time that you no longer possessed the video surveillance footage that was sent to you by the ECB building?
Are you going to keep it forever?
I don't know.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 2, and it's a multi-page document, and so I'm going to scroll down a little bit, but you let me know if I'm going too fast here. It's dated June 3rd, and it's to Samantha Klein. She was working with you on the Depp case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's from Samantha Spector, which you can see there, and we'll show you the signature later. And it's litigation hold preservation of information, including not limited to electronically stored information. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this letter? And if you want me to scroll down and let you read each page, I'm happy to do that first.
I'm familiar with this letter. I recall receiving it.
And did you receive this letter before you received the surveillance footage from the ECB building?
I am not sure.
Well, I think you had indicated that you thought that it was in June or July that you received the surveillance footage. Is that still your best recollection?
Looking at the date and knowing the chronology of the case, it is my best estimate that we received this letter prior to the time that we received the video footage.
Ms. Wasser, what steps did you and your firm and co-counsel take to preserve the surveillance video footage of ECB from the time you received it going forward?
I think the absence of us doing anything to destroy the video footage would be the most I could testify regarding in terms of steps that we took to preserve the video footage.
Are you aware of any destruction of the video footage, the surveillance video footage from ECB up to the present?
No, we probably still have it.
Have you looked for it?
No.
Have you been asked to look for it?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has now been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 3, and it's dated June 6, 2013, addressed to you, and it's from Charles Harder. Did you have an understanding that Mr. Harder also represented Amber Heard?
I did when I received this letter on June 6th.
Okay. And did you have an understanding that Mr. Harder was also asking you to preserve any evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 4. It's dated June 6th as well, and it's to Charles Harder from your firm. And you are acknowledging receipt of the preservation demand letter from Ms. Heard as well as his, and you indicated we are fully aware of our obligations with respect to the preservation of evidence, Please rest assured that we intend to comply with the preservation demand and expect that Ms. Heard will do so as well. Do you recall saying that in this letter?
Yes,
And was this letter in fact from you to Mr. Harder?
it was.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 5. It's a letter dated June 21, 2016 to Samantha Spector, Charles Harder, and Leonard Levine, I think it's pronounced, remarriage of Depp. And it's from Samantha Klein. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you are copied on it. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Klein worked with your law firm?
Yes.
And represented Mr. Depp as well? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go back up to the beginning to call your attention to a particular section. It says, this letter shall confirm the agreements we reached yesterday with respect to the pending domestic violence proceeding. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to go down to the media, press, and it says, neither party nor his or her respective counsel representatives or agents shall make any comments in the media or press pertaining to this dissolution action, the civil action pending against Doug Spinoza, and or any pending or future litigation between or involving the parties. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Does that accurately reflect the agreement that was made between the parties with respect to Amber Heard and Mr. Depp in communications with the press?
Yes.
Do you know Liz Walters?
Who?
Liz Walters?
Yes.
And who is she?
She is a reporter.
For?
I believe she works for her brother's online media outlet called The Blast.
Did you have any communications with Liz Walters during the Depp Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Did you have any communications with TMZ relating to the Depp Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Now, do you recall what the date was for the permanent TRO, temporary restraining order? Do you recall the date that you said that early on, 21 days after the temporary restraining order is typically the date that's set for the hearing for the defendant if they want to come in and oppose it, or if the petitioner wants to extend it? Do you recall what the first date was?
I don't, but I would imagine it was probably at some point in early June.
All right. And then do you recall that date being continued?
I do.
How many times?
At least twice, possibly 3 times. I think that the final date was at some point in August, and we settled right before then.
All right, Alan, can we bring up document number 7?
So the TRO was a divorce tool. They just told you to keep him in line. Right before we settled, they dropped it. They let it go. That's nasty. That's an interesting admission, right?
Thank you, Alan. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Exhibit number 7. It is dated August 5, 2016. It is to you from Samantha Spector. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall, did you receive this document?
Doesn't it say at the top that it's protected under 1152?
It sure does. All I'm asking you is whether you received it. I'm not asking you about the substance.
I don't remember.
Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive it?
I don't.
Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 8. And it starts out with an email from Samantha Spector to Amber on August 6, 2016. Do you recall what was going on or around August 16 in divorce, in connection with the divorce?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know who Christian Carino is?
I do.
Okay, who is he?
He's an agent, a creative artist agency.
How long have you known Christian Carino?
I've known of Christian for maybe 10 years.
Were you aware that Mr. Carino was involved in organizing, if you will, or assisting Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard with their own meeting to try to resolve their case up in San Francisco?
Possibly. That sounds vaguely familiar.
Were you on the telephone at any point while Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were meeting to discuss attempted resolution of the issues during the summer of 2016?
What was your question? Was I on the telephone?
Yes. Were you on the telephone where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the hotel room and were talking?
No.
Were you ever on the telephone when Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were together talking during the summer of 2016, no matter where they were?
On the telephone?
Yes.
No.
While he was with Ms. Heard and Ms. Heard was on speaker, and you were on speakerphone with the two of them?
No.
You recognize the name? I'm going to do this here.
Do you recognize the name on what?
Joe Sweeney?
I do.
And who was he?
Joe Sweeney is a forensic accountant who specializes in family law forensic accounting, and he was Ms. Heard's forensic accountant in the Disso matter.
And was Edward White acting as the forensic accountant for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. White provide the documentation that was then submitted to Samantha Spector as counsel for Ms. Heard?
I believe it came from Mr. White's office. Also probably of note is the fact that Mr. Depp changed business management shortly before or during the course of the case. So it is possible that some of the documents came from predecessor business manager.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 10. And I'm not going to ask you any specific questions, so I don't need you to have to review it in detail unless you'd like to. You're certainly welcome to spend as much time as you'd like on it. But I'm just going to go down to the end of it. And I'm going to ask if this is the deal point memorandum that you referred to that was finalized on August 15, 2016.
Since the parties' signatures appear at the bottom, as well as Ms. Spector's and mine, I believe that this is the deal point memorandum to which I was referring.
Okay. Is there any reason to believe that it is not the final deal point memorandum?
No.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 11. And it's a series of documents, an FL-150, for example, and then that's page 404, and then it goes into the next part, one of one. Just try to page through it for you just so you can see generally. Do you recognize this document? Yes. Could you tell me what it is, please?
It looks to be one of the parties, I guess Mr. Depp's, what we call in California, preliminary or perhaps final declaration of disclosure. It's just financial disclosure forms.
Ms. Lasser, I'm going to ask you if you can take a look at what has been marked as Lasser Exhibit number 12. And it's a many pages. I think it's 50 total. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's parties related judgment for dissolution of marriage.
There a specific amount that was paid to Amber Heard as part of this divorce settlement and judgment for
Objection document. I'm sorry.
For her claims of domestic violence, including any claims of assault, battery, intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress, libel, slander, and or defamation.
I don't believe that we segregated out what the total amount was being paid for.
Did you make any effort to seal, S-E-A-L, the records in this case? And I'm referring to the case in front of us, the marriage or partnership of Amber Laura Depp and John Christopher Depp II, filed in Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles.
When you say seal, do you mean by the court, to ask the court to seal the file?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
And why not?
We don't do that.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 13. And this is a subpoena of you for this deposition. Did you receive that? Do you want me to scroll through it? Would you like to?
No, I believe that we received it.
All right. And you are testifying pursuant to this subpoena, correct?
I am.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 14. And this is for the corporate designee of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandos. You see that?
I do.
For today's deposition. Is it your understanding that you are the corporate designee on behalf of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandos speaking today?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think
All right.
given the hour, that'll be all the testimony that you hear today, okay?
Now,
so
there
we'll go
were-
ahead and recess for the day. Make sure you
there
don't
were a couple
do
of
any
things in
outside
that that were
research. Don't
interesting
talk to
we'll talk
anybody, and
about.
We'll see you tomorrow, okay? Get some good rest, all right? Thank you.
There were actually there were a couple of good things that came up, especially in her statements about the accusations. You know, when the TRO came up, when you combine those with the Christian Carino statements, oh my God, you know, I'm giving them a minute to get out of the courtroom.
Tomorrow, then we'll be starting with that other deposition. That's correct. And how long is that, or approximately? 2.5 hours. So I'll take care of the morning probably for the most part. And then you have remote witnesses after that. Is that correct? Okay, so you're gonna get me the contact information for those so we can get that taken care of.
All right, so
All
we're
right,
going to
just
have some
remember,
real
we do
witnesses.
Plan accordingly, because I do need to take lunch between 1:30 and 2:30, because there's a graduation I have to speak at, so we're gonna take care of that, okay? All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, there's more important things than the court going on. I got a graduation I got to attend to. Fun times, fun times. Now, a couple of the statements that were in that actually do matter. Let me pull up they were looking at a document that you didn't actually have a chance to see. I like to call it the blackmail document. It's the first time that the claims of, well, let's just say the Heard claims, they appear. They appear 2014. I mean, 2014, May 2016, 24th, 2014. It threw me off. They actually brought up 2011 early on in this. And I've been going back looking at stuff. And they've said 2011 twice as when the first incidents appeared. And I thought that was kind of interesting because that's never been said before. But no, the claims that they throw out, they first appear May 24th, 2016. This will be 3 days after the incident where the police, they arrive. You know, where the two sets of officers say, you ain't got crap on you. Well, listen to this here. Please be advised that our firm has filed a petition to dissolution of marriage on behalf of Amber Heard. As you may be aware, your client, Amber Heard's husband, J.D., violently attacked and threatened her they talk about the Eastern Columbia building. There are several witnesses to this particular incident. There are photographs depicting property damage as well as physical injuries he inflicted on her. Unfortunately, this is not the first incident of DV perpetuated by J.D. against her. In fact, there have been 2 other incidents in the past 6 months. Although she is afraid, she is strongly insistent that we do everything possible to keep this personal matter out of this media spotlight, which is why she has not yet sought to get a DVRO, to get that temporary restraining order, and why she did not arrange for Johnny to have been personally served at last night's movie premiere. She wishes to work quickly towards a private, agreeable resolution of marriage, but she will need his immediate cooperation. To this end, please have him sign and return promptly by Friday, May 27, 2016. If he doesn't, if the request is not signed or the original executed form is not returned by May 2017, we'll have no alternative to arrange have him personally served. Then they ask for what they want, plus they wanted, on top of this, they wanted $50,000 a month. Endlessly. They didn't have an end date on it, so they wanted him to pay for, they wanted the vehicle, Range Rover, they wanted 3 penthouses. So penthouse 3 alone was worth around $2 million. The other 2 penthouses, $1 to $2 million, somewhere in there. So you're talking anywhere from, I'd say $4 to $6 million in homes. You have $600,000 a year in upkeep, plus you have the upkeep for the homes as well. So let's just say, let's call it $1 million in upkeep. Just who knows what's all in all of this crap. Let's say that she wants $1 million a year. She wants $4 million in payoff, and she wants all of her stuff paid for. He ends up paying her $7 million as a go-away present. She keeps a temporary restraining order against him, despite the fact that she hits him up 2 months after she files for it, saying that she is terrified for her life. Remember, she's afraid of him, and yet she hits him up behind the scenes, wants to bring him to a hotel so he can, himself, because that's definitely what that was about. You can't tell me that she wasn't trying to drive him to murder himself. She's driving the man crazy. Like, he can't, she broke him. She broke him. You could hear it on that video where he's talking about cutting his own freaking heart out, And yeah, like I said, she meets with him. On top of meeting with him, here, let's pull this up. On top of meeting with him, I want to get the dates right on this. She talks about wanting to get back with him all the way up. So she's talking in a letter she wanted Christian Carino to deliver in 2017. She wrote a letter and asked delivery. She wanted to say, I'm sorry. And then in 2018, she was pining about how she missed him, and she was texting him happy birthday. Yeah, she sounds like she's really terrified for her life, doesn't she? I mean, that's just horrid, isn't it? Poor her. Poor her. God, man. I mean, it's insane when you look at some of this. You look at the proof. The proof's there. The proof's there that she's not afraid. She missed her meal ticket. Because, I mean, he had to be a great ride, you know? I'm sure. He had to be a great ride. Like, I mean, this guy, he has more money than, I mean, anyone out there. Like, he can pay for whatever he wants, you know? And afterwards, what's funny is Carino tells her, if you want to stop having problems with men, here's an idea, honey. Stop being a gold digger. Stop dating famous guys. You know, if you don't want this stuff to come out, you don't want it doing damage, stop dating guys with, with the clout and the fat wallets. And I'm sure she didn't like that advice. I'm sure that she was like, nah. We don't need that. We don't need that at all. There's a lot of stuff in here that, like I say, people don't realize just how crazy this is. Like I said, he sent a denial letter on the 27th. The TRO is filed on the date that he puts in his no, I'm not going to letter. I mean, it's kind of amazing. Here's that letter, actually. Give me 1 second. So here's his response on the 27th. Came in at 8:30 a.m. and she filed right after it. Well, you see the discussion of it? Amber is attempting to secure a premature financial resolution by alleging abuse. Her current application for TRO. See, I mean, you see, okay, ex parte applications are restricted for emergency situation where substantial injury, harm, or very least prejudice would result if the matter were not either resolved immediately or in shortened time. Amber is nonetheless seeking ex parte relief for several matters which do not constitute an emergency, including the payment of spousal support and attorney fees. Not only are such matters devoid of exigency, but they are wildly premature. This case commenced this week. She's filing for petition of dissolution of marriage this Monday, May 23rd. He filed a response 2 days later on May 25th. No discovery has been conducted. The parties have yet had an opportunity to informally exchange information. The court, therefore, has no financial information upon which to make the financial orders requested at this time. Moreover, she's a successful model and actress who earns her own income and is capable of supporting herself. Although she is entitled to seek support, fees, and property orders, Johnny is likewise entitled for reasonable time to prepare his response. She's attempting to secure a premature financial resolution by alleging abuse. Her current application for a TRO, along with her financial requests, appear to be in response to negative media attention she received earlier this week after filing for divorce. Both Amber and Johnny are successful actors. Amber filed her petition 3 days after the death of Johnny's mother. There has been significant commentary in the media to the timing given that Johnny was very close to his mother, yet Johnny cannot protect himself or Amber from media scrutiny, and Amber's anger certainly cannot drive this dissolution proceeding. The actual issues in this case should be handled through properly noticed requests for orders and settlement efforts. The issues are limited as parties were married for a little more than 1 year. They have no children together. These issues can and will be dissolved. Further, Johnny will willing to stipulate the mutual stay away and personal conduct orders, even though he and Amber are currently on different continents, as Amber is unaware. Therefore, there is no basis in law or fact under which to issue orders that she's seeking. So she wanted ex parte. She wanted, give me my money, give me it now. Give me. She also, she went out and she was, again, she wanted the dogs too, of course. She wanted exclusive possession of the dogs, which we don't know what happened to them. She wanted all of her appeals paid. She wanted that $50,000 a month, which she did break down. She had an expense breakdown, which was kind of fascinating. Give me 1 second. She put in, she needs $2,000 a month for clothes. Let's see. Here's her expense breakdown of what she needed from that one. I don't know why she needs healthcare costs, $3,000. Groceries and supplies, $2,000. Eating out. She needs $2,000 a month to eat out then, at that time. She needs $2,000 to eat at home and $2,000 to eat out. Because $4,000 a month for that food, because that's typical, right? Wine's expensive, you know what I mean? We're talking like $66 a day to eat out. That's what she needs. She needs $66 to eat out a day and $66 a day to eat at home. Okay. She's living by herself. That's just for her. Like I said, wine's expensive. Never figured out how high that wine was until, what's really interesting is Johnny Depp. Okay. So here's one thing a lot of people didn't catch from the Ben King statements too. Johnny Depp had a bunch of wine delivered to his home as an investment. That's what Ben King was saying. He had it as an investment. Guess what? Amber Heard and her little shrews were getting into it and drinking it all. It's like, oh my God. So they got used to some really high class wine. She needs $300 for laundry and cleaning. You're going to tell me she does her own clothes. There's no way. Clothes, she needs $2,000. Entertainment, gifts, and vacation. She needs $10,000 a month for entertainment. She also needs for pet supplies, PR, whatever. She needs $10,000 a month for that too, whatever that is. But she needs $10,000 a month for Johnny Depp to pay because she needs to be entertained. She needs $120,000 a month, or a year rather, for entertainment. Like, yeah. I thought she had her own job though. You know what's amazing is like this as a person, period. I always wonder, like for women, is this not insulting to women? Because you're your own person, right? You go out, you're strong, you're independent. Doesn't it annoy you when somebody that's out there that has their own damn life, their own job, they make decent money? Doesn't it annoy you when they're like, I need somebody else to pay for my $120,000. Just walk away then. Get yours. You're obviously, if you've got something in the relationship, it's yours. That is part yours. But she's there barely under a year. And she thinks because of that, she needs a $600,000 a year meal ticket. Just, that's just crazy. Yeah, I wonder how much of that entertainment budget was for wine. She got an expensive wine habit. She doesn't drink cheap. She doesn't drink the cheap stuff. Ugh. So let me hit some super chats here. Like Singer, thanks for the 5. Do DV survivors usually request to own or keep the place where the DV happened? You would think that you would think she'd want to get away from that. When you have the opportunity, it isn't just to have it. It's still staying there when you don't have to. She could leave at any time. If it is the prison where she has had that over, you would think that might be a real problem, and she'd want to get out of there. But she didn't. She stayed. And she had the ability to leave. In fact, she had quite a bit of money. She was bringing other men up there to have sex in their apartment. Ricotta, thanks for the 20 there. Are these photos and evidence? Are you talking about the stuff they were showing? You talking about the photos that they were bringing up or anything? If anything that I bring up has been brought up for them. Anything I do and anything they were talking about there obviously was brought up. So anything that I'm bringing up, yes, that's how I got a hold of all of this stuff I'm bringing up. Like they'll be from different filings and stuff. Here's something I want to show you from the other day, by the way. I forgot to show you this. Okay, so they had the discussion about what was happening on the Bahamas and the island, right? This is why they're having the discussion about sunscreen saving you, because Amber Heard had photo shoots. And you'll notice she said that she was held prisoner on that island. She said that, she was held prisoner behind a bead curtain, no less. You saw the bead curtain, but there are pictures of her. There are a lot of them, too. But, I mean, you see how she's dressed. She's also in bathing suits and stuff. You can't, everything is on display. Now, you're going to tell me the application of makeup everywhere while she's taking photographs, like part of the photographs, you can see them in the background. She's in the water. So they brought waterproof domestic abuse makeup and sunlight because there's sun in the Bahamas. I learned that the other day. That was amazing. I never knew it, I've learned a few things in the last week. Here's what I've learned. I've learned that there's sun in the Bahamas and wicker. It's so strong. Oh, man, why did she put on wicker body armor? If she'd have squirted a little Amica, a little bit of that freaking wicker armor, she'd have been tough. Gosh, she'd have been amazing. Sean Hartman, thanks for the 20. I hope in this case it's a shot across the bow. The other side would be figures of DV. I would hope so. But, you never know. Like here's the problem with this case in a nutshell. He could lose this case because of it's not a case about whether or not he abused someone. It's about, did this article ruin his life? Is this the thing that did it? Here's the thing, though. As you notice, when they're bringing all of this stuff to bear, they are willing to sacrifice the war to win the battle. They've conceded that the claims that she made destroyed him. Which, they're conceding that. It's just, when did those claims destroy him? Not did, when did. That's a fascinating turn of events, no? Estrella, thanks for the 5. Do they have a video of James Franco leaving the next day? I've never seen it. But they may. I mean, they have a lot of stuff in here that there's been new stuff that I have not seen. We also were not, okay, so we're privy to what Amber Heard has as her filings. In fact, let me pull that up. I'll put it on the screen while we're talking. But I mean, like I say, we've seen a lot of her filings, in fact. But there are a lot of other things. Like when she gets out there, I'm willing to bet, like she's willing to bring anything to bear to try to do damage. We don't know what Johnny Depp put on. We didn't, at the time of the case, maybe it's uploaded now, I haven't checked in a little bit because the case has been on, but we didn't have an exhibit list for him. Like his stuff had not been uploaded, but hers had been uploaded. So you can go to the Virginia courthouse filing, in fact, and always check for any new filings. Although, like I said, it doesn't, the one thing that does matter every day, the audio that they use, everything else, that does get uploaded. But her exhibit list is, I mean, it is a monster. Like, this is that filing. You'll notice it's 85 pages, and it's just exhibit descriptions. But the descriptions, again, like I was saying the other day, there's 10 pages of articles by themselves. There's quite a bit of stuff. What's going to be fascinating, let me roll down through here. I don't want you to have to watch this roll because I hate watching a screen and a bunch of like images start rolling through there. What's going to be fascinating is when she gets to her career, because she's going to allege that Depp has hurt her career. Not that she did damage to him, but he did damage to her. And that's going to lead to some Give me 1 minute. I'm pulling them up. I'm having to roll through here. This thing's like a million freaking pages long. So when you roll through it, you don't just roll through it. You have to wait because it's got to load correctly. So right about here, this is when she burns her career down. What I'm fascinated to see is this section. So around page 59 and 60, she starts talking about her career. I think this right here, I think the IMDb page thing is going to be a shot at myself and many other YouTubers too. But again, she threw Warner Brothers in. She threw in executives with Aquaman. She threw in emails and on. But as we've said before, there's James Wan. There's a text from James Wan that's in here. The director, James Wan, Aquaman, Aquaman 2, Saw, all that stuff. You have Zack Schneider. Zack Schneider's been added in. You have Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa was added in. That's why, like I said, I think this was the catalyst for Jason Momoa ending up. I think he or somebody with him had either Warner Brothers had words with her about him. He had words with her or something. Because again, she stopped following him. Like I documented that day. And then afterwards, she refollowed thinking it would, she was like, haha, I'm too slick for you, basically. You didn't catch me. But it was noticed. But not only was it noticed, you can prove it happened. Because with Amber Heard, her problem that she's just not smart enough to understand. Check this out. So when she unfollowed and then followed them back, the way Instagram works is Instagram goes to the earliest, So she unfollowed Jason Momoa. She unfollowed the Aquaman movie, and when she refollowed them, we were actually streaming it one day. I was about 2 hours into my stream. I was laughing about it. It was before the trial. I thought it was really funny. When I got so far into the stream, she refollowed while we were in the stream. Because Eve Barlow was probably watching. Or maybe she does. I don't know. But one of them definitely does. And they're like, uh-oh, Amber. They know. And she was like, oh, my God. I shouldn't act with anger. Oh, my God. And she's probably slamming things. She was probably smacking Eve Barlow a little bit. Eve, get out there and fix that. I'm sorry, Amber. So she went and refollowed. Sorry, Amber, she didn't fix it. Look, Amber's glaring up there in the corner at me. Don't look at me that way, Amber. Don't look at me that way. But when she refollowed, again, she unfollowed the Aquaman movie, too. Like, that's the kicker. She didn't just unfollow Jason Momoa, who has now followed Johnny Depp. He's following Johnny Depp on Instagram as well. It sounds like a stupid, like, oh my God, look at all these little kids. But it actually has real world bearing, because what it says here, I mean, I found this to be one heck of a statement, because again, Jason Momoa decided to add him. You can see he's the last person he followed. Jason Momoa went online and followed Johnny Depp while Johnny Depp was on the stand. Something happened. I tell you, she's been fired from Warner Brothers. She got dressed down. She got fired. And you know why I say that she got fired? Because they cleaned house at Warner Brothers. But there was a particular person named Ann Sarnoff. Ann Sarnoff. Johnny Depp firing. Now, the person that fired Johnny Depp, there was actually a couple of people responsible for it. This is the only time we got this covered as probably ever gotten anything right. But give me 1 minute. They did an article talking about this. So Ann Sarnoff was the chairperson for Warner Brothers. She had been newly minted around 2000, and she was newly minted around 2020, and she was the trigger person for Johnny Depp being fired. You also had the CEO at the time, who was recently appointed, Jason Clark. They defended Amber Heard. They'd actually protected not only her, but Ezra Miller. too. But they were huge supporters of Amber Heard. But Ann Sarnoff was the trigger person. Ann Sarnoff was not only fired when they had the Discovery merger, but she was unceremoniously, don't let the door hit you where the Lord split you, kind of, fired. I mean, they didn't tell her until like a few hours before. Like she didn't find out until that day that they were kicking her out of the building. Like they didn't even bother because she had done so much damage while she was there. But those people, they were the people that defended Amber Heard. They were her primary advocates. So once they were gone, what does she have left? Nothing. Hunting Hills, thanks for the buck and that super sticker there. Appreciate that. Check JD's Instagram. Show everyone that JD has chosen to follow Jason Momoa back. Yeah, I thought that was fascinating too. Give me a second. Actually, I don't know if, give me a minute. Yeah, he actually followed him a little while back. So JD actually did follow, give me 1 minute. I had it pulled up. He had followed him before, actually, and it was Jason Momoa that, well, I don't know the date. I'll take that back, unless he's followed some more people recently. But if you look, there's Jason Momoa, right there. So he's actually following Jason Momoa too. Like I said, it's funny. It's funny that link right there. She's gotta be. That had to bother her. So Southern Tank, thanks for the. Okay, Southern Take, thanks for the 5. It was Muffin Top with the mega bottle in the studio. Hey, by the way, I think tomorrow we're gonna make like a mega pint, maybe a shirt and a coffee cup. We'll work on that, and then we'll do a muffin one too. I was thinking like it would be funny to have like that umbrella guy dressed like a psychologist with a muffin in his hand, dressed like Captain Jack. That might be funny, Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. I think that the cat lady's achievement is deposing Wasser. She's a strange one. The cat lady is. She really is. She's a weird one, man. Of Mice and Panda, thanks for the 10. There's some pictures floating around Twitter of when Heard and Musk were dating. Oh, yeah, the bruising. Yeah. Where Musk had bruising on his face. I think they'll ask him about it. Probably not. But, yeah. Maybe they'll ask him, did you hit Amber Heard? It'll be fascinating to see. Kim Cole, thanks for the 10 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. 2012 Jameson, thanks for the 2. In Texas, abusers don't get half per se. Well, yeah, she didn't get half either. I mean, that's, Langton, thanks for the 2. Make Boogiegate a YouTube short. They throttled that when I tried to make it. So I put it up to see how it would do. And typically, like, Depp videos do very well. I mean, they do all right anyway, right? It hit like, I don't know, about 40 clicks per second, which is terrible. That's terrible because it didn't go anywhere. So I'm going to try it again tomorrow. Let's see what happens. I'm curious. I have an extra. You get 3 Here's a little YouTube trick behind the scenes too. You actually get 3 notifications that are supposed to go out. Now, do they? Did you hear about this stream? So you take that how you will, but you get 3 from the YouTube system for the day. Telling you that things are live or whatever. So we'll see in the morning. Like I've got an extra because I've been live streaming and I'll put out 1 video. I got a video today too. Smook and Pooch, what's up? Thanks for the 5. Number 2 off the Me Poo album by that umbrella guy. Beer and Biscuits. Yeah. Beer and Biscuits, starring my favorite judge. She took her glasses off in the courtroom. Oh my God. Kelly Jensen, thanks for the 10 there. Oh, you asked about the 7 million. I actually caught that one earlier. I remember that one there. X, thanks for the 5. The end of the Heard Raquel friendship seems to have come as a real slap in the face. That's very true. Thanks again for covering the case for the start, Tug. Yeah, I'd like to see that deposition, by the way. I haven't seen Raquel Pennington's new deposition. I'd love to see that document. Ian Lassiter, thanks for the $27.99. Hey, Tug, thank you for all your hard work and keeping us up to date during all this. Question. What do you think? Oh, I hit that one for the op-ed instead, so I did hit that one. I saw that one come through. Thank you again. GL, thanks for the 5. How do you think she can win at all outside of a mistrial after all the evidence released to trial long? No way she wins. Well, again, remember, the question is, was it this article that messed up his life? Did this article destroy his career? The jury's going to have to decide that. So it's not just an abuse question. Did she abuse him? That's a requisite for a lot of this, because if she's just speaking truth, she has the ability to speak free. You know, she has free speech opportunity if she's talking about something that is important to public. So if they find that she's an abuser, well, there's a factor. But also, is this the catalyst? Was it 2016? Was it the Sun? That's why I say they're trying to win the battle so desperately, trying to say it's not this article, that they're losing the war, because they're conceding that she did indeed destroy his life. They conceded that today. They've conceded a few things that they should not have, because in the long run, she's lost on so many planes. Like JD, his career is done in Hollywood, because even if I'm not saying that he couldn't come back with different companies, but the companies that represented then, they turned on him. They buried him. And, you know, I don't think he wants to come back to that. And I don't blame him. You know, why would you? Cancer OG, thanks for the 5. Jason Momoa made a reaction of the case. I saw that reaction video with Jason Momoa thing. I thought that was actually a funny video. Waiting tea time, thanks for the 5. Elaine's voice is like nails on a chalkboard repeatedly. It's so painful. I agree. Sherry Goodwin, thanks for the 10 there. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you all for showing up, too. I appreciate it. If you make sure in the morning, we'll do it at the same time again. So make sure you're here. I started about 8:30. I think that's a good time to start. Some people start at 8. I mean, we could start early, but I don't know. Infinite Soul, thanks for the 5. Alex is my hero. Giving 0 F's, vaping, just being real and giving perspective, calling from the car. I liked that one. That was a good one, actually. Medusa 2.0, thanks for the $2 and the super sticker there. Like it, they'll play in the little activity window. That's where that's what I'm opening. Sorbella, thanks for the 2. Who did the Hammer song? That is Finatra, Finatra. I'll play the Hammer song at the end, by the way. I like that. But that's Finatra. He has it posted too. Finatra. Give him a follow for sure. Cancer OG. Get Rocky's dog on the stand. His key witness. That dog will blow his case wide open. It's true. Infinite Soul. Thanks for the 2. No statement. Plenty of statement. Thank you. Gypsy Faye. Thanks for the 5 there. And the laughing super sticker. Appreciate that. Okay, the body language expert. I'm going to check out that video and see how that actually goes, you know. Sandy, thanks for the 2. Granular Heaven sounds like a beach to me. Yeah, it does. Like it's a play off of, you know, like a granular, a tiny little heaven. So it does sound like a beach. Yeah. White the Wise, thanks for the 2. Thank you for not talking over the trial. Yeah, I don't want to. Like I'll say something in gaps and stuff, but I don't want to talk over the trial. Like a lot of people, I want to give commentary, but I don't want to give commentary at the deficit of trial. Like that kind of drives me crazy, to be honest, because I realize some people just tune in to hear people laugh at something, but I want to hear what's going on too, because there are pieces in this trial, they're tiny pieces that sometimes slip in that just destroy things. Like Wasser, when she was talking, there were 3 parts in that mattered, that popped in. Now, her testimony on that video was kind of boring, to be honest, but it mattered. It absolutely did matter. Normalcy rejected. Thanks for the 5. No. Till the age 10. That's not how you mine for crypto. Wait, that's the new crypto game. Nosecoin. Oh, I could see that. That's actually the new, what are they called? Oh, God, the little picture things. What are those stupid things called now? My brain just died there. The little ones that people way overpay for. God, I can't think of what they're called. Somebody will tell me in a minute. You, Tug, for letting us hear the comic without trying. Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here. I'll watch it with you when it's gapped out. We can goof off. We can goof off. We can have fun. NFT. Thank you. I knew somebody would hit it. Yeah, that's what he needs. He needs a brand new NFT type. He's going to be like the Nose Goblin NFTs. I'm going to make a new Nose Goblin. Oh man, if somebody makes NFTs based on this case. Oh God, I'm gonna be like, you jacked up fools. Josh, thanks for the 5. I checked the other guy's request for your email. I was bored on Photoshop. Sent you the result of what happened. Awesome, I'll check it out there. Okay, I got that one to mention in the thing too. We got Fanar. Is that Hilge? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to the Tuggernauts. Thank you. Normalcy rejected. Thanks for the 2. Appreciate the memberships. Appreciate the backing, support, showing up. I mean, yeah, I do. Appreciate the heck out of it. Judge wants to go for muffins and tea. Yeah, I told you she took her glasses off. She was looking straight at me. She wasn't looking at you. She was looking at me. That's my lady. Amber Heard's like, psh, I'm the lesbian camp counselor. Oh, Officer Squarehead, I swear. Smoochy Pooch, thanks for the 2. Are there any updates on the Vic case? I've not heard anything. Nope, still nothing. Trina, thanks for the 2. If JD is her only spouse, it must prove his case. Sean Hartman, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. And welcome to the Tuggernauts. Appreciate it. Trina, thanks for the 10 there. Is it true, JD? Okay, I got the Russian girl one. It's upon an attorney hammering witnesses with the same questions. Yeah, the evidence thing. Like, people were mentioning the evidence thing before. They were talking about her not having a lot of evidence. And that's absolutely true. She did not have a lot of evidence. I mean, that's like a lot of people don't realize how thin her case is, And I'm actually kind of proud of that, I'm kind of proud that she's so terrible in this, because she's given herself away. She's giving herself away big time. I think I've gotten most of the super chats. I'm looking back. The early ones. Yeah, I think I managed to get most of them. I'm just making sure. I'm getting back into the early ones. I think I caught them. I've been trying to get what's wrong with Nick Wallace? Someone asked. Again, Nick Wallace is a journalist. I've not kept up with a lot going on with Nick Wallace. I saw this stuff with the 60 Minutes thing. Somebody mentioned the newsletter, and I've not kept up with that. But I mean, they're journalists, Journalists are journalists. I don't know though. I don't have a lot of faith in journalists. I mean, he did a great job before, but here's the thing too. Maybe that's his opinion. Like is it his opinion or is it a spin? Like I haven't looked. If it's his opinion, and he thinks that somebody is not guilty, that's his thing. Here would be the problem with that, though. If I ask, like, okay, you know my stance here. So if people that support Depp, if I'm like, hey, I'm going to go to the court thing, I can't afford to go, and a bunch of people like that supported me, they know my stance. It's not going to change. That's who I felt was asked. It wasn't asked, hey, just go cover the case. You know, I kind of feel that's the way it was presented. So, you know, yeah, I see what you're saying in that for sure. Do you have a legal background? I actually do not. But I have a few lawyers in the family that I have to deal with. We argue about cases sometimes. I do not have, I mess around with the law to people, but no, I'm not a lawyer in that. A lot of law, besides the motions that you make or this or that, there's strange things in the argument of a case that you might think, oh, that's a weird way of doing things. But by and large, I mean, it's not hard to understand what's being done in that. And then when you source with enough lawyers, you know, like here's a thing. Like if you want to have sources, and you want to have sources that are lawyers, you need to understand what you want. Like if you have finally ever get a hold of some things in like a case or whatever, you know, you have the ability to get it. It opens up. You need to be able to ask in concisely what you want and what you need. You also need to understand the rules of this game, because the courtroom is a battle, but it's a strange game that's played. It's played with lives. I mean, that's the ugly to it, the very ugly to it, you know? Katrina, thanks for the 5. Someone wrote that the nose-picking video was no longer available. Yeah, I took it down for a minute. I'm going to try to do the thing. See what... For some reason, the platform throttled the hell out of it. I'm not sure what's going on with that. They've been... Yellow Flash brought this up. So, over the last few days, I've been talking about the... Here, let me pull this up real quick. So, I've been talking about how over the last few days, something's changed for us YouTubers, you know, when we cover the case. Now, he brought up, here you go. This is for YouTubers. This isn't for, like, mega companies. All my Johnny Depp videos are getting demonetized now. YouTube does not let people support them. If I was making pro Amber Heard videos, they'd be all good to go. I heard from my rep that the people working there are all support Heard. And that's actually what I've heard too. That is exactly what I've heard. So me being a vocal supporter, yeah. You've been dealing with that for a while now. Like I said, that's why I don't do videos normally on the day. I usually have a topic and it may be later, but it's not just the demonetization. See, people throw around demonetized, and that's not the end all to it. It's not just that you can't make money. It's that it gets throttled as a result of that. They limit it because advertisers, that's kryptonite there, baby. Now, what's the real thing, middle finger in that too, is when they take that away. That's ad money. That's not super chats, by the way. I'm very clear about that. Super chats, if they come in like with this live stream. But okay, this live stream has, I can look at it now, like 80,000 views. That's a few $100. All right, that's a few $100, and they took it away. It was allowed for 5 days for YouTubers, and then suddenly, bam, no more. This is not advertiser friendly. Now, it's advertiser friendly if I'm considered a trusted source journalist. If the same, like for myself, what we just streamed today, if I were Law and Crime, that would be okay. If I were The Sun, that would be okay. If I were Court TV, that would be okay. It's CBS, NBC. But as a YouTuber, it's not okay. It's somehow... you play by different rules because somehow you're covering the exact same thing. But again, you're not trusted. The news media, they're trusted. And you see what they did. My problem with that thinking isn't just a monetary issue. It is a monetary issue, really, because they've taken 3 videos. That would be, okay. I mean, if we're saying, let's just say, these are the biggest live streams I've ever had. So let's just call it ad revenue. Well, let's just say they each make $300. Well, you almost got $1,000 there. Well, I mean, that's crazy. Plus, that's 300. We do a fourth to even a third sometimes for charity. So that's $300 to charity that they've taken away as well. And they just take it arbitrarily, And again, this is a public case, but they're like, that's not healthy for advertisers. That's BS, man. That's why a lot of places people take sponsors, but that's why I do a comic book too, because I don't need sponsor help. Like, I don't want the sponsors that are out there. We did our own thing. We made our own sponsorable product. We made a comic book. Excation, thanks for the 5. Tug, just finished work. I watched the stream with my evening 4-layer cider. Love you, buddy. Hey, man, I appreciate the views on that. Like I said, if you folks want to watch it with me, again, we made a comic book, so it's all good to go with us. But, some people, this is their livelihood. Luckily for me, this is not my livelihood. I would hate to have my life tied to YouTube. But it's still, I mean, my God, if we go, if we say they're going to do that for another 3 weeks, they're going to take, well, let's just say if we were talking $300 a stream, that's a substantial amount of money. You're talking thousands of dollars. Again, and we're not the only ones dealing with that. Like I said, that's crazy. And again, that may be an up and there. I don't know exactly how much revenue that would be. But it's really the big FU on it. My videos, they demonetize that I get no ad revenue off of, they're running ads on. So they're running ads on this stuff I can't get ads on. Oh, wow. But it throttles it. I mean, it just kills it on the vine. And I personally think that's done on purpose. Bane, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, appreciate your coverage. I also wishing to buy your comic. Do you have 5 comics for purchase? What I'm going to do in the packets, I'm going to sign, again, I'll sign it as TUG, but I'm going to sign. So if you want to pick up a comic book, yeah, we'll sign it that way. We'll just sign them. I don't charge any extra for a signed comic book on that. Maybe one day if I get to the point where my head gets big enough that I think my signature is worth money, I'm just a dude on YouTube, man. I'll sign your comic book, for show. I've always been like it's I get like actors and stuff. I get it. Although I think it's crazy. Like I went to a convention where like tiny actors, like people that aren't really in demand, and they were asking for like $65. I was like, oh my God, why? Why? I could get that like if you were like a huge person out there or something. I mean, like $10 or $20 I could do, man. $65. That's nuts. I mean, for like tiny people. Like, I don't know if you ever seen that movie, Happy Kill Day or whatever, the one where it's like Groundhog Day with a murderer, they like keep repeating it. It's got to figure out, he's got like a weird doll face, mask, the killer does. The guy who was the main dude in that was doing signatures at one of the conventions, and his was like, I think it was $65. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, it's just high. Somebody actually paid for that too, actually, because I was like, man, that's kind of cool. And somebody paid for it for my mat. When I go to conventions, I'll wear a Jason Voorhees hockey mask with an umbrella symbol on him. And somebody paid to get it signed anyway. All right, Scott, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. Absent Alice, thanks for the 5. Tug, can I get one comic signed by Tug, Lug, and Bug? If you can write me and remind me. Will you check something? Like, I can't remember. Is there a little note thing that you can put into your order? Like, if you go into your Indiegogo thing, your control pad, I think there may be a note that you can lay there. If not, write me through Indiegogo and remind me, and I'll set it aside. And I mean, that's not a big deal. She actually signs stuff. She puts a little heart and a little E. Lug does. That's how she signed. Like she signed a bunch of stuff for one of the conventions one time, and I thought that was kind of, I thought it was cute. So let me see. See if I got that up here. It's on my timeline. I just got to find it. And if I can't find it right off the bat, I'll have to find it another day. I'll show it to you another day. But she, it used to be a pinned tweet. I'll pin it back up there one day. Want to get the comics and the kids bundle, but also all three. Can't get the page to fully load. Is there a bundle for all three? For the comics for kids? No, actually, that was just for the new comic. I mean, I didn't think about doing something like that, just to be honest, because it was the new comic with the new. I actually never thought. I didn't think about doing that. That's an interesting. Like I said, I never thought about like doing a larger bundle. I can do that. I could add one in. I could put it as an add-on tier or something. Smith Steins, thanks for the 2. I just never thought about that. Support group featuring Momoa and Depp. Hashtag AH ruined my marriage. I really do think she messed up his marriage, or she messed up Momoa's marriage. I really do. Petite, thanks for the 2. You think Elaine was trying to say JD team leaked videos? Oh, yeah. Now, they're talking about, like, for Llama, they're talking about for kids, like to give them to kids, is what they were saying. Like, I guess. If you're saying there's a bundle to get all 3 comics for yourself, if you want them. But if you're saying, like, to give them to, donate, there wasn't something like that. Did you see Eve Barlow respond to Racket's tweet? I didn't. Like, she's blocked. I haven't seen that, though. I'll have to check it out. Will somebody send that to me? I haven't seen it. It's funny. Like, like, she'll start false flagging his stuff. When she starts commenting, Eve Barlow will start false flagging. Like, mark my words, that's the way that it goes. It always goes that way. They always trying to take down your stuff. Today I've got a video coming up called Depp Winning Causes Meltdown, where apparently the media, so there's a media group that it started, I call them all Team Heard, because they've been on Team Heard for a long time. They're part of her little inner circle. They're probably in communication with her too. A lot of these places they're in communication, but they've been trying to get a bunch of us banned. They've been calling us misandrists and all kinds of stuff. And the point in that isn't to be insulting. The point in that is if when they take aim at us, it's to try to do damage to our channels. It's try to do, which, like I say, I think that's funny. People screaming about us being misandrists and all, and considering. Here, I want to show you something funny. Just give me 1 minute. I got to pull this up. It takes a second. So in the YouTube section, there's an analytics section. All right. So you can look up, exactly what's going on, exactly, how everything together. And you have an audience section as well. Now in the audience section, give me a second. In the audience section, you have a demographic breakdown, right? So I found the demographic breakdown to be really telling, considering since, they were calling us misandrist. Like, I don't even understand being called a misandrist. Like, how am I a misandrist? Like, how does that work? because I hate the women, but I'm a misandrist. Like, how does that even happen? Like, is that an identity thing? I think they meant to call me a misogynist, but I guess I'm a lady now. I hate the ladies because I am a lady. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. But they were calling me a misandrist for a while, which I don't get. They also kept saying things like I bring up feminism all the time. I was like, as a negative, like, oh my God, the feminists, and I was like, I don't ever bring up the feminists, period. I don't ever bring up feminism pro or con. I don't think I've ever used that word here, to bring it up negatively. I think anybody can hijack any movement, but I thought that this was funny. Like, how would I? Yeah, tug Ed, exactly. Like, how would I be a misandrist? But okay, but anyway. There's our for the last 7 days, our age and gender demographic breakdown. Now, what they want to call is you hate the ladies, you the sexist, and yeah, there seems to be something wrong in my demographics. If I hate the ladies wouldn't watch the channel, right? I mean, that would make sense, yeah. If you hate the ladies don't tune in. Well, so the section we have, we have more female than male viewership right now. So it's kind of strange to think, that flies in the face of what they're saying about all of this targeting women. Now, of course, they would write every female off that watches anything like this and supports JD. They would write it off as internalized misogyny. That's actually what they would say. You've either internalized misogyny or you're an internal misogynist, one or the other. But I think that's funny. It's like, how does that work? Wicker is strong. Wicker ain't that strong. Wicker doesn't take a hit from you ever hit a piece of wicker with something? Like, you ever hit it with something solid? Take like a mini bat. That would be a bottle. That's what you're talking about. Take a bottle and smack a piece of wicker, like a wicker basket, and see if that wicker basket takes that. Heck, fill a wicker basket with fruit and stuff and just whack it and knock it off a counter. What's also amazing about those pictures, just to say by the way, is that the fruit in the basket also wasn't damaged, and it was set back on the counter, which you can see in the body cam footage. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 449. It only turns into the Joe Rogan effect. They complain and more people go look to see what the fuss is about. Oh, yeah. It's just like any of it. But you know what? The problem isn't that people do hit pieces and stuff. The problem is that basically, here's the thing. When crazy people get together and they try to do damage, especially somebody like Amber Heard has a lot of supporters still. Like, she has she's a starlet. Even if she's a starlet destroys lives, there are a lot of people that'll simp for her. There are a lot of people out there that will. And those people, they will go after what they consider is anyone making loud enough noise. They'll try to destroy it, especially if you're named in articles. Yeah, with articles calling you out, saying, yo, we're going to destroy you. Why was the nose-picking video removed? I was late to the notification because it throttled it for some reason. I got to look and see why. So I may re-upload it or I may just upload it somewhere else. But for some reason, it throttled the crap out of it. Like a typical video, a terrible video would get... It should, theoretically, like a short should do even better than this, but a typical long-form video should pull down enough to equal 10% of your channel, your channel subscribers. And yet that video was like going at a lifetime 8,000 click rate, if that. I mean, it was like, good God. And especially with the Depp stuff being hot, no way. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on with that. They didn't monetize, but it got shadowed and crushed. So it'll be interesting to see like what's causing that. But anyway, all right. Well, I'm going to end here. I'm going to play a little sexy toe. Actually, I'm going to play the Hammer song too. Somebody requested the Hammer song. If you've not heard the Hammer song, this song's a lot of fun. First, let's play it before we leave. So the Hammer song, this is created by Finatra. It has a little bit of colorful language. If you're at work or something around your kiddos, you probably don't want it there, just to say. But it is a good message. The message is that there are crazy people out there, very crazy ones, and they do all kinds of crazy stuff. Well, one day I got to have a live stream with a person that, in 2019, a bunch of crazy people wanted to drive the self-admitted goal was to drive my wife to miscarriage. And one person decided they would tell my wife to kill herself, post some nasty stuff. And I got to call them out for it. And somebody turned the call out into a song. It was a lot of fun. So we're gonna play that. Let me hit this too. Michael Singer, thanks for the two. Name it. Amber's team wins big. Yeah, I mean he did. He got him a big juicy one. All right, so here's the Hammer song. Let's do it.
Technology.
You know who these people are? You guys are all the same. You are not clean. You have no backbone, no spine. None of you. Like I said, if you ran into me in real life, you would be afraid. You would not pull this shit in real life. What did you say about my wife? What you said? You wouldn't say that to my face, though. Again. But you fucking think that you can hide behind a keyboard. I know who you people are. If you ran your mouth like that in real life to me, I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Motherfucker! And I'm not kidding about that. I'm the kind of person that you should be scared of. You are not fucking man enough to step to my fucking face. And no, you listen to me. I don't fuck with your families. I don't do any of that shit. Did I say that? Yeah, you fucking my fucking God, dude. Show me the post right now. Did I say that? Show me the post right now. My fucking God, dude. You would not do that shit to my face. So again, you need to think the fuck about what you do online because it has real fucking world consequences. That's the thing. I'm a better person than you because I don't come to your home. So I'm a better person than you. You people know that I care about my family, so you think that's my weak spot. My weak spot is my temper. I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Think you're a big man? That's what you people don't understand. Internet crosses over into real life, bud. And when you guys cross over into my fucking real life, you expect me to sit here and be calm and fucking just take it. And I'm telling you, the only reason that something hasn't happened with that shit is because I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Think you're a big man? No, you ran your fucking mouth. You're like a punk bitch. You're just a punk bitch. You're just a punk bitch. Dude, you came on here running your goddamn mouth. Punk bitch, you're a bitch. Punk bitch. My fucking God, dude. And I'm telling you right now that you're a bitch. Hey, I'm serious, man. I'm serious. Like, if you were to step to me in real life like that, I would fucking beat you with a hammer.
That is some G shit, son. You're fucking G.
Somebody said volume. Hey, the volume's normal. The thing is, like, you've been listening to a case that's at no volume. That's your problem. Because it's uploaded straight into StreamYards. So there is no volume control on that. They just automatically adjust volume. They put it at reasonable volume. But we've been listening to, can you imagine? We've been listening to a case at 600% volume. Like, that's nuts, isn't it? Anyway, we're gonna leave with some sexy toast today, and as we decide to leave with some sexy toast, I want you to go over to Andy Signore's breakdown. Tell him Tug sent you to. Give you a little bit of that, you know. I'm very quiet now. Yeah, well, I've been turning myself down to 46% for the input. My input is normally, give me 1 second. Mine's normally like this. This is my normal input about here. So I've been turning it down for the case so I don't deafen you while we're talking. You know, because like if they have a clip on and then I say, "Hey, what's going on?" You know, it gets really loud. If they're like this, you're like, "Yeah," and then you're like, "Hey, what's going?" You know, it's crazy. So I've been turning the soundboard down to about 40 something. You know. Yeah, but when we're talking about it afterwards, just tell me if I forget in our recaps to go up or down, and I can always adjust it back. You know. The case though, like the first day, we turned so the places that were making it work were actually turning the case up almost like over 1,000%. They were using any method that they could to get it to go up because they were walking around and like Crazy Cat Lady, for example, didn't even have a lapel mic. They don't have any mic. They're just walking. You know. So anyway, get you some Bexy toast. Go over to Andy Signore. Check him out. All right. So anyway, like I said, I'm going to jump out of here, go over to Popcorn Planet, tell them that Umbrella Guy sent you. We'll start tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I have an upload coming in an hour, so check it out too. Have a good one.